Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. The grand finals here for the qualifiers. The winner of this, they're going to make it to the NA Major. We're going to talk about them in just a second. Welcome back to the desk. I'm your host, Velio. I'm joined by Caliber Jacob and also my man, Jesse. This has been a crazy time so far. And gentlemen, are you guys ready for this matchup? Jacob, I'm going to start with you.
We've had to wait all weekend to just to get to this point. I've got goosebumps just waiting. I'm shaking. We had to get through a whole Disrupt SQ series, but now something different. Space Station versus Disrupt isn't something that we typically see very often, and when we do, it's usually a treat. So I'm curious to see how these two guys bounce off one another.
Well, first things first, let's see how both of these teams got here and which teams got eliminated. When the weekend first started, we have 4 rosters. We had the number 1 team in Canada, and 3 teams that placed 4th, 5th, and 6th battle it out. Space Station steamrolled through Mirage and made their way all the way to the finals after dismantling the Susquehanna Sonics. The Sonics, yeah, they beat Disrupt the first time around, but after losing against Space Station Gaming, they lost against Disrupt as well. Mirage, unfortunately, Flynn, I love you and the rest of the boys there. They were not able to etch out a win at all. They were the first team gone, and now, last 2 teams are standing. Disrupt Gaming, Space Station Gaming, the finals, all is on the line right here. The winner of this team, the winner of this series, they're going to face off at the NA Major against TSM, Oxygen, and Dark Zero. But let's talk about the matchups right now. Space Station Gaming, Jesse. Yeah. What does this team do so well that eventually they're going to carry it over to Disrupt Gaming, and to this matchup against Disrupt Gaming to try to squeak out this win and make their way back to the finals? I feel like they have some unfinished business there.
Oh, for sure. I think that Space Station, what they do that Sonics don't do as well is they play the utility game really, really well. That was demonstrated even the first match today when Space Station played against the Sonics. They played on Oregon and it got to an extremely utility-heavy map. And they really did, play really well with that. Whether it was with mirror windows, deployable shields, candelas, toxic babes, evil eyes, barbed wire, anything that they had at their disposal, they used perfectly. And that's something that the Sonics, they can do, but I don't think they do it to the same level that Space Station, can pull out. And so really the knowledge of the game, all of its mechanics, being able to use these things to their advantage is something that they're really, really strong with. I think that Disrupt are going to struggle with that in ways that they didn't have to against the Sonics.
Now, Jacob, production, they asked you for a player to watch on Space Station Gaming, and you chose this individual. I'm going to leave this moment to you, and it's going to be your job to hype him up and tell everybody why he is so important for this roster.
Look, brother, I don't really have to hype him up when he does such a good job hyping himself up. And it comes when he's not the player that you really expect to perform at such a high level. It's Thinking Nade. The dude went absolutely on a tear against the Sonics when they were playing on Villa. He was doing great as a flank watch. He was playing Nomad. He got clutches where we don't really expect him to do that. Everyone knows the most iconic clutch this man's ever had way back at the Invitational, and he's still able to keep producing day in and day out. The man went 20-10 over the course of that series and did not let his foot off the gas almost the entire time. The opening kill stat doesn't matter nearly as much if he's playing flank watch or hard support. If he's anchoring on site, that's not his job, but he's still making a massive impact, and it's not something we see from him every day.
Yeah, so Jesse, now Space Station Gaming, you take a look at Thinking Nade. What type of play style is he going to bring to really help out this team?
I mean, we know what Thinking Nade does, right? He plays that flank watch on attack. He's going to play those like mute anchors and type roles on defense. He likes to be the one that runs around the map, opening every single rotation hole, every hatch that he can. He usually runs out of shotgun ammo by the end of it, and he does a great job. He's one of those quieter players. Lycan talked about this in the interview just after match number 1, and he really is, the type of guy who's going to sit back, not always be in the front lines, but still have a huge impact. I believe he's the season leader, or definitely up there on overall cost. He's been contributing consistently for this team throughout the entire regular season. I anticipate he's going to have a hell of a matchup.
And I can't wait. Listen, Jesse's using bad words. He's hyped for this matchup right here. But let's talk about their opponents. It's going to be Disrupt Gaming. They didn't have too much of a good time on the winner's side of the bracket, but they stormed through the loser side, beating Sonics to get here. This team, we saw them on screen at the last game, and they have been on fire so far. Now, Caliber Jacob. I'm going to start calling you Jacob from now on. When it comes to this roster, from what we've seen so far, do you think that they're ready to really challenge the Titans of NA?
It's going to be an interesting challenge. I don't really know if they're up for it just yet, but this is going to be the pedal to the metal that we've always wanted Disrupt to exercise. Here's the thing. The reason we don't see these two teams typically play all that often is because the NAL runs on a phase bracket. We see teams that do really, really good play one another at the back half of the season, and teams that don't do nearly as hot facing each other. And Disrupt have always been in that B group. They don't perform nearly as highly as Space Station does. So to get the opportunity to go against not only the current world champions, but a team that consistently places in the top 1 to 4, the upper echelon of the North American League, I'm excited to see it. I just don't know at this moment if they're really up to snuff. The problem is they had such a hard fight against the Sonics in 2 different series over the course of this weekend. Space Station is a different caliber team. They're much more in-depth, high-rise. They go to the max more often than Disrupt does. It's an interesting matchup for sure, but it's just too close to call.
Yeah, now Jesse talking about this roster, kind of like how Thinking Aid went to Jacob. You had somebody on Disrupt Gaming that you said they're part of a duo, but they really stand out because there's something special about them.
Yeah, and of course the person I'm talking about is going to be Shuttle, right? Shuttle was one of those players in the last couple of games who's been fantastic all throughout. He's the one that clawed back that last matchup against the Sonics. He was really putting in everything that he has. And in the second half, you know, he's just done an insane amount of work for Disrupt Gaming the entirety of Stage 2. He has been pulling his weight, and I said it a couple of days ago. I said, I think Shuttle is the best player in the NAL on a bottom 4 team, and that's really impressive to say because he's been putting in work to carry Disrupt Gaming in a lot of these matches. I think this weekend has been a bit of an exception because while he's played fantastic, 26 and 20 is really good stats. It's been a team effort from DG, and they've all been putting in work to be able to win these matches that they've been taking home. But Shuttle is a fantastic player, and you cannot sleep on him.
You can't discount him at all. And now the maps just came in. Both of these teams are almost ready to play. That's going to pop out on the bottom of your screen in just a moment now. And Jesse, you already know the deal, man. These teams are going to go to war. This will be a best of 5. It's going to be way different than a series that we've seen before. And here goes your results.
All right, so these first 2 are going to be picks. Theme Park picked up by Disrupt Gaming. DG's first ever win on this map was yesterday against Mirage. They hadn't won it at all until then, and it's one of Space Station's stronger maps. Little bit of a worrying pick, but they're working it more into their map pool now, so it's not, I don't hate it for DG. Then we go to Consulate, picked up by Space Station. You know, they ban this map pretty frequently, but that doesn't mean that they've had nothing but bad results. They've been a bit of a mixed bag, but I do like how they play here. Then we got some bans, so Coastline taken off the board from Disrupt. This is one where we've seen a lot of Coastline this weekend, clearly done with that. They don't want to play that anymore. And Clubhouse, it's not often you see SSG ban Clubhouse, but there was one team a couple of months ago that beat SSG, broke the streak for the first time, and that was Disrupt Gaming. I'm not surprised that they take this map against DG. They're scared of how Disrupt play Clubhouse. Then we get to Oregon, picked up by Disrupt, another map that we've seen somewhat recently. You know, Space Station, I thought, just had a really good match against the Sonics on this map, but it's not a bad one for Disrupt at all. And then we head to Villa. Villa will be the final map that actually gets played if it's needed. Space Station picking up this match is not a huge surprise. They like Villa, they can play on this map, but Disrupt obviously just came off of here as well. Cafe, keep in mind, will be the decider, but since there's a map advantage, it doesn't get played. It goes to Space Station automatically.
All right, so like Jesse just said, and I was just about to bring it up, now it's about time for talent predictions. And keep this in mind, gentlemen. Space Station Gaming will start off with a 1 map advantage, which means they only have to win 2. Disrupt Gaming, they're going to have to get a 3-piece. Now, Jesse, I've started with Caliber Jacob all the time on day 1. Now it's your turn. Big brain. Tell me what you got.
Listen, Disrupt just came off of a super high momentum matchup. It was long, it was draining, sure, but they've got to be ecstatic. They're playing fantastic so far, and talking with the team before this game, they said Sonics are going to be the most difficult opponent we face. If we can beat the Sonics, we're confident in our game against SSG. Now, I'm going to be rooting for them. I'm going to be hoping for that upset, and I will be jumping out of my socks if they win it. But if I believed everything every team told me, well, I probably wouldn't make it on this desk. I've got to go with the world champions. They're far too consistent to lose to DG. I love them, and I hope their momentum can carry them forward and get us some good games. But it's Space Station. You're not going to beat them on a stage this big.
Jacob, is there going to be an upset story today in the finals? Space Station against Disrupt. Who's going to walk away at the end as a winner?
I'm taking one more second because I'm very thankful that this will be the last time I have to worry about making a prediction on a live broadcast. Here's the story. Space Station have a 1-map lead. That's something that they had at the 6th Invitational 2020, and their opponent all the way back then literally clawed within 3 rounds of being able to take that series off of them, and Spacestation found a way, reversed their own fortunes, and came back with a victory. I like working off story. I also like working off with just a little bit of superstition, and I do believe, in fact, history can repeat itself. I'm going with the world champions as well, as much as I would like to go with Disrupt in this scenario just to kind of mix things up. My faith is with the guys who lifted that hammer at SI earlier this year.
All right, and as I lifted the hammer, I'm gonna lift up a box because you know
You
what?
got a prediction, buddy?
I have a prediction, and you know what? I'm not an analyst, so I don't care. I'm gonna be a biased desk host. I got a box of Space Station Gaming. Make sure you watch their
there we
socials.
go.
There you go. I would open it, but you guys
Of
ain't ready
course.
for that yet. Trust me, it's amazing, right? But I'm gonna say.
Wait, you got sent a box? Oh, man.
Jacob, you're new here. It's gonna come to you soon, okay? But the next match is
Missing
about to
out,
start
man.
soon. I'm rocking with Space Station Gaming. The finals are now here. I'm gonna need everybody to get excited. Now it's time. Space Station Gaming against Disrupt Gaming. Grand Finals winner goes to the NA Major. Kicks and Parker, take it away.
Oh, well, Veli, thank you very, very much. This is going to be an exciting one. Michael, are you prepared and ready for two teams with the exact same color scheme, by the way?
I am definitely ready for that, Parker. I think it'll be fine. We'll make do.
We will. I watched quite intently earlier today the DGSQ matchup that took a very long period of time. That was actually an incredible match.
It was.
287s? That's insane.
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. I mean, obviously you had the cafe that was a 7-2, but other than that, pretty close match, and it was hard fought. You got to feel for the Sonics who had to run the gauntlet today, as we refer to it as. They had to play their matchup against Space Station earlier, and Space Station really didn't struggle too much with the Sonics. We'll see how well rested Space Station is before they come into this matchup. DG are probably going to be decently hot. And speaking of hot, both of these teams have been on fire today, but which of these players will burn up the grand final? Will it be Thinking Nade or will it be J90? Please vote on our socials. Rainbow 6 Esports, R6 Esports NA is the official Twitter account.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be an interesting one to see at the end. You know, sometimes it doesn't correlate with who actually wins the match, too. On that note, these teams haven't seen each other in a long time. Actually, the last time these teams met was early July, and that was back when Nyx was still on the Disrupt roster. So technically, these lineups haven't met each other yet. It's been a good long stretch, and back then, it was actually a close match. It was a 2-1 that obviously SSG managed to take. I say obviously, and yeah, they are the clear favorites going into this, but Disrupt has changed a lot since then, and I think that adds a little bit of flavor to this match.
Yeah, that one really did end up being quite close, and I think that was the first scare that we saw at a Space Station after they had become world champions and onwards. They looked like an indomitable team, and you're right, this is a very different squad. Disrupt obviously have taken some time to settle in. They've got a different leadership structure. They've got different players on the team. J90 had a bit of a slow start in the matches yesterday, but he picked it up, and he picked it up in a hurry, and he's continuing to do just that. He was a real standout performer against the Sonics, and the thing with Disrupt, a lot of times we're going to talk about Shuttle, and he deserves a big spotlight with how good he's been recently, and how important that he is to that team. He's somebody who's going to be mentioned. Most of the times we talk about Disrupt, you can't ignore him. NJR had a huge spotlight for a long period of time as well. He came in hot to the scene. He just absolutely blew up. I just noticed you put on glasses. Didn't see those. And now you look at it, J90 is proving to also be an offensive powerhouse. Reed and Retro can kind of do whatever they want in the background, and as long as two of the three of these fraggers on DG show up, DG can compete with the top dogs. Now, this is going to be a significant challenge here against SSG, but they're going to need all three of their players to show up. Maybe they might be able to put up a good fight.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. You hit the nail on the head there. I'm sure the astute among you may have observed that in the last match that Disrupt just played against the Sonics, the scoreboard for DG was consistently quite close. Not across all their maps, of course, but especially at that last one on Villa, most players on DG were contributing double digits. And that significant factor. We've talked about many times in the past how a lot of upset matches will be facilitated by a lot of teamwork and a lot of spreading the load across all 5 of your players. So I think if Disrupt can pull something like that off here, if their teamwork can really shine, and it has been throughout these qualifiers, then it's definitely possible that they'll take it over SSG. That one map disadvantage, of course, is going to be cumbersome, but possible still. Anyway, with all that said, we do have everything ready, and we're going to go ahead and load into our map number 1, Theme Park. SSG starting on defense, Disrupt on attack.
Let's get things underway with a spot at the major on the line. Michael, will Space Station once again supplant themselves over their opponents into the top 4, or will we see an outsider of sorts in Disrupt conquer the spot? As you noted, there is that one map advantage for SSG. That is daunting, but not impossible. Ninjas in Pajamas nearly defeated Space Station at the Invitational despite staring down the barrel of that one map disadvantage. The one thing as we head into the operator bans here on Theme Park that I want to note, Space Station have only played 4 maps so far through the qualifiers. It's been a relative breeze for them. They have dropped 11 rounds over 4 maps. That's pretty darn good.
Yeesh.
For Disrupt, they have had a grueling schedule. They went all 3 maps against the Sonics twice. They went 2 maps against Mirage, though Mirage made them work for that second map. The one thing I will say about Disrupt is that even when DG has lost, they have been exceptionally close maps. Coastline, they lost 5-7. Cafe, they lost 7-8. And then Clubhouse, they also lost 7-8. So the thing for DG is that they're not getting blown out of the water. Get a couple of their victories, a 7-3 on Clubhouse over the Sonics, a 7-2 on Theme Park, the map we're playing on, over Mirage, and a 7-2 over the Sonics on Cafe, suggests that DG does have the potential to take command of a map, and with that control, make it a quick one and move on to the next map, and then keep that one close as well. We're going to need to see a couple good rounds from Disrupt so that they can stick to SSG, and if they do, I think we will have a closer match than we expect. Operator bans are in, Ace, Nomad, Maestro, and Clash, and it's a lab storage defense downstairs for Space Station to start off this map.
So I'm sure many of you who maybe haven't seen competitive Theme Park played a whole heck of a lot are wondering why lab is the first site. As sites go, in terms of the actual setup, it is very vulnerable to above pressure if the holes get opened up above, but we've seen a lot of sites that are like that and early on are eschewed as such. However, this site can be extended upon quite a lot, actually. You can do an upstairs roam, as SSG are doing right now, and a horizontal roam, as they are also doing. Extending into Throne and up towards Daycare gives you a lot of buffer between you and the attacking clear, and it makes this site a pretty competent one, actually, compared to some of the other options on Theme Park. In terms of overall win percentage, in the qualifier, it's got a 67% success rate for defense. So a somewhat comfortable bomb site.
Comfy was the word that we used a number of times yesterday to describe different stats, different bomb sites, the way that certain teams are playing, so on and so forth. So that's
it's a comfy word.
I think it'll probably pop up, I would suspect, a number of times. Just for those of you that are looking at the stats here, and we will refer back to it, Space Station has not played Theme Park so far in the qualifiers. They and DG have played it once. That's it. 7-2 victory over Mirage. Obviously not the strongest map for Mirage, not the strongest result for them, and that's fine. You'll see if Space Station can muster anything up on this map, as DG, starting on attack, have taken control of some of the east side of that top floor, but they're going to run into a couple obstacles from Space Station, namely Fultz and Rampy, the dynamic roaming duo of Space Station who play deeply off-site and can hold their own and play well unsupported. But when they support each other, it can tend to be quite damning. Calls from the Pulse onto what appears to be a Z-ping, an NJR, and he could nearly lose his head. They'll have to trust the SMG-11 here as NJR is still battling this spot, but Canadian down below gets the very first laugh. And with an explosive beginning, round number 1 will finally get underway.
It's a good start there for SSG, of course. Well done to the Pulse of Canadian. For those of you who don't know, Canadian is a tenured Pulse player and is very experienced on that role.
I heard he had his PhD, actually, in Pulsology.
He does, yes, in fact. And he has, as well, a master's in C4ology. So,
as well. Okay.
Yeah, he's very thoroughly educated on this role.
It's a good supplemental degree to have, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, they support each other. Now
he's also lead umpologist.
Yes.
In the North American League.
Yes, the lead umpologist, actually advisor to Lord Tachanka. He's definitely got all of his, I guess, hatches battened down when it comes to Pulse.
Very little weaknesses there in that role. But with that said, let's focus now on what's going on, because DG's entry so far has done effectively nothing. They're still struggling to gain greater ground, and the foot of Canadian spotted for a second by Reed. The Pulse will need to be a little bit more careful, and you'll hear the drone scoot by. Still on the cardiac sensor, those 9 meters that the sensor will cover. Could be spotting Reed here. J90 walks in, and it's likely a trap on the Fultz. A double swing on to Reed, and SSG own the kill feed with Retro just narrowly evading the toxic canister. He doesn't need to take much of a fight, but he tries to anyway. Bosco sends him down. SSG start off this qualifier finals with a flawless round.
Okay, so I mean, that all began with the C4, of course, underneath waiting from Canadian onto the Ash. That Ash being the tip of the spear, the head of the clear, if you will. And once Disrupt lost that, they seemed to, I guess, get scattered a little bit. And the certainty on what the objective was on the clear was lost somewhat. So DG start to spread out a little bit, start to look for picks. They also, it looks like they wanted to pressure into the site without clearing out the roamers. This is made very difficult because the roamers have line of sight onto all of your entry points, and then can further from there collapse into the site if you actually do get the control, which is unlikely. So really, that's just a good setup from SSG and a certain awareness of what their opponent is going to do. And then Disrupt not having any real sensible reaction to the problem. That's it. Again, I have to praise the setup from Spacestation and their awareness of what DG is going to do, but it really did seem that simple. There were not a lot of layers to that round.
They fell back very quickly.
Yeah.
SSG playing to the meta that they knew and were so successful on previously involves the intel denial. Good operators such as Mozzie, Vigil, Mute all synergize extremely effectively in that regard. But the one thing with SSG is they're also bringing ops that bring tons of intel. There's going to be a deployable shield on the board. You can play behind that as if it were a mirror window, or a smaller, more portable, semi-destructible mirror window. Legion doesn't see a ton of play, but that T5 SMG is a pretty good gun. Legion has the 1.5 scope as well, so you can engage in fights that might be farther away and makes it more comfortable for you to be able to see at that distance. Additionally, the goo mines are still good for alerting you as to the positioning of the attackers. All of that works well together. For Disrupt, they have Thatcher available. He's not banned out. It's Nomad and Ace. I think DG banning Nomad is very smart, given that you've got an exceptionally talented Nomad player on Space Station's roster, and with a map like Theme Park, there's lots of narrow hallways that air jabs can often be pretty challenging to counter. And it's something that SSG are able to take full advantage of when they're on attack, especially in the post plant.
They're still struggling to clear out these roamers. They're wary of the ones above currently. That's causing considerable issue. It looks like DG doesn't have a concerted focus for any particular avenue, but the roamers from SSG, as you can see, they are streaming to their secondary roam locations. The vertical given up in exchange for horizontal roam. This is called because we have just hit the 90-second mark, and it's better to have things on your own time than to let the enemy dictate your pacing. So SSG just kind of continuing that by falling back into the site and into this horizontal roam. C4 will miss for Fultz. That is unlucky or poorly timed, depending on how you look at it. And DG will keep all their bodies up for now.
That had to have been called off a vault cam that's positioned up there somewhere, maybe just going off of the sound in that position. Not entirely sure. But one thing that I am certain of is that NJR and Shuttle are about to pinch a single member of this SSG squad. Rampy takes down Reed, though, so thinking he'd have to fight his way out of lockers. He gets pushed from the left, and he swings onto the right. He picks one off. The Ash is just a little bit too slow. How does he do it with these 2 kills? Won't grab a third. Retro shuts him down. But Thinking Nate, a very brazen play. And DG's ineptness to pinch properly costs them 2 bodies. A third falls on Retro. And J90 will now have to save this round for his entire team. Caught in the smoke with 20 seconds left. The diffuser is in a position where he'll have to face off against a shotgun. And he'll lose it. Fultz secures the kill. Down goes J90. No withstand for you, a wag of the finger. And Fultz secures his kill. With it, SSG take their second round.
Whenever it's the Zofia, that's the last person and they get downed. There's always that awkward pause where you wonder, okay, is he gonna teabag him? Where's the taunting? Is it gonna happen?
I'm more of a coffee kind of guy.
Fultz seems to be a coffee kind of guy as well, and props to him for that, I suppose. Okay, so obviously Thinking Nade's play over by lockers was a primary, I guess, determining factor in that outcome. DG, I guess, could have done better there by droning a little bit more thoroughly. They seem to be playing in a way where they felt pressured for time, even though they weren't. There was enough time to get the job done and get it done properly. But I guess hindsight is 2020. Thinking Nade well played on the aggression. I like that SSG didn't fall all of their players back into the site, just enough to make it work. And they still had those extended roamers like Thinking Nade, like Fultz, who were able to do so much work. Once again, one of the main parts of my focus for that round is the fact that DG failed to clear out the roamers and then started to panic and go, oh heck, we're running out of time, we got to hit the site, only to then die to the roamers. This has been a reoccurring thing for Disrupt over 2 rounds now. And on a map like Theme Park, it is especially punishing, as there are so many nooks and crannies for the roamers to play off of, so many locations where you can control the angles and the pace of the round. Disrupt really need to put more time into clearing out and doing it effectively.
This does not bode well for Disrupt, given that this is their map pick as well.
Yeah.
Not that, once again, Jesse, the numbers, please. Jesse, I would like to know the entire win rate and every round that has ever been won on this map by Spacestation. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. If you could crunch the numbers for me, son. Thank you. I feel like Jesse has just kind of become our producer. We're a very famous podcast. We're like, hey Jesse, you pull that up on the screen.
I have it if you want it.
Yes, please.
So over this.
Wait, hold on a second here. No. You're getting Jesse off the hook too easy.
Okay, so I would leave it to Jesse?
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave it to Jesse. If I must. All right, well, this round, look at this.
You must, by the way. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Disruptor, able to clear out any potential top floor roamers on the east side, open up the wall at top yellow, and, this is looking like the best attack we've seen from DG so far. They get the wall that they want open. They are going to have to deal with the bandit tricking of Thinking Nade on the B wall, but at least they will be able to swing towards Cafe Hall and control those angles to facilitate this attack.
DG just entirely fell off and have now worked over to the east side of the map, much farther away. NJR goes down. He has been ineffective at the moment on his entry. That is rough going for him. But the rest of the team have somewhat moved over into different positions. J90 poised to strike inside of Vault. Beautiful shot onto Rampy. Good lord. J90 is feeling it today, and you can definitely see that. The confidence he's had against the Sonics, and now the same against Space Station. You also have Shuttle, who's going to go for his own split push through Cafe. This will mean that SSG will have to swing for when the push does come out. 40 seconds left, and SSG's focus will move elsewhere. Retro taking some ticks of damage, likely in that smoke tossed by Bosco. Down goes another member of SSG, but it's traded immediately by Fultz, who loses a lot of HP. And he'll have to watch his back as he scoots away from over towards Arcade. Bosco in a rat angle, playing by that deployable shield. He finds a target of his own onto Reed, and J90 will now jiggle peek in. He's in the back of the bomb site. He doesn't have the diffuser. Reed does. 15 seconds, and he'll shrug off a little bit of damage. Miss some shots onto the head of the Wamai. Does more damage to Bosco. He's unable to find the target that he wants. That leaves Retro in a winning position. As long as he can get that diffuser down. It's a 1v2. Very minimal HP. He'll go hunting. Get it. He'll need to pivot, but he's completely out of time. Firing away into the void, but nobody is there. A perfect cycle for Space Station as they are up 3-0 on defense.
So Jesse has provided the information. SSG are 32-25 on Theme Park over 5 matches going back to when Theme Park entered the map pool. This does not include the current game.
Wait, how are they 35-25 when they've only played 5 matches? That's 60 games.
I think he meant in rounds, Parker.
No, he would have said that.
Okay. Yeah, 35-25. I don't.
They played 60 games on Theme Park. That's incredible. Jesse is very upset. I understood what he was saying, for the record, for people who are not going to understand that it was a joke, because I know that there's going to be a couple of you. There's going to be a couple of you who are going to say, "What? These people not know numbers?"
He threw an
upset face.
A greater than colon close or open bracket.
I will say this. Today, I have had the pleasure of being a spectator for the first 2 matches, just as you were. I know I saw you in Twitch chat.
Yes.
Doing a great job, by the way. Just want to let you know. Thank you for being there and being present. But I will say this. Caliber Jacob has impressed the ever-living hell out of me. Jesse, always impressive as well. It's nice to see them bounce off of each other. And of course, Veli as a host. We knew how good Veli as a host could be. I miss Jackie dearly, but I will say that Caliber Jacob exceeded my expectations. He even got a shout out. Jacob did. From Pengu on Twitter.
Rubbing shoulders with the big dogs. Let's go, Jacob.
I also want to say that when Flynn made his debut outside of CCS, his first, I guess, international debut, which was at DreamHack Montreal, Flynn also got a shout out from Pengu. So I will say that obviously Pengu does not have a good judge of character. So it might actually be an insult to Caliber Jacob.
Oh no.
Caliber Jacob, you and Flynn are on the same level. He is destined to be the next disgraced caster / Canada Division smoke man.
And that's what Caliber just said in the chat. Can't wait to be a washed up pro. I'm gonna move to Canada and suck at Thermite in all caps.
Flynn played really well, and obviously this is all in good fun. This is all in good fun. It's just a bunch of friends joking around with each other, but no joke here. As DG have very quickly opened up some of this bunk's wall, Fultz is fearless. He's not moving from this spot. He will not be shaken. They will likely have to hunt him down, and the question will be whether they drone him. Yes, they do. He immediately hits the fadeaway through the hatch, and he is good as gone. This is another lab defense, as was noted at the tail end of round number 3. It was a perfect cycle from Space Station so they can begin to go to the bomb sites where they started this map off on, which was the lab bomb site on the bottom floor.
Only about a minute or a little bit more than for the attack to finish their, well, attack. They have cleared out above, so they don't have to deal with being flanked right now. Opening up on the site, but most of the SSG presence is off site, so no immediate results. Thinking Aid will take some damage from this angle play from Shuttle. Probably could have gotten the kill, to be honest, but a little impatient on that angle play. Thinking Aid relocating deeper into the site. This is the right call in this situation. The problem here is that while Disrupt have control above the site, how do they get into the site? Because the roamers are still controlling the bottlenecks, and the anchors can hold the vaults in from the windows. So I'm not really sure what the play for Disrupt is going to be here. You could see NJR trying to challenge from yellow stairs and deny the angle from throne. And ooh, that's big. Thinking Nade gets downed in the site, leaving only one anchor, I believe, which is going to make holding off this onslaught somewhat difficult. Reed also gets rampy on the roam, and here's a push from NJR that does net Canadian, leaving just Fultz and Bosco. It's the SAS operators in the 2v5. Fultz gets one, makes it a little bit easier, but he'll die as he descends the stairs. Bosco needs to deny this plant now, as Retro is placing it currently. There's the nice shot onto NJR. 2v1 for the moment, but make it a 3v1 as the plant goes down. With only 40 seconds left, Bosco stuck in a corner. No real hope to his name, nor HP on his bar. It's definitely a tall order. He's going to bide his time, take these fights one at a time. Sees the head around the corner there of the sledge maybe, but doesn't take the fight, and will lose it out to Retro, who planted the diffuser in the first place. Well done to DG with very limited time, getting that site control and planting the diffuser.
Good patience and discipline from the Disrupt players as well. They had every exit point on Bosco covered. The wall to Bosco's right being watched. The doorway that Bosco would have walked out of and the rotate to the left of it being watched. And then the final member, the Zoe of J90, was soldiering through bathroom, going for the hunt. Everybody on DG was bloodthirsty for that Bosco kill, and there was no way the smoke was going to be able to make it out of there. Excellent round by DG. That opening pick snowballed for them. It was their very first opening duel that they won. They've trailed so far, and with it, Space Station have been able to pick up those 3 rounds. DG enter effectively. They don't waste too much time with the setup. They're able to open up the wall leading into bunks relatively quickly, and they chase Fultz off of that spot, giving them even greater map control. I don't know if SSG got a little bit restless, as for whatever reason, at about the 40 to 50 second mark, there was 2 quick picks onto SSG. Thinking Nade died in the bomb site? That's an assessment that DG would have made after droning everything out. And if Space Station want to invest so heavily off-site, that's fine, but then you need to ensure that your opponents don't decide to just hit the sites instead. It's a conscious decision that a lot of teams will make, seeing, hey, on a map like Clubhouse, there's 4 people roaming. If we just rush through blue and 1 person rush through dirt, we kill the 1 person on the bomb site, we can hold off. And it's happened before and can be quite successful. So that's something that SSG needs to be more aware of, because DG did seem to assess that they had a good option, which was to take the fight to the bomb site and prevail. SSG now, they're not going to go back down to lab. They don't need to. Throne room is open up, so that's where they're going to go. This used to be one of the most defender-sided maps, or bomb sites rather, on this map, and even one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the entire game for a period of time. Not exactly the case, since teams have started to figure it out, and Maverick obviously is a very strong operator on this bomb site. So is Ace. If he's available, he's banned right now. So we'll see how DG are able to tackle this.
So far, just the top clear. But the roam, of course, is going to be on the far west side. That is the side of the top floor where you have the most retreat routes. So like the drop downs and the balcony overlooking arcade. You can maintain control of those routes and make it back to the site or make it to the lab. I'm sure many of you are already well aware of this particular roaming style. SSG just trying to delay. You'll see them probably fall back here at around the 90-second mark. They don't need to delay any longer than that, and they put themselves at risk by persisting on the top floor if they were to. But there it is, 90-second mark. There's the retreat. Way they go into the lab to try and slow down this round. You'd think that DG would already have cutoffs positioned to catch these roamers as they transition, but they do not. I'm sure that'll become a normal, attacker strategy as Theme Park continues to evolve. Sometimes in Siege, attacking strategy takes whole years to really reach its peak.
C4 in a very similar position. Reed just decides to drop instead, gets that opening pick onto Fultz. As very quickly we transition into action. Another first blood falling in favor of Disrupt. On the roam, on the loose, on the move is Rampy, and he's also on the hunt. He gets gunned down. 2 members of Space Station fall at the same time. Rampy and Canadian bid us adieu, leaving Thinking Nade and Bosco. DG just needed to warm up. They are significantly better on their entry now through these 2 rounds. Bosco and Thinking Nade will have to make some magic happen on this bomb site. They're holding very different areas, but thinking Nade's biggest issue is going to be that he just lost the back wall of Armory, so he can't play as freely in the same spot. He gets picked apart by Shuttle. 2 kills for him, leaving Bosco in a 1v5. Clutch or kick, Dylan Bosco. Bosco, which one is it? He's going to take 50 points of damage, and from behind the throne room, he'll try to be the kingmaker, but so far, no good. Second round in a row, the Disrupt is able to get that diffuser down, and it seems almost certain that Bosco will die before he picks up 5 kills. We've seen crazier things happen, but no, nothing crazy this round. Disrupt get their own flawless round to answer the one from Space Station back in round number 1, and this match will continue to tighten.
So, Disrupt didn't have the cutoffs for the roamers transitioning from the top floor to lab, but you can tell that they have certainly figured out how SSG does roam on this map. They knew where their targets were, and they knew what to address before hitting the site. So, I guess the way to put it is Disrupt are learning, and it's been pretty impressive to see them change their strategy up one step at a time. The last time they attacked Armory, before that round we just watched, Disrupt tried to clear the top floor, did eventually, but it took a lot longer. And then when they transitioned, they were trying to hit the site immediately without clearing out the roamers in the lab, and that caused mass casualties. This time, they addressed the lab roamers directly after clearing out the top floor, knowing that it would be free. And then, yeah, they pummel those roamers, then hit the site. So, well done to Disrupt. Their time management improved. Their awareness of the SSG setup, definitely better. We'll see how they do now that we're going to Armory once more, but this time with a Mira in play.
Using Canadian on the Mira is a bit odd, I want to say. I feel like every time we see this Mira, it tends to show up most frequently for SSG on Coastline and then Consulate every now and then as well. And it's Bosco that I want to say is playing that role often.
Well, it's kind of like one of those pocket roles, I guess, that someone's got to be like, yeah, I feel it on this position because it's so different site to site, right?
Right. Well, we'll see exactly how it pays off. This is a perfect time, Michael, to segue into everybody's favorite R6 share skins. Take a look at Rampy, and he is wearing it? It looks like he's, I can't tell.
I think
it looks like he's wearing it.
Our feed is not as pixelated as yours, so I think he's wearing it.
I'm not entirely certain, but if he's not only like Veli, or not only Veli is going to get SSG merch, by the way, but you too can as well. Through the Rainbow Six Share program, you can purchase skins, and a portion of those proceeds go back to helping Rainbow Six Esports. Rampy is in a tough spot as he adorns this SSG Ella skin, getting hunted down, and will rely on Fultz once again, not too far off. Refer to them as the dynamic duo in round number 1. Well, they're going to need to be pretty dynamite here. Right now, it's Fultz largely on top of the scoreboard, but Rampy can pick it up in due time. 90 seconds, and the call has been made for Space Station to get back into the bomb site, so they'll seek the security in the walls of Throne and Armory.
They found that security. This different setup allows for a rotation into barrels, and that's where you see Fultz playing now. It'll be droned out by J90, but drone is shot before it can actually see anything. C4 goes out, and Fultz will land it. Down goes the Zofia. And now, without J9 in play, Disrupt a man down. They're trying to assess the problem, figure out what they're dealing with, because they've just opened up above lab, and they didn't find any juicy targets. Now in the hallway, they're going to find one, but Fultz is just better in that fight, and JR goes down in the head-to-head, and the roam clear has not been kind to Disrupt this round. The different setup that SSG has brought has tripped up the attack.
Something where Fultz heard Reed pushing towards the stairs, and that's why he decided to run below. Waste time and waste his opponents. Goodbye to Reed. You get taken out of the fray. Shuttle refrags, but that's about it right now. Retro and Shuttle to try and win the remainder of this round with 20 seconds left. This is going to be a Herculean task. Retro starts with a pick on to Fultz. You'll have to find 3 more, lads, if you want to make this happen. But you'll have to go through Split the devil split, if you want to call it. You can look one way, your opponent can look the other, and you're doomed. It's being watched quite intently by SSG, and this is just going to be a firing squad waiting for Disrupt. They won't even be able to make it in. Both remaining members of DG decide to save the KD, and Space Station win on time. They'll take the first half, 4-2.
Can't really blame them for that. There was almost no hope. Throne and Armory, or rather, Throne and Armory are notorious for being incredibly bottleneck focused as sites go. And I think it definitely showed at the end of that last round, though the most of the round was based on the roam that we saw, particularly from Fultz. He definitely popped off, moving from barrels to the hallway to lab and just killing players all along the way, earning himself a triple kill in the round. Now, that was the last defense for SSG. Well executed, and you have to love the depth of SSG for their ability to bring out a new strat, given that their old strat had been figured out by their opponents. You also have to love the experience on display there, where SSG detects that their strat has been read and countered by their opponents, and says, yeah, let's do something different. Not only having the strat, but reading the situation. That is not something that all teams are capable of doing, as counterintuitive as that might seem. Still impressed by Disrupt's ability to adapt to their opponent, though. I don't think they displayed it as much yesterday, if I may be so bold, and it definitely goes to show that Disrupt has come a long way in a short time. Now, it'll be a Throne Armory defense here for Disrupt, first things first. This is, I think, the most notorious bomb site on this map for most people, and it's been a pretty fair one to both teams throughout their history on this map.
It is also right now up 2-1 for defense versus attacker win rate. 2 defensive wins, 1 attacker win. And the attacker win for DG was pretty much a perfect round. Flawless with objective down. Obviously, when it's a flawless round, you got the first pick as well. So all things pretty good, if we're being honest. Very similar to the way that DG tackled it, and most teams tend to want to execute onto this bomb site. You'll take on the second floor on the east side of the map. Take over by the balcony. Fultz is at the top of Dragon. Thinking Nate on drone. So is Canadian. And you're going to try to empower both Fultz and Rampy to walk on in. Quite an aggressive roam we saw from DG with J90 and Shuttle working together. They're over by the bunks side of this map. J90 playing by break. Shuttle was playing at the top of arcade stairs. This was the same spot that we saw both Fultz and Rampy play off of, so there is obviously a meta here. Both teams are following it. The thing is, will Shuttle get pressured from Cafe? We'll have to find out. Somewhere well off site, Fultz decides to go on in on his own, and he runs headfirst into NJR, with NJR coming out on top. And he'll absolutely bury the sledge upstairs inside of the vault. First pick for Disrupt on their very first defense is pretty good, and with half the round left to go, they'll have an advantage that they're going to want to keep.
I think NJR was just peeking out of the bathroom door there and had the long angle up into the breach where Fultz came in from the vault. It's a good awareness kill for NJR. Disrupt's roam working as you would expect it to. This is obviously looking a little bit like Deja Vu, but with the roles reverse for most people, I would assume, as it's pretty much the same defense. Like you said, it's the meta right now, and it's the same roam clear. Top 4, try to pinch the roamers and open up from above. Not really working out for the attack yet, but NJR will take some damage, so there's a little ray of sunshine. As J90 gets Rampy, though, that ray of sunshine might be gone. JR getting opened up on from behind as well as in the bathroom, and he's trying to fight 2 battles. No support from his teammates as of yet, and as low HP, he's not going to be able to win the fight with Thinking Nade. SSG get their first frag on this clear, but they need to find 4 more, and J90 is going to be the one to find his second. Thinking Nade and Bosco now against 13 seconds and 4 players. J90 with the 3rd kill, looking for the 4th, but it's Shuttle to nab it, and DG will take their first defense.
Well, Space Station exhibited the same struggles on their entry that Disrupt had. Not knowing the information, not having all of the drones at your disposal, not having the intel that you need. Doesn't matter where you're pushing from on this map. Both of these teams showed that they had some difficulty with the bunks clear. Obviously, with it being a thrown defense, bunks is not necessarily vital for taking the map and taking the bomb sites, but the one prized possession of that defense is typically over by barrels, and the barrels wall leads into throne. Now, if you want to take any kind of pressure towards the back of throne, you're going to want to open those walls up. But what's one thing that we've actually seen very little of through 7 rounds? We've seen very little successful hard destruction been happening on this map.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It just, these teams right now are getting so bogged down in the entry, the mucky muck, as I called it, Michael.
Yes.
That neither of these teams are really able to get close enough to do much with that hard destruction. Now, I mean, obviously Disrupt had a couple good examples where they proved me wrong and were capable of taking some of that map control away. Whether it be hatches with the X-Kairos, whether it be the exothermic charge on the back of that armory wall downstairs. But ultimately, the standard takes on the thrown bomb site, as we've now seen 4 thrown bomb site defenses, 3 of which were successful, 1 broke in favor of the attackers. They didn't quite play out like what we used to see. Maintenance seemed like largely an afterthought, same with barrels. Teams instead cleared above, and well, that's where the round was won or lost for both SSG and DG when DG was on attack.
I think most of that stems from the extended roam on the top floor that we're seeing repeated over and over and over again for both of the bottom floor sites. West side hold for the defense early on top floor, and as you fall back at the 90-second mark, you don't fall back all the way to the site, you fall back into lab and delay further. Now, when you do this, you're kind of luring the attack to you, and the meta currently is just to hunt those roamers. Now, you could just isolate them and hit the maintenance attack as we're so used to seeing, or as what used to be the meta, I guess. But you then leave yourself open to being flanked later in the round. So there's a lot of risks involved in that. It's interesting to see the attacks and the defenses in Theme Park change over time. I think that this is a very dynamic map that was underappreciated upon its first rework and is starting to become more so as time goes on. Now, in this round, it's a cafe clear. This is something else that's a little bit different. Dedicated cafe clears are not unheard of, but they're not exactly common. And SSG are putting that as their sole focus currently. They'll get a pick on that clear, but it's traded out by J90, who's playing in the hallway, just trying to challenge. He'll go onto the window again, where he got his first kill, and missed the shot this time onto Canadian, who's looking to avenge his teammate. But no scuffles after the initial fray, and both of these teams will chill out a little bit.
That's honestly a really risky fight for Canadian to take. You lose that as Hibana, your only hard breach is completely gone from Space Station's lineup. That's not where you want to be. Well timed from below, though. Not where you want to be is where Shuttle was. He finds a grenade, and that's where the grenade wanted to be. Space Station coming out ahead on that one. Bosco now taking some damage and will be secured. No, J90 is just on a banger right now. Takes out Fultz. Bosco falling to Retro with that smoke secure. Space Station got the opening pick and then held a numbers advantage that has now been squandered. Thinking Nade and Canadian will need to be the 2 members from Space Station to finish this off. Now they've got plenty of time, 40 seconds left, but they are largely starved for utility. Agoyo's shield is thwarting Canadian as he twists. He catches the Nitro Cell. Great aim on his part. Takes the head off of J90 and looks for another inside of the A-bomb. Nobody is going to give him an inch. He does hold the diffuser in his hand, so there will be no risky retrieval needed. Reed could swing out and capitalize on both. He misses his shots, lands it onto one, gets shot with the follow-up shotgun out, and he'll claim both of them. Reed, the body shot machine Adams. He'll get the last laugh in that round. 2 in a row for Disrupt. Ties this game up at 4 apiece.
Impressive round there for Reed, but the real standouts for me so far through this map have to be J90 and, somewhat surprisingly, Retro. You and I were talking about the 3 fraggers on Disrupt's lineup: Shuttle, J90, and JR. And these are the ones that are going to be talked about, the players who will be focused on when it comes to Disrupt's lineup, and that is standard, that's normal, it's expected. Retro and Reed are typically considered to be the support players. In that round, Reed had a big one, but over the map, Retro has also been a serious standout performer in terms of those frags. And I have to, again, harken back to the conversation we were having, another aspect of that was kind of funny. Another aspect of it, which is the fact that Disrupt's whole lineup is consistently contributing on the scoreboard. That is something special, and what has allowed them now, in my opinion, to put the score at nice and even 4-4.
It's a hell of a comeback from Disrupt, and I'd say they have the momentum to carry on forward as they've tied it up within 2 rounds and still have the comfy defense on Theme Park for the remainder of this map. That's a good side to find yourself on. The map will work to your favor. Additionally, round number 7, the very first attack for Space Station. Their knives quite dull on the entry. Second time, well, they got hung up in Cafe, or around Cafe, I should say, because they didn't really so much step foot in that part of the map. They were on the outside looking in. DG rebuffed them. SSG, very linear attack, very linear take. They narrowed the numbers, but still ultimately lost it. And this was after they had an advantage at the start of the round. These small mistakes, inability to call on the fly, which definitely seemed like those 2 rounds for Space Station were more issues about solving things during the mid-round. SSG is going to have to just simply be able to pivot faster than they have so far through these 2 attack rounds. Because DG are playing loose on roam. They're doing well effectively. The Nomad ban from DG is obviously affecting SSG to a certain extent, though Thinking Nate is a very handy patcher, and this is going to be a role that he knows quite well. Speaking of, he'll be integral at pushing Reed and the Mute Jammer off of the wall into maintenance and opening up that wall into Throne. We commented how we haven't really seen that wall get opened up that much, and now it does, but it's not even a Throne defense. It's a lab defense.
I mean, it's the same defense for both sites, right? It's the top floor roam on the same spot and the same retreat. It's just this time, instead of retreating to off-site, you're retreating to the site. But you also do roam in Throne on lab. That's why you see Thinking Aid over here. He had to clear it out to be sure that there was nobody in that position to deny the entry. Armory and labs are essentially the same site strategically for the defense. And I know that seems weird, but you hold labs and armory on both of them, so you have the same roam on both of them. There it is. Early pick does go the way of DG, and they're set up to get some more. There's J90 with the kill onto Bosco. Did he run out, or did the kill come to him? That's my question. Either way, frag acquired. Man advantage furthered. There it is. It was a run out. Canadian will get shuttle, though, so an answer back. And there's still a chance here for Thinking Aid as they start to acquire more targets. This time it's NJR. 3v3 now, with only 30 seconds to make it happen. Mark's coming out. I think that was a Z-ping. I did hear the noise, but we're not seeing it. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Another Z-ping, and there it is. Rampy gets the kill onto J90. And yes, again, sometimes with the spectate mode, you do not see the Z-pings. It's buggy and inconsistent. With only 15 seconds, though, SSG needs to hit the site, and they need to hit it now. Despite their man advantage, there's still plenty of utility for the defenders to dissuade this assault. They will get Canadian. That's a nice kill for Reed, but he is refragged, and Rampy will secure the final frag. SSG take their first attack.
Much better. Better coordination upstairs, better coordination through the mid-round, and then they finally got those last 2 kills inside of the bomb site. And things could have gone quite badly for them, by the way. If you think about it, that diffuser was surrendered after Reed killed, I believe it was Canadian that was hanging on to it. And with how little time there was left, it was a very high possibility that DG could have just simply held out before the clock. They didn't, obviously. SSG knew they had to go frag hunting, and they hunted them down quite adeptly. The lead goes back in the favor of Space Station. They have not trailed so far on Theme Park. DG obviously desperately looking to correct that record. They have 3 rounds left to be able to pull this off, and the only way that DG wins in without going to overtime is to go perfect through the remainder of this match. Or map, rather, I guess you could say. So I do find those get used interchangeably.
Yeah, they do, unfortunately, and that mostly stems from, of course, the UI saying match for map, which just muddies the waters.
We could be Ace and Dez and refer to everything as a fixture.
What's a
A fixture.
Yeah, I know, but I know what like the word fixture means, but what context do they use it in?
Oh no, I think he just makes up words.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Desert just makes up words.
Got it. Roger Dodger. Top floor roam, standard fare, DG. Retro going for a run out though. Wonder if this has been droned. I doubt it. Doesn't seem like we see a drone right now. He's waiting for sound prompts, it looks like. Maybe a rappel of sorts, but no, he'll fall off it. We'll think better of that. Probably the right call. And nade, actually, look at that. A nade. So SSG did drone it out, as they did just nade the door he was at. So good game sense, I suppose, for Retro. Falling back after he didn't see what he wanted and keeping himself in the fight.
Opening picks so far have actually been quite crucial. Most of the times that the teams get the opening pick, they go on to win the round. I think the only exception was round number 8, unless my eyes deceive me here, that broke in favor of SSG, but then it was DG who took it. So this, obviously, is going to be a boon for DG, as they just absolutely punish Rampy. Shuttle, in particular, goes full cross-body karate onto the window out on Cafe, and takes Rampy out of the action. Rampy has had, I won't want to say struggles, because I mean he's 6-2 and 7, but for somebody who's playing operators that are supposed to be getting far more kills than deaths, it's maybe not exactly the stat line that they want. Fultz has been the standout for SSG, and you've had impactful rounds from both Bosco and Canadian, despite the fact that Bosco and Canadian only amount to 7 kills.
Our destruction going on to the top of yellow, and that's going to make clearing the roamers on the top floor a little bit easier. Another angle added to the mess. As you can see, Disrupt, excuse me, are trying to hold on to their roam just a little bit longer, but well, I say a little bit longer, it's like 10 seconds, and they've already fallen back. So now that SSG knows this, their drones come in, they'll start opening above the roamers who are inside of lab, as this is again a repeat of the same strategy we saw SSG use when they were on defense, and thus the same clear being employed by SSG that Disrupt used when they were on attack. It's deja vu. So opening up above, J9O is trying to stay alive. His mission, get as many kills as he can while simultaneously delaying the attack for as long as he can. And he's fulfilling those, I guess, parameters for a pretty good margin.
Lots of damage done to Fultz there, swinging away, but Fultz gets the last laugh. He unsheaths his own SMG-11 and shows what can be done from that angle. NJR picks up 2 kills from the same spot inside of what's now referred to as storage, but I wonder what they're storing, because that certainly looks like something to me, Michael. Contraband, if you want to call it that. A 2v4 with DG looking once again like they'll be able to get back up and tie. Bad play from Fultz as he walks right in. Reed gets both those kills once again. Body shots. Body shot machine on the Canadian and Fultz. Tie game yet again, 5-5.
Well done there to DG. And I mean, yeah, if you're going to have Reed the body shot machine, you should probably put him on the AUG. One of the best body shot weapons on defense, since it's technically an assault rifle and has assault rifle properties like good damage drop off and high overall damage in general. So yeah, well done to Reed holding that up, but really the round was won by the roamers. The time that was delayed and SSG's inability to clear out NJR in storage. So once again, even round count after SSG got their first attack win. They are answered by another defense success for DG, this time in Armory. It'll be a bunk daycare defense next for DG, and this map has proven to be quite a bit closer than I think many would have expected.
Significantly so. After the first 3 rounds went in favor of SSG, my gut was telling me, okay, well, this one probably won't be that close. How wrong I was. And now here we are. I mean, that was also DG starting on the wrong side, quote unquote. Oftentimes you want to be on defense on Theme Park, and this is a perfect example as to why, with how good DG has been. DG's best so far plays on defense have all revolved around roaming. So when we were finger pointing at DG when they were on attack, saying, well, their entry is not the greatest. Well, their ability to clear is not the greatest. Their intel gathering, not the greatest. Now we say the same thing about Space Station. this could just be the way that this matchup is playing out. Some teams are very confident in what ends up winning you the match, or is your anchor play, the mid-round. Most of the action has been characterized by the entry, though, here on Theme Park. First pick, second pick, you've basically decided the fate of the round at this point.
Yeah, the entries have definitely been very important. Another thing that I want to put all of your focuses towards is look at those scoreboards. Typically, I don't like to focus on kills and deaths too much, but notice how on DG, I talked about this a little bit earlier, notice how DG's kills are just a little bit more spread than SSG's. That really does make a significant difference, and I think it can give the team who is doing more in the way of teamwork and give them the edge in the match overall. I have to note here, that was an amazing use of an EMP from SSG and a great efficient utility burn, as they were able to not only get, I believe, 2 or 3 ADSs, but an explosive shield and control of Cafe with 1 Ash Charge and 1 EMP. That's fantastic.
Thatcher's been a must pick for both of these teams so far. Obviously, he has a different use now that his EMPs simply disable rather than destroy. So you have to be a little bit more precise about this one. Double drone sent into NJR, though, and no amount of EMPs are going to change that. Rampy can't spring in the way he wants to. There's a barbed wire at his feet, so he'll just pre-fire in vain in hopes of coaxing NJR out of his position. But he's like a statue right now. NJR's not going to give an inch. There's a flash, so he's going to get pushed down. A grenade goes onto the stairs. That's well coordinated, but it doesn't do the job that it wants. There's a grenade right into the head of NJR. He manages to get a kill before he gets dragged back down, so that's a martyrdom by Fultz as they both end up losing their lives. No team with the opening pick that they wanted. Rampy vaults in and right back out to give Canadian a bit of breathing room. 40 seconds left. That's all it is for SSG. My favorite round, match point is on the line for either of these teams. Keep in mind, DG has never led so far on Theme Park. This is as good a time as ever to be able to do that. They'll have to confront the choke points that have been established by the soft destruction. Reed playing off of the mirror window will be one to watch those exact points. SSG stacked up and they're going to be waiting for the call to go on in. But with 20 seconds left and a flank drone tossed out, DG will feel the heat. A nitro cell could blunt SSG's momentum. It just takes a single toss. Thinking nade on in. Nitro cell goes down. Is it connecting? No, it's SSG dominating the kill feed. They only need just a single plant. Canadian going for it as Shuttle tusses a team kill from Thinking nade onto Bosco. Not ideal, but Canadian will be able to get this down as Shuttle is watched from the black mirror that's established. He manages to rotate out, but there's too many members of Space Station to stop. Thinking nade gets the very final kill with the pistol in his hand. Match point in favor of Space Station.
So obviously that was a very messy round, and it actually, I personally thought that was going to go the way of Disrupt for a good while there.
As did I.
But the mistake that Disrupt made was over-investing into the expectation of the daycare plant. Yeah, the time was low, but not so low that SSG couldn't force further site control. And you saw the Mira playing on his own Mira window, trying to toss out C4s to, deal with the daycare push. There was no daycare push. SSG read into that Mira window and said, okay, we're not going to go into daycare, which of course they would. Why would they push into daycare when they're going to die to a Mira? So instead, they try to force their way over the catwalk, and that miraculously works out. Very clumped up on the catwalk. I thought they would be gunned down. Not the case. So it's the second time we saw that cafe to catwalk execution on daycare defense from DG, from SSG. And second time's the charm, it seems. It works here. Though, again, I would stress that it was very close, and I really do feel like DG could have taken it. Just as I do feel that they could take this round now, based on what we've seen through this map, OT is definitely not out of the question.
When I saw all three members of Space Station all clumped up by Arcade, I was thinking to myself, all it takes is one nitro cell.
Right?
I mean, obviously, from where the mirror window was inside of the back of bunks, from the way that you have to swing out of the doorway, there's no way that DG would have been able to arc that C4 properly. I mean, you could have done maybe some damage to the person closest to the door, but that was about it. So, this once again, though, just if we look at the score sheet, plays into something that I had said right as we got into this map. even when DG loses, the maps are still really close. If there's a loss here, it's yet another 5-7 loss for Disrupt, which obviously will sting right now, but it is something that they can look at as a point of pride. You were able to still make it all the way to the bitter end against your opponent, regardless of their skill, regardless of what map it is. Now, I do think it's a major loss because this is DG's map. Up next is Consulate. It's a map that SSG have played but don't play all the time, noted by our analysts before we got in here, so that'll be a bit of a Wild West to watch, but you don't want to be facing down a 2-0 deficit, so you'll have to be really precise on this one. And J90 was great in this spot before, playing by Cafe. We'll see if he can do the same thing on the shrewd angle that's been established next to the deployable shield.
Not an easy position to play, and on that last round, we saw SSG use an EMP above to clear this out, but the Wamai makes it a little bit more difficult since you'll have to EMP 2 different locations. Nice shot! J90 takes down Bosco, and he'll retreat. He got the kill he needed. He doesn't need to stay there any longer. Once again, the EMP on the roof, and once again, the Ash Charge will get the shield. This time it did take 2 Ash Charges, though, and after the Jackal is gone, that's a considerable expenditure of not only time, utility, and but also manpower. So SSG now, I think, on a significant back foot, and I'm not going to say that overtime is a shoo-in at this point, but it is certainly seeming a whole lot more likely.
Bomb located by attacker.
I'd agree with you there, especially when you factor in the first kills and how they have told the story of the round. This isn't one of those games where you get the first kill, but you're still able to bounce back. You surrender the first person in the lobby, 9 times out of 10, you're losing the round. So we're going to have to see Lightning essentially strike twice here for Space Station to be able to win the round, despite being down numbers. It's going to be an office defense, by the way, so if they want to attack bunks, which is where the bomb site was previously, they'll have to battle with these mirror windows. Now, no Hibana is brought this time, and that's going to make for quite a challenge, as you're going to need an exothermic charge to take it off. Your shuttle on the hunt. Cue the Jaws sound. He manages to take out 1, swings for 2, but he can't land the shots. Thinking Nade punishes him. Still an advantage for his team, and a good waste of time. NJR in on the fun. Retro 2, thinking they'd last one left. Retro 2 big kills. We're going to overtime between these squads.
Wow. All right. So good round from DG there. Mostly, I have to give credit to J90 and Shuttle. Of course, Shuttle did not get the second kill on his roam, and I'm sure the chat was giving him a little bit of ridicule for that. But what he did do is get the first kill, which was huge considering the already mounting deficit that SSG was finding themselves in. And he delayed the attack further in an already slow execution. But that attack was slow because of J90's hold in a cafe hallway early in the round and the lethargy displayed by SSG. The fact that it took them so long to get an EMP above that shield. You could see SSG was just waiting outside the cafe door, telling Thinking Nade, hey, you know what? We need an EMP above the shield. Can you put an EMP above the shield? We'd like an EMP for like 20, 30 seconds. And then finally they get it, but not before their Jackal dies, which makes things even more difficult because it's the Jackal dying, and that's why they didn't fully clear out the roamers. SSG had already lost time. They didn't have their Jackal. Shuttle just sits in break room. So props to Shuttle for realizing he could do that. Props to J90 for great early delay and early frag. And SSG, that was probably the weakest round we've seen from them so far.
This has just been an absolute defender's delight. These 4-2 score lines for the defense both times. DG have been excellent with the way that they've flowed through the map. They have held control of this map through, I would say, every single defense. I mean, they've had a couple bad breaks, but even in the rounds that they've lost, they've still looked strong enough. I think there's only one that really jumps to mind that was firmly Space Station's. I don't know if this is going to shake the confidence of SSG at all. A victory here for DG nullifies the one map advantage that SSG had and just puts us back into a very standard best of 3 to be played out over Consulate, Oregon, and Villa, which are decent maps for both of these teams, frankly. I don't think you're going to see any clear-cut winners in map ban phases, and when you start to get towards the top, and a team like DG is very much making a case that they are inching their way towards the top of North America with their performance so far, I think that the map pool isn't going to make that huge of a difference.
I think that in this map, if it's to be used as any example, both teams have a adept understanding of the meta and are able to adapt to each other. So yeah, I think the map pool might play a small part, but really we are seeing some pure competition here, and I don't think it's muddied by anything in particular, and that's my takeaway right now. As we come closer to the end of this first map in this best of 5, as a reminder, it is in fact a best of 5, and SSG does in fact have a 1 map advantage because they came in from the winners bracket. So keep that in mind. If Disrupt do take this, it'll be 1-1 in the series overall.
Utility being dumped in to see who goes to map point. It was SSG sitting on that. I will again remind people, DG has not led so far. So that is something that very much will play in the back of their minds. This is more of a standard execute onto Throne and Armory as Reed just narrowly evades one frag grenade tossed in. There's a Nitro Cell from above. J90 will open it up and then look for a kill. Thinking Nade goes down to Shuttle, so this roam is working out well. J90 hitting his shots, and he'll land one onto Rampy. Candelas get tossed on in. 2 kills in favor of DG, but Bosco manages to just feast on him. Door gets thrown out. He's playing this angle and tosses it on in. Canadian going for the plant. He sees the tracers. Bosco capitalizes. Fultz with 1-2. Shuttle is last alive, but he manages to shut down Canadian. He rushes out a split and will have to re-engage with a portion of HP. Candela screaming in the distance, but Shuttle doesn't see it. He's waiting. His entry is going to be caught by Fultz. Bosco will have to go for the plant. And there's Shuttle swinging one way. He sees the elbow, but misses it. Back to match point. Space Station will go.
That's massive. I'm sure many of you picked up on this, but look, if Shuttle would lean the correct way right there, if Shuttle was leaning the right way, he would have had Peeker's advantage and probably would have won that fight with Fultz. He could have put that into a 1v1 and forced the last attacker off the plant. And that tiny little inaction costing DG around is, I think, a good example of how close this map is as a whole. And it's not, of course, the only reason why DG lost that round. I'm sure most of you were expecting DG to take it, given that they had racked up the man advantage. They had roamers still. They were about to flank the primary execution into the site, and everything was looking great. And then Ying happened. What a great job there for SSG, bringing the Ying and controlling not only Throne, but also Split. Meanwhile, the roamers, we didn't see them die, but we saw the kill feed. The roamers died off screen and put SSG back in control of a round that was seemingly lost. And that really is a powerful execution there, spearheaded by Fultz once again. If I can direct everyone's attention to the scoreboard one more time. Again, that redundancy that you see on DG's kill feeds, or not kill feed, I guess kill trackers, is definitely really powerful because it means anyone can pop off at any time. But Fultz has been putting his team on his back right now, and Rampy, Thinking Nade, and Bosco certainly are not slouching.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Sorry, I had to sneeze literally right as you finished talking. That's why there was a weird pause.
That's okay. Sometimes a little
Production can confirm they saw my face.
I'm sure we'll see it on Twitter in a little bit if Bartosz can get a handle on that picture.
Oh god, I hope not. They're always watching.
He's gonna message production right now asking for it, I bet.
Please don't show it.
Oh man.
J90 continuing to play as effectively as he has. He had a bit of a slow start in that Sonics match to start the day yesterday, but then obviously picked it back up and has now been an absolute highlight for Disrupt. Even though he was just a trial member / temporary stand-in, fill-in, ringer, whatever you want to call it, he got a lot of praise from the SQ members saying that J90 and Legs were actually good enough to hang in professional play. And if they're good enough for pro play, then they need to get picked up by somebody somewhere. J90 obviously making it onto this DG squad in somewhat of a controversial fashion after Nyx was the one that was given the boot. He's proved his worth. A big round from him, and that could spell the end of Space Station as Canadian gets baited in and then finished off. Excellent teamwork. Reed descending the stairs over by Dragon. Surrendering the first pick for Space Station is not the start that they wanted here. A 15-round bonanza almost seems likely unless SSG's anchors and offsite play are able to keep this one close.
Well, Faults is still alive, so this is not over just yet. But with Disrupt having the man advantage off of a roam clear that typically does not net any kills for the attack, things are looking on the up and up here for DG, despite them being down by a round. The key is whether or not they'll be able to jump over that pressure. Because sometimes when you're in a position like this and you fought a long time for a map, as the team on the back end, or the team that is more likely to lose, I guess you could say, the pressure can get to you, and what you know and what you've practiced can leave your mind and leave you in a bad spot as a result. So it's on DG to keep that practice in their minds as they execute now onto these throne roamers before taking into the site. They've only got 40 seconds to do it, so it's going to be tight.
Down goes Shuttle to Thinking Nate as he makes it back to the bomb site quite safely. One of the best players for Disrupt will no longer be a factor for these 30 seconds of action. Rampy knows he's being hunted down inside of Armory. He's got Fultz as backup. But the greater issue for Disrupt is the clock. Fultz gets finished off from J90, so things are going to get a little bit more desperate. But Thinking Nate obviously proving his worth. Damage done to NJR. Thinking Nate will finish the kill onto Reed that he'd started earlier. NJR all on his own with only 5 seconds left. Where is he going to go? He and Retro will have to burst on in, but Thinking Nate and Rampy are better right now. All Rampy needs to do is just wait. Space Station take the round, and with it, the map. They thwart the stats. They're up 2-0 and only a single map away from making it to the major.
What an impressive performance there from SSG, and in particular, Thinking Nade. He's really fighting to be the one to win that community vote. We'll see if he is in the end, but what we do know is now SSG are up 2-0 in the series, given that they came in from that winner bracket.
Absolutely huge game from both teams. We've still got maybe 3 more maps to go. We'll see. It's a nail biter for the fans of Disrupt, but they come up just a little bit short. Space Station finds themselves only a single map away from the goal that they have, which is to make it to the major. We have an analyst desk segment ready for you, but before that, a short break, and then we'll be back with more of the grand finals here in the qualifiers.
The Road Champs, the Space Boys, whatever you want to call them, they are now up 2-0 in maps in the grand finals against Disrupt Gaming. But still, great effort from both teams. The Disrupt Gaming actually looked like they could have ran away from it. You heard Kickstar and Parker Kickstar and Intero give DG a lot of props as they battled it out to get all the way to overtime, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Felly, the sun is currently setting right outside my window, getting hella dark, and the sun might also be setting on Disrupt's chances to make it to the major. This is their last chance. That's the lead-off map won by SSG, something I think we all probably saw coming. They're a very, very good team on Theme Park, even if we don't see it very much. And unfortunately for Disrupt, they had a lot of opportunities to make things work and just couldn't round it out in the end.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought Disrupt showed like a really great showing. I think they should be proud of this matchup. You know, Parker talked about the fact that they're not going to be happy with a close loss, but I think at the end of the day, if you look back on a match and say like, wow, we had some really good rounds, you know, that's still valuable for a team and for helping you going forward after the game is over. This was their map pick. Obviously, they had the full pool to choose from. There were no bans before this, so it's definitely a hurtful loss to DG. They're really going to have to claw it back if they want to come back after this matchup.
And oh my god, look at the stats right now. Looking at Disrupt Gaming, and this was also a discussion, it's just about even. You have players with 13, 11, 10 kills, and then 8 and 6 behind them. We look at Spacestation Gaming, and this is looking scary and really good at the same time. Folks 16 and 11. But Canadian at the bottom, 3 and 9. Jesse, if you were to look at these stats, what is going to be your biggest takeaway?
I mean, I think Canadian, like, going 3 and 9 is fine. This is kind of going back to the role change where they talked about where False is moving more to that roam position and Canadian's moving more to that anchor position. So Canadian can give out that information, help with the team, like, communication-wise, leading-wise, and, you know, the one they call Falsey Poo is the one fragging out, and that's exactly what happened. I think Spacestation, you know, it's not as even as Disrupt maybe, but it's fine. You know, they got the dub, and that's what matters.
All right, so Jacob, looking at this game, I'm going to be completely honest. You and I, we were talking about how Disrupt, they've been doing so well. Same with Spacestation Gaming. You like what you see from both teams. But with Theme Park going underway and Spacestation being on top, you looked at the record, you saw that it's been banned a lot and not a lot of teams give them a chance to play on it. Could this be the exact reason why?
Yeah, there's a really, really good map that we just saw for SSG, and there's a very good reason why we don't see it. It's because they do this to almost every team that they play. They've only lost Theme Park once over the course of the past couple months, ever since Theme Park was even put back into the rotation, or sorry, put into the rotation in the first place for competitive play. Remember, all the way back in February when it replaced Bank Pepperidge Farm, remembers? All the way back then, we had SSG adopt this map into their pool and use it and go back to it consistently whenever they could. Stage 1 and Stage 2, everyone started catching on to it a little bit more. They weren't really that interested in giving Space Station a chance to go back to it. And even in a loss, the one time that they've lost this map, it was an 8-7 loss. They still kept things close. They know how to be disciplined and hang in there when the pressure gets too tight. And so far, I think we have enough evidence with just that map to understand why you don't want to take SSG to Theme.
Yep, and speaking of Theme, it takes a lot of adaptation to be able to beat the Road Champs. And Jesse, you said that you've seen a lot of that on both sides, not just Space Station Gaming, but also Disrupt. What type of adaptation did you really see?
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was a lot of adaptation, right, when we went back to a couple of the same sites. I thought the armory holds from Space Station in that first half were one of the really key aspects where we saw that. The first time, they had a really great roam that extended over to lab storage. You know, those roamers stayed alive for a long time. The intel wasn't there, and they managed to win the whole round in favor of Space Station. Then we saw Disrupt coming back, another shot at that bomb site. And what did they do? Well, they knew where those roamers were going to be, so they focused them down. They pressured them from above. They pressured them from, you know, the sides, and they managed to kill those roamers a lot quicker than the first time, focused on the site, and then they took that round. Space Station then ran the map, or the round, or the bomb site, there we go, right back. And they've just changed up their roam a little bit. You put more players up above, you put faults below, and managed to really run all over them. And I think that's really what's great to see at high-level gameplay, you know? And I don't think that we necessarily would expect that from Disrupt Gaming, particularly if you go back a couple of weeks. But them being able to hang with SSG and trade blows like that, that's really impressive.
It is big. It talks about the progression and loud volume, right? But yeah, we had a poll if you follow our social pages, and this one is actually pretty decent. It says both of these players are on fire today. Which one will keep burning up in the grand final? We had Thinkinade and also J90. We're trying to show him some love. And Jacob, who do you think won that poll?
Have I been wrong on getting one of these polls yet?
I don't know.
Do I want to tarnish my reputation?
I'm playing Jacob. I think you've been right. So
someone
far.
send me a laptop so I can be a cool kid. Anyway, it's honestly, it probably might be SSG in this case.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesse, you agree? Yeah. So
definitely.
You guys are right. This little graphic up on the screen. Thinkinade had 58%. J90 42%. But map 2, right? Map 2 is about to be underway. All the players are almost ready in the lobby, and I just want to say I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in so far. Jacob and Jesse, I know you're excited about this. Hopefully, Disrupt Gaming can take this a map further as they try to even the odds, but we'll see as they are playing for their lives in Space Station. Kicks and Taro, take it away.
Thank you so very much, Veli. Greatly appreciated, and thank you to the rest of the analysts as well. This is a fascinating map because it's an insta-ban for Disrupt. Obviously not played by them so far in these qualifiers, not played by SSG either, so we have nothing to go off of. It's not going to be a familiar map, but you know what is familiar? This laptop. The Predator Helios 700. I have familiarized myself with every groove, every nook, every cranny of this thing while I've been using it, Michael. It is a hell of a machine, let me tell you right now.
Yeah, and I have the Triton 500, which I think has slightly worse specs than Parker's, but it has I believe, a 9750H, 16 gigs of RAM, if I'm not mistaken, and a 2070, of course, the laptop version. It's also very thin. It's less than an inch, so that's pretty awesome. And
that's really thin. Wow.
Yeah, that's the Predator Triton 500. But with all that done now, we're going to go ahead and get into the game. We've got everybody in the lobby. We've got the map all loaded up and ready. It's Consulate. Disrupt on defense. SSG starting on attack.
Let's get into the game. You see in the middle of your screen. We'll zoom on in. Will SSG make this a statement match? They are only a single map away from the major. That's it. So we'll see exactly what they're capable of doing. We'll start with the operator bans. Disrupt will be on defense first. You can see it on the top of your screen, and that also means that DG will get first ban. They don't like Hibana. That'll force Canadian onto Ace, possibly Thermite, depending on how SSG wants to play it out. Nomad banned by SSG.
See, while these defensive bans pan out, Valkyrie, as I'm sure many expected, as this is Consulate, one of the most friendly maps for Valkyrie. Because Echo is currently not in play in competitive Siege, it might be a Maestro, it might be a Mira, maybe a Pulse. No, it'll be a Mute. All right, so Disrupt, get rid of the Mute, knowing how valuable that can be in delaying the attack on the roam clear. And SSG, we've talked about this a little bit, is the type of team that really saw some of their best years in that Mozzie Mute meta, and have still been practitioners of that particular setup.
I like how you said their best years, when in all reality, that meta existed for 6 months.
You know what? It felt like years, Parker.
Yeah, it's felt like 2020 has been 10 years. So
yeah, I think that 2019 was 4 years ago.
March was 2 whole years itself.
Yep.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
But
attack.
yeah, it's been a long one, and so forgive me for losing track of time. As has this series, actually. Well, not the series, I guess. The series has only been one map so far, but as has this play day. We did have some long ones earlier. And we could see this series go a little bit longer. There's definitely potential for all 3 maps to be played, but I will say I am skeptical of DG's ability to take 3 maps in a row against Space Station.
That's daunting.
Yeah,
absolutely
it is.
daunting.
10 seconds left.
So
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, crazier things have happened.
That's true.
Reverse sweeps against this squad of SSG. Well, I mean, almost happened kind of in the SI finals, but also, I mean, Canadian knows a thing or two about reverse sweeps.
20.
So
Oh, he does, yeah.
he, unfortunately, probably the most experienced man at reverse sweeps in all of Rainbow Six.
That was the 2018 SI finals, right?
I just want to point out something here, that there is a very heavy roam upstairs, and SSG are wasting no time to open up this garage panel. It's only Retro and Reed that are there, and there you go. Both panels have now been opened up. Reed will set up an Evil Eye, and SSG could hit the site really fast if they determine that this is the perfect time to strike. Rampy's got a drone in there. There were 2 drones stacked up right side of the garage panel, 1 Canadian, 1 Fultz. We'll see exactly what they do. This offsite play for Disrupt is going to have to get back to the bomb site in somewhat of a hurry.
We'll see if he makes it back before the action starts. No guarantee. Disrupt do have control above the breach in piano, so that'll be a consideration for SSG. Or, I mean, I would hope it would be. If they don't consider it, then they'll have serious trouble when they go for their execution through the breach, regardless of how many smokes they've got. The only smokes that would be useful in dealing with those holes above would be Capitau's, and he's not in play. So, Space Station droning out the site. I think they spotted NJR above just now, and he's going to now be a focus for SSG. Down goes a Selma. I think that was intended for the shield and security hall, or maybe the security wall. Either way, it gets caught by an ADS, and so will not detonate on its target. DG are doing a great job of delaying this execution from SSG and not giving any picks away in the process. SSG will need to reevaluate their execution before they push in through this breach, or it will be catastrophe.
Trying to go in without taking control of Piano is a fool's errand, Michael, and many teams have allowed just that alone to be their undoing. Rampy with the C7E takes out Retro, and a joint entry from Space Station into the main lobby will cost NJR his life. A follow-up and great shot from Bosco. He loses Fultz right behind him, but Shuttle won't go anywhere as thinking it has that on yellow stairs. Reed alone inside of the bomb site. Plenty of marks for him to play off of, but limited ability for him to get out of the room he's in. He's done and dusted. Round 1 for Space Station, and they only drop a single player.
You know, I think the most impressive part about that round for me when it comes to Space Station was how suffocating they were to the disrupt roam while adjusting into the roam clear. It wasn't from the get-go a roam clear for SSG, as I'm sure many have seen. You start an admin office, you put someone on CEO rappel, you clear from admin office down to piano, get the 2 top floors, cut off the rotations, start opening up above, then you open up the garage, or maybe you open the garage while you were doing that with 1 or 2 other players on your attacking team. That's your typical top floor clear to deal with the piano presence. But SSG opens up the garage, has all 5 players outside of the garage, and are looking to execute straight into the site. They then spot the holes above, determine that, okay, we can't just hit the site. DG has accounted for this, and they're going to be up top. We need to deal with that. So they adjust their strategy into clearing out the roamers in the middle floor late in the round, and everything works for them. That's probably the most impressive thing for me about that round. Usually, I think the attackers, when trying to adjust like that, would have been punished quite a lot more. But I guess not SSG.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Live and die by the roam. DG's roam on Theme Park was very strong. Their roam on Consulate through 1 round didn't work out so well. This is an Archives Teller's defense, and I don't even know if you can call it a roam. I don't think that's it's technically correct, but at the same time I feel like stylistically it's not quite a roam if you're playing directly above the bomb site. It really depends on how people want to characterize it, but I mean NJR and J90 are going to be sitting right over top of that B bomb waiting to drop.
Yeah, it's kind of, roam can be loosely defined at times. Right now, the clear for SSG is in full force, focused on the top floor, it seems. Rampy's going to be the one over by balcony. What's up?
I tried to muffle a sneeze.
Oh, okay. I thought you were laughing.
No, I sneezed earlier.
My bad.
Michael, I've never laughed with you.
Oh.
Yeah. We never get references.
Oh.
I didn't mean to take you away, by the way, from...
That's okay. I'm done crying. So, anyway, Disrupt holding on to admin office. SSG trying to clear this out, but it's not going to be an easy task. You can see these roamers are, well, we say roamers, I guess. You can see these players in admin are going to actually fall back. 90-second mark. You'll notice that the 90-second mark, or the 1 minute 30 mark, is the standard retreat call, trumpet, whatever you want to say, for most roams. Any kind of dedicated extension from the site will be generally called back at around the half mark. That's it.
Called back home. SSG have taken that top floor and will now move to the main floor as they will likely try to bait out these nitro cells. You look on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see that there's 3 explosive devices for Disrupt. All 3 of those can be tossed out at any moment, but Reed's going to need to get into the bomb site, and there he goes. Called back at the perfect time. Shuttle will be one of the most important parts of this entire defense, as that cardiac sensor in the hands of Pulse will spot anybody that comes down and tries to go for a plant. You dodge one of those nitro cells and you don't suffer a casualty, you're in pretty good shape there, and I think SSG would be very happy with that. They are moments away from being able to get into the bomb site, trying to bait out a nitro cell, but nobody does it just yet. Thinking they'd punished by the vigil of J90, who's now being watched by Bosco on Spiral Stairs. Reed picks off Fultz, and there's the phone call. J90 outdueled by Bosco, but he gets picked off by NJR, down by Zulu. Canadian gets the plant down. He and Rampy are still alive, and just like that with the OBJ on, it's 2v2. There goes NJR to Canadian. He's fragging and also sitting on that diffuser. Last member of DG needs to ascend from the stairs, and Canadian's going to get out of there. He's going to leave it all in the hands of Rampy. Down Canadian goes, just waiting very patiently. Still alive, just down the stairs. Don't get worried, those of you that can't see it. Retro has no idea where the positioning of either Canadian or Rampy are, and, well, there's also a diffuser that he's going to have to deal with. Right back up top onto his mirror window, a huge round from Canadian. Not just the objective, but also 3 big kills and the logic bomb to paralyze the defenders. SSG up 2-0.
Man, that was an especially messy round while executing into the site there. You saw Disrupt scramble to deal with the problem. The phone call was definitely a big part of why that swung in the favor of SSG. It facilitated the plant, as did the pressure that SSG was applying from above. Disrupt were, I guess, good at not only punishing the push down in the spiral, but also in punishing the execution into the site. But ultimately, they failed because Canadian was able to get the plant down and then after get his gun up. That was the real problem. Canadian picked up 2 huge kills in the site before retreating outside and playing the post plant. So major props to Canadian. I think he's definitely the star of that round. And good so far start for SSG. 2 rounds in a row. Consulate looking like another... I'm not going to say... I'm trying to figure out how to word this, because it definitely feels like SSG is in full control of these rounds. It feels like Disrupt is more reacting than anything, and those reactions are not always coming at the right time. I'm not seeing the same, I guess, proximity between these teams that I saw in Theme Park. Not yet, anyway.
I mean, you have a team that is quite well practiced on Consulate and does play it in SSG, even though infrequently. And then you've got DG, who have this as one of their insta-bans. Problem with a best of 5 is that your opponents can exploit a smaller map pool.
Yeah.
If you're uncomfortable on 2, maybe 3 maps, you're going to be in bad shape in a best of 5, especially if that map that you're bad on tends to line up with what your opponent is good on. Usually, you could insta-ban it. Not any longer, you can't. Weak maps are going to make it through. Not even touching on the fact that DG just played a grueling best of 3 and now needs to come in and play a best of 5, and there will be some exhaustion and experience at play here, along with nerves, but you find yourself with a really bad odds, honestly, if you have a small map pool.
As much as DG doesn't seem to be very comfortable here, you know, technically speaking, it's also not a fantastic map for SSG. They've got a lot of experience on it, mind you, but it's hit and miss for them. You know, it's not one of their top. But that might, I mean, that might be not that important if DG is so bad at this map. There's sometimes maps that teams just cannot go to, and as you mentioned, Parker, Consulate appears to be that map for DG based on it being one of their insta-bans. We'll see, though. There's still time for a comeback. This is early days. 0-2 is not a death sentence. So, with that in mind, DG roaming on the top floor, trying to delay the round. It's a nook from Rampy and a great punch on the barricade from Fultz to get the first kill. Rampy has made his way into the bathroom. The camera's not spotting him, and so he'll get a freebie onto Reed, who is not paying attention. Takes a little bit of damage, but Canadian gives back more than Rampy received. And Fultz, meanwhile, also getting Retro in the sight. Well, it's all on Shuttle, and we've talked this man up quite a lot today, but I just don't see it happening. He'll get some information above, but really, it's the firing squad for Shuttle as he's spotted by the drone. A flawless round for SSG.
Goodness gracious. Round number 1 was nearly flawless as well, but Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This was the same score line that we saw start off Theme Park, and it tightened up. It was a flawless round, 3 rounds for SSG, all 3 of them opening picks breaking in favor of Space Station. Well, so far, objective down, 2 opening duels in their favor, 3 rounds, and a flawless. The only thing that they missed out on was the opening pick in round number 2. Other than that, it's an identical start to this map. Theme Park, it took a little bit of time for DG to find their footing. Will the same thing happen here on Consulate? It's a very fair question to ask, but it's they don't play it. They don't win on it. I don't know if they're going to have the same ability to keep this one close. If this is the start that we're seeing and it continues onwards, this map is going to be a painful showing for Disrupt.
Yo, Parker.
Exposing a flaw in their map pool. But I'm hoping for a more Theme Park-esque map because I'd like to see another 14-round delight between these 2 teams.
Parker.
Yes.
Jesse fact. Consulate was the first map DG ever won in the NAL. They haven't won it since. Jesse fact.
Jesse fact.
10 seconds to go.
We need a clever way to play off of it.
Oh, yeah? Like how?
Yeah, like, I don't know. We'll find something. Something with Jesse, something with Chick.
Jesse asks, did you know?
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
Jesse Chick tips. That doesn't work because he's just
You
supplying.
don't really work in branding,
It's,
do
it's
you?
information, so it's not
Yeah. He's fun.
not really tips.
That's a crazy stat, though, when you think about it. Consulate was the first map DG ever won in the NAL.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the same day as Skingate?
What was Skingate?
Skingate was when they were playing against, I think it was OXG.
Uh-huh.
It was OXG and it was on Cafe and they were keeping it pretty close, and then, well, then Skingate happened with the operator skins.
I don't remember this one. Was it Nah, it's too long ago. Oh, this is fun. Jacob fact. SSG takes it. Also, that's Wendy's I had for dinner. Was awesome.
Okay. I don't care about Jacob's facts. I come for Jesse's facts. It's a garage take from Space Station here, and they've opened up both of these panels. So we're seeing similar things. Frag grenade gets tossed on in upstairs to console office. That's going to be Bosco playing on that role.
Yep.
So because he's in that spot, he's going to get rid of NJR, and he'll go back to exactly where he was before. Now, how did SSG tackle this last time? They went through the main lobby. Very brazenly. They just broke in the front door. It was both the Sledge and the Ash, and Fultz and Bosco did a lot of damage. There goes some Selmas. Onto the back walls, this Canadian is going to be looking to throw down some smokes, but the Malusi above is going to have to be taken care of. If you can get rid of NJR, remove him from the picture, you will be in good shape to be able to pull off this execute. If not, Canadian is going to get spotted as he wades through the smoke and is going to be gunned down. There goes one smoke and a toxic canister tossed out for added insurance. Retro felled by thinking nade, and just for a moment, NJR looked like he would have to move from his position. But he's waiting so patiently for this push to come. Fultz tries to break in, but he meets Shuttle and loses the fight, with Shuttle taking that one. Damage done to Canadian, with Rampy watching from the back. Oh, what a shot from Shuttle. He wins the duel while Rampy was ready for it, and Bosco falls as well. Everybody from Space Station is dead. It leaves Thinking Nade right now by the Banshee on yellow stairs. He'll have to find 3 kills from Disrupt. Diffuser is down as well, so he'll go fishing. Does he catch anything? That's the real question. He can see the foot, but I don't think he noticed it. The Maestro in the corner of Reed could have been spotted, but then you give away your position. He's caught in the Banshee's allure, and he can't do anything. It's both Reed and the Mozzie of Shuttle to clean up. Disrupt find their very first round, the same round that they started their comeback on Theme Park. Will we see history repeat itself?
No, we will see, Parker. Shuttle without sunglasses.
Well, it's the evening now. It's
Yeah.
6:10 in Vegas.
Yeah, so he's put on his regular glasses. Anyway, the attack there was considerably less coordinated than every other attack we've seen so far from SSG, and I think that's really the main problem. It seemed as if they were trying to do a split push through the garage and from the back. That caused a lot of problems because now they're sandwiching themselves between the roamers and the anchors. And they're spreading their forces thin. And by they, I mean SSG. So not a great attacking solution there. And DG punished it accordingly. I think that SSG dealing with the roamers in the middle floor and then executing through the garage as they did before probably would have been the call. But obviously, SSG is the type of team that likes to, think on their toes, adjust to try and keep their opponent thinking on their toes, and, not be stagnant. So they tried something new. It didn't work out. I don't think it's necessarily going to change the overall flow of this map, personally. But who knows? Maybe it's that little boost of confidence that Disrupt needs in order to take this.
They needed a shot to the arm. I think that's what they really needed here. It's very easy for your spirit to be broken after those 3 rounds. This was talked about by a couple people involved in the scene. At a best of 5 in Rainbow Six is one of the most grueling matches anybody is going to play involving this game. And you're going to do that after a best of 3 against a very even-footed team of yours, or opponent rather, in the Sonics. They're both about the same, so it's not like you had a breeze to get here. You had to sweat it out. That makes it really tough for DG to just have that mental composure, especially for a relatively young team. NJR and J90 have very, very minimal experience. Even Reed doesn't have that much experience. You're gonna basically rest on leaders like Shuttle and Retro to be the two to guide you forward.
This is brazen, and I think he's going to get away with it. And JR, meanwhile, will pick up 2 kills, which is far more exciting, but we didn't get to see it. Thinking Aid will shut him down, and so, while DG does still command the man advantage, and JR knows he did his job on that run out, and can feel confident sitting on the bench waiting for his next attempt at an defensive round. J90 trying to hold above. Fultz will be the one to address this. He's wary of the multiple angles that can be played by the Vigil. And ooh, that timing actually might work out for him, though, as he swings the corner and hears his opponent due to the phone call. Lion EE1D also making some serious waves, and it'll force J90 to fall back downstairs. He doesn't want to give away the man advantage. Rightfully so. Good awareness. He had lost the control that he had.
Fultz and Canadians still upstairs. Are they shadowboxing right now? They were fighting against an invisible adversary, so they, with a minute left, are going to have to move and try to open up the hatch from above. And look at that, your secondary gadget being brought. Instead of the thermite in Thinking Nade's hands, it brings a lion, maybe give you a little bit more wiggle room here. There goes the hatch, and still 1 EE1D from Thinking Nade. He'll hit it as J90 can't do much at the bottom of Spiral Stairs. Canadian taking some damage. J90 with 2 kills. He guns down Canadian and Thinking Nade. The boarding party from SSG rebuffed, leaving just Fultz to try to rush on down. He's made it in. He's getting spotted. Shuttle has a cardiac sensor. There's more damage being done from Fultz. He finishes the kill. 2 more to find, 20 seconds. This will be a challenge. Sprints on out, repositions. J90's not going to give an inch. He's directly on the left, and there he is. 3 big kills from his spot, 2 from NJR. Call that one a full house. 2 in a row from Disrupt as they stitch together this comeback and leave SSG with a single round lead.
Nice try there from Fultz. Ultimately, though, that was just too tall of a ladder to climb. So, Disrupt. Good roam, top floor, great delay. The NJR run out early in the round really set the pace for the rest of the round. SSG played like they were 2 men down. And, well, for a few seconds they were, but really it was 1. That conservative play forced SSG into a really precarious position because they ran out of time. That's it. They just weren't able to execute efficiently enough with as little time as they had. They were trying to clear out roamers, trying to position themselves to execute under the site, trying to pressure the anchors downstairs, trying to do it all, and then some, with less tools at their disposal than they would have hoped for. So, NJR really did throw a wrecking ball himself into that attack, and he takes credit for that round in my books. As well as J90, who did a great job of staying alive, quite frankly. to influence the round later and get actually, I think a 3K himself.
We see the same scoreline? We do. We see the exact same thing happening as we saw in the very first map. Now, SSG took the 6th round to give themselves a lead heading into this half that would be made up very quickly from Disrupt. DG's setup upstairs is not unorthodox, I would say. Though Malusi's only had a short period of time to really show what she can do on Consulate here in the North American League, so that might change some things. Also, Mute and Valkyrie being banned are interesting operators. And when I say interesting, it's because Mute and Mozzie work very effectively on this map. You noted that this was a map that SSG was quite good on when Vigil, Castle, Mute, and Mozzie all worked together. There's a reason why DG banned Mute. And that's because it's going to, when SSG goes to defense, be a hindrance for a setup that they know quite well. And no Valk also means that there's no intel that needs to happen, but Valk is often a staple of the bans for the two defenders.
Yeah, you have to ban Valk on Consulate. She is a total pain, and especially with Echo being out of competitive play right now, you just can eliminate the IQ possibility in its entirety, and that's valuable in of itself. Rampy, first casualty. NJR continues his strong roaming streak. Good lead-off kill there. SSG now on the back foot, and they've still got to clear out the roamers up top as well. So everything is looking like another Disrupt round. That would mark 3 in a row if they're able to get it. Retro will eat some damage on a very long angle being played by Fultz, but he gets back into safety and now does not need to concern himself with the top floor's problems. SSG are poised to clear out the top floor, but they definitely need to put more presence into the attack. They might just call it a minimum execution at some point and go straight for piano without actually clearing out these top floor roamers. Just leave someone on rappel, but that's going to be very dangerous.
Once again, bringing the Lion, but he's got no hard breach gadget. His Canadian will have 2 Selmas at his disposal for what will eventually be a lobby take from Space Station if they make it that far. There's a grenade tossed on in, deals a lot of damage to Reed, but NJR picks up his 2nd kill. He's got 4 kills through 2 rounds. That's a pretty impressive tally, and with it, his team is succeeding. Thinking Nade finishes off Reed on Yellow Stairs as NJR will fly down the bottom floor and head for Yellow Stairs. There's no flank watch from Space Station. Well, that's going to be a colossal problem if you can't be able to pin down NJR. You're already in a tough spot for Space Station. They're down by 1. They're down by 1 man. What can they do with 20 seconds left? They'll go down by 2 now, almost 3 for Thinking Nate as NJR picks up another kill and another 4. He'll look for 5, but no ace for him. Canadian will shut him down. And inside the bomb site is Canadian, but he's got absolutely nothing. Too many targets. Ironic, an ace denied by Ace, and Shuttle will get the very final kill and the first non-NJR kill for DG. There's a tie. 3-3 as we head into the second half.
All right. So this is looking a lot like Theme Park. Love to see it. Obviously, it's a little bit more attacker-sided than Theme Park, but that's not too important. You said that the rounds were very similar, or actually the same in how they were playing out. So that's cool. We'll see a bottom floor defense here for SSG. My question here really is, because I think this is the important part. If DG takes this, are they going to take the next one? Are they going to take the one after that? Because that's the thing. It's 3 maps in a row that DG needs right now. SSG could win by just taking 1. And that significant difference in, win parameters has got to be daunting. But more importantly, are DG just delaying the inevitable? How much can they do to actually, give the confidence, not only to themselves, but to, everybody watching, that okay, we can take maps off of SSG all the way to the point where we can win a best of 5 against SSG. I don't know. It would be something special.
5 seconds left.
How do they think about it? Parker, has SSG ever lost a best of 5? They have, right? in the finals of
I mean, they didn't make it to the best of 5 at the mini major previously.
Okay.
They did lose at Raleigh, which was a best of 5 finals, but they lost in they didn't make it out of groups.
yeah.
Or did they make it out of groups? They did make it out of groups. Did they make it to the main stage, or was it just TSM who did?
Long
Trying
time
to
ago.
remember.
Let me check. I'll check right now.
I do not remember the Raleigh major ones off the back of my or off the top of my head.
Raleigh major.
I know TSM made it, and that TSM played G2.
I never remember how to spell
It
Raleigh.
was, I think Space Station made it, but I don't think they made it past the quarters.
Let me see.
Because it was an all-European, or it was all-European or Latin America Final Four, right? It was Fours versus G2 and Empire versus FaZe.
2019 Raleigh major finals were G2 Empire. So, and yeah, they didn't make it out of the groups, it looks like. Yeah, they were in Group C, and they got eliminated, I think, by... Or no, they made it out of the groups. Okay, they didn't make it past the first bracket. They got eliminated by Team Secret, 2-0.
Okay, yeah, and then because TSM got eliminated by G2.
Yeah, yep. Oh, man, that was a long time
God,
ago.
that feels like eternity.
Really?
My memory of Raleigh is just...
4 years ago. 4 years ago, in 2019. All right, so in this round, half the round is expired. DG have cleared out the roamers for the most part. They're using their A Selmas to clear out the roamers in the bathroom. That's the last part. And now that they've got every defender on the bottom floor, they can start opening up above the site. This is something that we didn't see a lot of from SSG. Not the same kind of attack. DG's bringing us a very standard meta execution here, and it's working for them. So that might be a major factor for DG when they actually execute onto the site itself.
First defense down below. Garage was the same bomb site that DG went to, and they got absolutely smoked before they tightened things up. It doesn't give you any confidence as a DG fan to know that it takes them a while to find their footing, but when they do, they manage to keep it somewhat close. I mean, every single loss that's happened. Oh boy.
Oh no, he has to get it on the thing. It went under.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Let's see.
Wait.
Got it.
Did he? Did he though? Okay, he did. Okay. I was sweating for a second.
It's on the toolkit right there. A very, very hardy substance. But what that also means, though, is that there's one grenade down. And 20 seconds left. Retro walks right into the smoke. He's still taking damage, and even more from Fultz. 2 big kills for him, playing behind this mirror window. He had his glasses engaged. Rampy and thinking Nade will add to it, and so will Rampy yet again. A flawless round for Space Station. This is the second flawless round so far on this map. The 4th flawless round so far between these two teams.
Okay, so most of that stems from Fultz on the being on the Warden, really. He countered the smoke plan execution before he even knew he needed to by just bringing the Warden. I think Warden as an operator is certainly undervalued in the greater community, but in competitive Siege, he's proven himself a very versatile tool. And Fultz is a great example in that last round of why that is. So well done to him holding down the site basically solo. And while, yes, DG did efficiently and effectively clear out the roamers above, after they cleared out those roamers above, they did less with their top and middle floor control than I think should be expected of that control. There really wasn't any significant movement based on it. And you know what? I will say we're seeing that become more of a trend line with vertical presence. It is always going to be a factor. It is always going to be a quite significant factor as well. But sometimes it's just not that influential in the outcome. People are so used to it, especially on maps like Consulate. They can play around it these days.
I will tell you this. Consulate is my least favorite map to cast.
Oh yeah, me too. I mean,
but this so far has been exciting. Why? Because when two teams that aren't extremely familiar play on a map, there's always excitement in the air. Not to mention the fact that it's a grand finals of a qualifier, albeit a bit lopsided at the moment. I do envy Stokes and Blue getting to cast that DGSQ match we just saw. That was a hell of a show. Easily up there, and it might be, in my opinion, that might be the best game that we've seen in Stage 2. I think the close second in Stage 2 is obviously the one that you and I did, the TSM OXG one. which was an utterly meaningless game and had no right being as competitive as it was.
And yet
it was competitive. And it was a great match. It was a very great match. Significantly higher stakes for the SQ DG match that just happened, and it was absolutely enthralling. I had it on. I wasn't actively watching it at the beginning. I was tinkering around with some stuff in my room, and then I had to stop and watch it. I didn't have a choice.
Because it started to get like really good, yeah.
It got real good.
It was a pretty exciting one, that's for sure. And while we haven't seen that same level of excitement here just yet, in theory, there's a long road ahead of us in this best of 5. So there's definitely time for that to start happening. Right now, it seems like SSG is still in full control, but Disrupt have had some pretty awesome moments. So give them a little bit more time, maybe they'll surprise us. Right now, Retro has yet to find a kill in this map, and I think that's probably a big part of why SSG is currently leading, because Retro in the previous map was actually a force to be reckoned with, and I think he picked up double digits. I know that much at least. He had a really awesome map. Not so here, at least not yet.
So, Michael, with the final minute left, this could be a real blow to Disrupt's motivation if SSG ends up taking this round. Both teams stand even in the final minute. Canadian is holding down the east side of the second floor.
Oh.
As Legion, this is perfect for him. He can just continue to toss out those goo mines and gain intel from it. Everybody from DG that's on the second floor seems to be on drone at the same time. There's no follow-up for any of this intel that's coming to light. Shuttle upstairs inside a console office is picking away at the walls and the floors, and now the rest of Disrupt seemingly have gotten off drones and into the action. But there's no real intel, it seems like, until they pick off Canadian. J90 over by console. He's going to toss down these two smokes, and it looks like they might have sailed in perfectly. This provokes Fultz out of his spot. Retro going for the plant. And in action comes Fultz with the all to choose through one, but DG have all the other kills. Alda still in hand. Fultz, unbelievable, but it's shut down by Disrupt. A one-man army, but it's not enough. DG answers back, and we are tied up yet again.
Fultz nominated Esports Rookie of the Year, by the way. Make sure you go and vote. He didn't win it, but you can feel like given just an extra second of breather on that fourth guy, he would have had it. Just one more second for him to reset his thinking and take the next fight after his third kill. You can tell he would have won that last little fight at the end. But not the case. DG, good execution. I'm really surprised. SSG had a two-man retake on the top floor. And I have to commend Canadian's patience, by the way, because instead of rushing bullheadedly into his opponent and getting killed, he didn't give away his intention until he had another player above to support him on the retake. Now, he did throw out that Legion, which might have given him away, but I'm not really sure that did. Anyway, main point is, SSG were set up well to win the round. They had Fultz to deny the plant. The top four retake was well underway, with two players on the job. The anchors seemed well positioned to dissuade the attack from executing into the main lobby. Everything was going well. And then DG just pops off one kill after another, winning across the board, except for with Retro. And get the control, get the plant down. Obviously, it's because Retro was the planter, by the way, which I find doubly confusing because he's been playing Zofia.
Yeah, that's kind of odd that he was.
I don't know. I don't know why the Zofia is the planter for DG, but what I do know is SSG was well set up. DG surprised me, and I almost thought Fultz would win it, but DG, in the end, insurmountable odds. Well done to them.
This is what I said. It's exciting. It's exciting to see two teams that don't always play on the same maps make this kind of noise. And I mean, I think both teams are showing an awful lot of promise on this map. And DG, man, DG have impressed the heck out of me. Sorry for swearing.
Whoa, Parker. Calm down.
No, I don't want to get too crazy. Canadian on my favorite operator, Doc.
Are you a ranked docked player?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
When I play ranked, I live to Doc.
You only play Doc and Ash?
Correct.
Of course. Why am I not surprised? I need a new co-commentator, by the way. I'm holding tryouts tomorrow at my house, so...
This is actually kind of strange. We haven't seen Doc in ages, especially after the sites got changed around. So, with Doc having a much smaller magnification, or shorter magnification, I should say, than he used to, no ACOG available, it's going to play a little bit differently. Canadian will not be long for this earth. He was destined to die in the spot he was in inside a console office, so not good level docking there from Canadian at all, even though he was able to stim up Bosco. Rampy down to only 20 HP, he gets punished by spiral stairs, and he will continue to move away from the danger as fast as he can. This seems to put Bosco as the lone member on the east side of the map on the second floor, but Thinking Nate is actually side by side with him, so make that 2. Fultz will be the one to watch the bomb site. Down below on the first floor, mind you. So DG will have to be pretty quick about this. Second crack at lobby defense for Space Station after they weren't so successful that first time. Fultz tried his best to clutch it, but wasn't good enough. DG are a little bit slower than before, and I think they were impeded by Canadian in the corner of console office, so they've got a lot of work to do if they want to be able to transition to the bomb site with the time that's left.
Yeah, not a lot of it, really. You see that DG is fully set up on the top floor, getting ready for the execution. They actually do have some players outside by Z as well, so, or Zulu, if you will. So they're going to be able to execute into the site from 2 angles. Oh, Thinking Nate is down! That's huge! That's your smoke on the floor, not able to detonate his gas canisters. Fultz is still in play. There should be an evil eye in sight, but maybe that's been dealt with already. Bosco will get read as he transitions. The plant is going down under cover of smoke. A push onto Blacktop, though, will deny the plant, and time will win the round. Rampy, the hero, pushing through, saying, sup, and getting that kill. Well done to SSG on the holdout.
Nobody was watching Yellow Stairs at all. Nobody was watching Zulu at all. And Rampy, after he got pushed to the bottom of Spiral Stairs, had many ways to be able to get into that bomb site. The single drop that happened with the diffuser going down onto stage and the member of Disrupt who was tasked with covering it was watching from above, but was watching Antechamber. Their eyes were not on Yellow, which does strike me as kind of odd, because Yellow seems to be exactly where you would expect somebody to come from. Regardless, breaks in favor of Space Station, because when Rampy pulls up, gets the diffuse planter dead, there's no time left to go and retrieve it. That's a tough blow, and the second crack at lobby works out. You have to credit Canadian for a lot of that. I know that we joke about Doc not being the best operator in a lot of circumstances, but having Doc in that corner to give Bosco life with the stim pistol, to waste time sitting with magnets and ADSs in front of him, there was a considerable amount of effort and interest from Disrupt on that particular spot and holdout. And teams will devise entire strategies around a player just sitting and playing to die. If you can burn 60 seconds, 90 seconds, you can eat up grenades, flashbangs, you can eat up drones. Every single part of that makes it so much easier for the rest of your teammates to hold out when the push comes from your opponents. And as was noted, and as we saw clear as day at the end of that round, there was no time for DG to be able to set up the way they wanted to, and they ended up losing out because of those 90 seconds early on that Canadian was so integral at wasting.
So, basement defense this time for SSG. They barely won that middle floor. Barely. And yet, yes, they did manage to get it off of a gap in the Disrupt execution. So really, that's at the fault of Disrupt, but at the same time, it could have swung either way. And this round, Fultz is going to be the one actually taking the early damage. He was trying to play at top yellow and delay. He'll C4 from below and CEO, and it will not hit its target. Or, well, I guess it will. J90 loses about 5 to 8 HP, so that's something. No kill. Fultz is ultimately the one worse for wear out of that top floor roam, and really, he didn't delay much time. I'd say the expense of the C4 makes that roam a win for the Disrupt clear.
I absolutely agree with that. That could have gone so much worse for them, and they're kind of lucky, frankly, that there was limited intel to make anything happen with it, so Now it's Rampy to try and waste as much time as possible, but as I say that, the Selmas go off and he gets out of there. He abandons his post inside a bathroom. It wasn't a safe spot to be in. Disrupt, now at the 90-second mark again, and they've used their time effectively.
Yeah, it's been a good clear here for Disrupt. SSG, though, still have all 5 bodies nice and warm and toasty. They're going to be able to defend this site. They've got all the utility. They've got the Evil Eyes, the gas canisters. Still have 1C4, though that's uncommon to see used on a garage execution. Sometimes you can get away with that, but usually you're going to be pushed too far back by the attackers above at this level. You can see SSG is well extended into archives, and they are focusing on all of the bottom floor, trying to maintain control at every different angle so they don't take any risks. Now, that's going to be a lot for a DG to deal with, but their setup is still going to be pretty thorough. It'll all come down to DG's aggressive push into the site.
And here it'll have to come, but there go the gas canisters. 30 seconds left, still 2 in the pocket of Bosco as the first one goes towards yellow. Namesake, not the smoke in front of him. That entire garage is opened wide up, waiting for somebody to rush on in. What a vantage point that is. There's a Banshee to slow them down as well, and now bullets. But J90 cross on the Canadian. 2 kills for Disrupt as they now start to fight, but an answer back. Thinking they deep downtown, diffuser down. Reed is upstairs, nowhere nearby. Match point for Space Station.
Big round for SSG. You could see DG had the control. They opened from above. The utility was there, but they just didn't have the time. And it's their own fault. It's not that DG was being harried by SSG's roamers and needed to deal with them, and oh, it took a lot of time and blah, blah. No, not at all. DG cleared the top floor quite swiftly. Then they dealt with the bathroom roamers easily. By throwing a Selma on the wall and opening it up behind the bathroom roamer, forcing the Jaeger downstairs. And there was no serious delaying factor in DG's play other than their execution itself. They opened up from above, but they didn't get... I keep saying this, and it's not because I don't know what else to say. It's because this is what keeps happening. DG opened from above. They got nothing from it. They pushed the roamer. They didn't even push the anchors back because the anchors don't pretend to be able to hold those positions that you can open up on above, from above on anymore. You notice that SSG had an anchor all the way by Harry Potter. That's the Maestro. He later pushed up to the kitchen door to hold the long angle on side white. But the point is that the defenders don't pretend to try and hold behind white anymore because they know they can't. Instead, they'll hold side white from off-site because they know you're not going to clear that. So SSG, that's good awareness. Major props to them. DG, though, we need to see some more of an ability to adapt. More of an ability to say, oh, we're not doing anything by clearing out like this. We need to find a different solution to this problem or we're going to lose to time. Which is how they lost that last round.
It's a tough map as well for Disrupt. As was noted, this is one where, great entry play from Shuttle as he catches Fultz. That's a great read from Disrupt, and will give them a little bit of breathing room. 25 seconds into the round, and Space Station already down by 1? That's not where you want to be. Will it be enough for DG to overcome what appears to be a major obstacle in terms of this map? Not entirely sure. There's been some confidence-inspiring rounds from Disrupt here, but it seems like it's fatigue getting to them. This team has played so many rounds of Rainbow Six over the last 24 hours. It's not even 48. Disrupt's first game of the day was about 30 hours ago, roughly. So if you think about how much they've played, it really is quite insane. This is exhaustion begins to step in at some point, just as NJR steps into the top of yellow and vaporizes Rampy. Very quickly, this round has completely fallen away from Space Station. Reed down, though, and damage has been done to NJR, so there's a possible comeback brewing. Canadian down below. If there's no drone to check his location, the Pulse can do some significant damage. This is an Archives Teller's defense, so that Pulse is going to stay down there for quite a while, and the Nitro cells in his hands and in the hands of the Mira of Bosco are going to be pivotal.
Pulse sensor downstairs. Canadian calling out J90 on that ace. He knows that there is a heavy presence above for the attack. He's trying to relay that as much as he can. Reminder, though, this is a Teller's Archives defense. The attack will need to transition their presence to the site before they can get anything done. And as you can see, these defenders are playing somewhat aggressively. They have to because they have a man disadvantage. And while they do have 2 C4s and a pulse still in play, it's better to play for an aggressive pick, then fall back later in the execution. Right now, a waiting game. This is the same waiting game that cost DG the last round. The only difference is this time SSG is down 2 members. So this waiting game could end up going the way of DG, despite how little time they have left to plant. We'll find out very shortly here as DG starts to drop into the site, opening up the walls that they need to make the entry happen. Good coverage there from NJR. He'll be able to hold on to the white hallway. There is a C4 from below, but it's actually been pre-placed, I believe, from Bosco. Not used just yet. Thinking Nade eats a little bit of damage. Retro going for the plant, and he's safe from the C4 on the desk right now. J90 will get Thinking Nade finally. Nice stop there from Shuttle. And NJR, the final frag as the plant goes down. Disrupt will keep themselves in this map.
Not much you can do there if you're Space Station. I mean, you can try to fight back, but that Nitro cell does not connect. That's a bit of a bummer. And then the plant that goes down on top of the desk is immune to a Nitro cell, at least as far as we know and we've seen in the past. So you have to just retake. There are a couple bomb sites that are almost impossible to retake if you are trailing in numbers. Archives Tellers happens to be one of them. Another one on this map is Garage, which is locked. We'll only see it if overtime is required. SSG will go right back to the same bomb site that they just failed on to try to put this one away. There have been numerous attempts on match point and now championship point here in the qualifiers where SSG have stumbled. They were on match point, dropped it one time on map number 1 and now dropped it again here on map number 2. Need I remind everybody as well that the overlay only shows it as a best of 3, but it is indeed a best of 5. In the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see VO5 there. Space Station are up 2-0 right now. So if they win this round, it's over. SSG will join the other top 4 teams, or 3 of the top 4 teams, in OXG, DZ, and TSM.
All SSG needs to do is win this one round for that to happen.
10 seconds to go.
But likewise, all DG needs to do to keep this going is win one more round. Then we get OT, and then who knows? Maybe they take the map, and we go to another map, and then another one. Could happen. You don't know. I don't know. We'll see what DG's got for us. So, SSG set up once again on the roam. I doubt that they're going to lose Fultz in the first few seconds this time to a random wallbang through a barricade. That's why they've gone back to this site. I'm sure SSG is convinced that they probably could have had it had Fultz still been in the round. Unfortunate circumstances, however, prevented him from being there. Not so this round. He actually even gets a drone, so he'll move it, position it for top floor presence. This is a very, very heavy west roam on a Archives Teller's defense. Usually you'll see one player roaming, maybe an Oryx, but this time it's 2, Rampy and Fultz. You'll be able to at least slow down the attack coming in from CEO.
Fultz here's the swing in from NJR, but you can't really do too much for it, so Fultz just needs to sit and wait. I still can't get over how close that one round did end up coming after there were those 2 early picks on both Fultz and Rampy. Especially Fultz died in the first 20 seconds of the previous round. He was completely ineffective at whatever he was trying to do.
No. Rampy's still in it. He's gonna be in admin office. This is big risk play. He's got support, I think, from another roamer on the top floor. I want to say that, yeah, it's Thinking Nade. So this double roam on admin could work out, but Rampy's gonna eat some damage. Ooh, nice shot onto Shuttle. In what could be the final round, he picks up the leadoff kill and has yet to be refragged. Damage being dished out by J90, but no kill just yet. And there it is. He finds his target finally, but Fultz will punish him with the C4 underneath. And SSG bouncing back and forth with DG as NJR takes down Thinking Nade. The top floor clear has been finalized. Rampy and Thinking Nade eliminated. Now it's on these last 3 attackers to transition to the site. With the pulse still in play, it won't be easy, but at least they only have to deal with 1 C4.
Thinking Nade was up there as well, and nobody had seen him, but when they sprung into admin, that's when he came across their eyes. Still 1 nitro cell left for Canadian, but that's about it. So you only have 1 hope of stopping this plant from going down. It's going to get called out. Are we waiting for it to get tossed up? Canadian doesn't seem to want to do it. So Retro will get the plant down. Is this a strategic error from Space Station? Is this bad information? What on earth just happened? You're now going to let DG just take command. They've managed to strangle you inside of the site. Bosco now in a 1v3 that almost seems certainly like a blunder. So Bosco will try to swing his way out, but he gets shut down. What was that?
You know, I heard the EMPs detonate, but it was after the plant went down. So maybe I didn't hear the first EMP disable the the pulse scanner, but I think that it was what you mentioned, Parker. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw my hat in that ring as well. I think that was a strategic blunder on the side of SSG. The pulse not finding the planter. I did hear the EMPs, but I am almost certain it was after or as the plant was going down. So those don't count. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, the VOD will tell me the story, but what I do know right now is that the plant shouldn't have been allowed to go down. That's for sure. SSG not firm enough control of their site, and DG profiting from it. This is now a chance, an opportunity that DG has been gifted that they really had no right to have.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Overtime. Here we go. That one is very puzzling. Canadian still at a nitro cell. Not only could have he shot through the floor, but he had a nitro cell. He very easily could have shut that one down. I'm struggling to see the greater picture here. He saw the Zofia on the cardiac sensor. Sar, I'm gonna need some clarification here.
We'll find out later, for sure. But what we do know for right this minute is DG. Tenacity is the word.
5 seconds to go.
Goodness gracious.
Attackers are heading
Gracious
out to
goodness.
defuse a bomb.
All right, well.
All right. How?
Down in the garage for Disrupt after a very puzzling round that is still raising a lot of questions here for me, and I think that you're just as lost as I am on that one. So we'll shake it off and look forward, and something is wrong for Space Station, and I don't know what it is, because now Bosco falls to a nitro cell as he tries to enter, and he gets foiled. It's tossed out the window. What a gamble that is for Disrupt.
You know,
And a huge play that ultimately works out in their favor. No sledge. That's no soft destruction inside a piano.
you know what it could have been, Parker? It could have been the fact that Retro got his first 2 kills in that last round. Impact frags. They can They can be the difference maker. I'm not being sarcastic here. I'm being genuine. Sometimes when you've got a player who's asleep for a whole match and they suddenly get their first 2 frags, you know, that could just win you a round on landslide. Because now all the pieces of the puzzle, as you mentioned, are fitting together. So, you know, I'm not trying to blast the guy. Props to Retro. He showed up when his team needed him. And NJR is showing up now with his 2nd kill, this time on defaults.
DG have to be feeling real great after that one. And boy, this is going to get real tough for SSG to be able to come back from. But Rampy was there waiting. Manages to down 1. See if anybody will come to NJR's aid. Finished off by Rampy, and he knows there's someone on yellow stairs. That soft wall in front of him gets punished, but that's about it. Now J90 will be smited from above by Thinking Nade. They both get damage done to them, but J90 is in a perilous spot here as he tries to head down yellow stairs. Rampy is still in play. If Rampy pushes up, then J90 is as good as dead. There's a Candela that'll get tossed out, and well, he swings wrongly. J90 is flashed. You gotta hope that somebody can collapse on him. No! Again, more mistakes being committed, but finally Canadian is able to stop it. Still DG with the advantage with 45 seconds left in the round.
Got the control of yellow, so SSG's got at least that going for them. They've also got the top floors, but obviously DG is thinking to themselves, yeah, you can have that. We'll wait out the last 30 seconds. Thanks very much. Now, it looks like that was a drop getting opened up, and it'll be another here for Thinking Nade. So he gets the backdrop just so he can set himself up for an execution. Smoke's going into the site to try and cover the mirror window. Here comes the drop. This is going to be dangerous. He'll die on that drop. Canadian now, the last attacker. Almost no chance. He's been called out, and Shuttle will get that final kill. Disrupt go up 1 round in OT and bring us very close. In fact, 1 round away from a map number 3.
What a comeback this is for Disrupt. I mean, they've got a massive layup from SSG. I don't know. I'm still in shock. And it's hard because, I mean, it's exciting that Disrupt is clawing this one back and we should be as enthused as ever, but it's just, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's definitely, let's not beat around this bush. I want to praise DG for their tenacity, number 1, and their exploiting of the mistakes being made on SSG, number 2. But I do have to highlight the fact that, of course, the reason we are here right now is certainly because SSG is making a series of unfortunate mistakes, one after another. They are getting unlucky a few times here and there, like that pick on defaults through the barricade at front door. Is that a mistake? No, that's just, whoops, I guess unlucky faults. But that's just one example, and there's, the Pulse not finding the planter from below on the Teller's Archives defense. That's not an oopsie. That's a, what are you doing? That's a mistake, straight up. The roam clear in that last round, falling onto NJR and dying one after another. That's a unique, I guess, example of a lack of synergy on SSG, which is so uncommon. A lack of a conducive roam clear, if that makes sense. I think SSG are starting to stumble a little bit here, and we've seen them stumble before. It's the worst timing to be stumbling because you're right at the end of a map, and usually SSG can correct their stumbles before they fall. But again, this timing makes it kind of unlikely. We might just see DG walk away with it, but it's still too early for that.
Oregon is up next. That'll be DG's map pick. I know you talked about how it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to win 3 maps in a row, but I mean, Consulate seemed like it wasn't going to be one that they were going to win for quite a while. And now, here we are. Boy, oh boy. It's a garage defense down below for Space Station, by the way. This will be their only defense because overtime will swing back in favor of DG at the tail end of this round, if a 15th round is even needed at all. Once again, win or lose, Disrupt has pushed another match to its limits. They are hanging with every team that they are even losing to. That's an impressive distinction and accomplishment. If they can continue to achieve that, all it's going to take is a couple rounds breaking in their favor, and that will be it for their opponents. Obviously getting ahead of ourselves here. DG has still have an outside shot of making it to the major, given that they're down by 2 maps, and well, they could conceivably end up losing it out here, depending on what happens with SSG. We've hit the halfway point of this round. Both panels have been opened up on Garage, but there's still lots of roamers in play for SSG that right now don't look like they've been found out just yet.
The round could be made or broken, of course, on these roamers. If DG is not able to lock them out and negate the influence, but it's the anchor of Thinking Nade to do the work. He'll get 1 and 2 for the price of 1 as a team kill comes out, but J90 corrects the mistake by picking up frags elsewhere. He's also planting the diffuser, and control is well in hand for DG. Oh no, Bosco with the throw whiff on the gas canister. He'll finally get it out, but it doesn't matter. This is a post plant on basement Consulate, and the damage is done to Bosco. He's rendered down to 20 HP. He has to find 2 frags with an SMG-11. Post-plant base is not happening. It's not happening, guys. I don't know if you could tell from the tone of my voice. He will not find both of these targets. The nades are raining in. Bosco is hoping for a miracle, and J90 will disappoint him. DG, take the map and push us to map number 3.
Frankly, those final 3 rounds for Space Station, embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Yeah.
Absolutely embarrassing. And unfortunately, good plays from Disrupt are going to be overshadowed by what we saw at a Space Station. And SSG fans have to hope that Space Station pull their head out of somewhere. Because if Oregon starts off on that same footing, DG are going to be in really strong position to just continue to take rounds away from Space Station. It sucks for DG and their fans that those final 3 rounds were overshadowed by your opponent's inabilities rather than your own abilities.
It is what it is, though, and Disrupt keep themselves in contention. We have a short break before we can continue the show, and we'll see you after that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Disrupt Gaming. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to make sure they make Space Station Gaming work for it. And they did it in fashion. I don't know what to say about that Canadian play. I don't know what happened with Space Station Gaming, but I thought that this event would be over by now. But DG, they said not yet.
I'm still going to call it a throw, even though we had that Canadian play and we can dispute whether the EMP was supposed to disable the pulse scanner or the nitro cell or whatever it might have been.
Yeah, it's good.
Those last 2 rounds on SSG's overtime were also pretty darn abysmal. Disrupt took the momentum, ran with it the entire rest of the way, and won Consulate. A map, need I remind you, that they've banned literally every chance it's had ever since the beginning of the NAL. They don't play this map ever. And the fact that they walked away with a win is just that's a disappointment, to say the very least.
Yeah, I mean, disappointment's maybe a nice way to say it. I don't know. I'm mad that Space Station threw that game. I'm looking at the clip. I literally have watched it like 5 times since it happened. And like, there's no EMP. Like, they have the status effect in the bottom. That's not there when he gets the blip on the scanner. I don't understand it. And then like the rounds following that as well. Even that last round on Smoke from Bosco is just like, why, dude? That's not what world champions do.
Can we discuss that for a second?
Yeah.
So Jesse, Jacob, help me out. Canadians down low in archives. The plan is happening above him. He hears it. He pulls up a scanner and he sees it.
Yep.
Jesse, from your point of view, what the hell happened?
I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that like somebody fell down in like Troy's in like the gamer house and Troy like looked away from his monitor. That's like, I don't know. Maybe there was something happening on his screen that was different from what was happening on our screen. But like from the information that we have as analysts, that looked like a huge throw.
Yeah, it did. Jacob, your point of view?
From everything we saw,
was it a choke?
Him not throwing the nitro cell was perfectly against formula. The Thatcher EMP, the timing for that, it doesn't line up in my head the way it should. I kind of agree with Twitch chat. It looks like a base throw, but I really want to hear SSG's side of the story before I go too deep on that assumption.
Well, at the end of the day, okay, the EMPs are coming out, fine. You don't throw a C4, but you have a gun in your hands. He
exactly
can shoot up. So the C4 argument really doesn't fly, right? Like, am I wrong here?
No, you shoot up. Like, he wasn't on a desk. Like, he was way too close to be playing. There's no desk there anyways, right? Like, he was on the floor. I'm 99% sure he was on the floor. You can shoot that. I don't know. I really want to hear from Troy's perspective. I agree with Jacob.
All right, so Disrupt Gaming now, 1 maps to Space Stations 2, and Jesse, even though they put out the win, you said Disrupt, they were kind of slow when it came to clearances, especially against Space Station. You don't want that to happen. Now, heading into this next map to tie things up, what does DG have to do?
Well, for Disrupt, I think keep this momentum going, speed things up a little bit for sure. I think that there was a great comment on Twitter from Ken's. I'm going to echo it, that Spacestation are a great team at slowing down their opponent, wasting time. They did that great on Consulate, and I think that Disrupt struggle with that. Even getting the opening pick sometimes, they would just stall out and do nothing for, a minute and a half afterwards. So I want to see them pick up the pace a little bit. Oregon, similar to Consulate, can be a really utility-heavy map. So, there's going to be more struggles like that. It's going to be the same challenge that DG have to overcome.
All right, Jacob, you got to make this quick because the match is ready to cast into there. Disrupt Gaming, are they making a comeback? You get it out there, Jacob.
Sure, why not? It's Oregon. This is a map that we've seen them play and win twice and never lose. So sure, why don't we go to a very final map? Disrupt, win, Oregon. Why not?
There you guys have it. Caliber Jacob, the new analyst. He says it. We're going down to the wire. Kicks, Parker, take it away.
Much an unexpected outcome to Consulate, I gotta say. Very unexpected. Oregon is going to be a thriller. This is a map that is a lot more restrained than it used to be. It is very defender sided.
Yeah.
So a lot of this matchup is going to be decided in the first couple rounds. Things have played out roughly the same through these two maps. SSG storms out to an early lead. The game tightens incredibly, and then one team ends up squeaking through. That's been the story so far for these two maps. Oregon, I can see the same thing happening. You win 4 on defense, you switch to defense, or you switch to attack. You win 2 on attack, cool, we go to overtime. I did not expect it to be this close. But let's load on in. Space Station's going to be starting on defense. DG is going to be on attack, so SSG will have the better side, if we can use air quotes here, to start off Oregon.
Okay, ban phase begins. So I want to talk a little bit about my expectations for this match based on that last result on Consulate. I honestly... Yes, SSG did trip up. Yes, they did choke a little bit there. I don't think that is going to tell the full story for this series. I have these memories of SSG always persevering on these best of fives and taking it in the long run. I think it might take a little bit of time to get there, but I don't believe Disrupt is going to have enough steam in the tank to take this full set. It's 3 in a row that they need. They got their first. This is their second, if they should even get this. So it's still not going to be an easy feat. The ban phase is wrapping up now, and it'll be a Kaid for the final. Thatcher's still in play. Maverick banned out, though. So the hard destruction is still going to be very possible, just not going to be the same type as many are used to. This is an interesting little switcheroo. I'm sure many are used to, in ranked especially, high elo ranked, the Thatcher ban. But instead of banning the Thatcher, you ban the Maverick, and it kind of switches the hard destruction and flips it on its head, because it's, you practice for having the Maverick, and now you have to practice for not having Maverick but having the Thatcher. It's a back and forth, and it's a sort of part of it. It's part of the cyclical meta of Rainbow Six that will always go around and round.
All right, looking at these lineups right now, there isn't really that much variance with what teams are bringing. I mean, on attack, you're seeing Ace be brought every single time that he's not banned. Maverick being banned means that hatches are going to be either aced or Hibana. A lack of a Thatcher ban is kind of interesting, because usually if you ban Thatcher and then ban Maverick, it makes it really challenging for the attackers to be able to get any reinforcements. If there's a Kaid on the board, if there's a ban on the board, etc. I mean, there's no Kaid available, but Bandit and Mute can still be brought for wall denial if it's wanted. You look at the lineup, though, from Space Station, they don't have any denial for that games room wall. So if you take a small part of Master, if you take Closet, you start to open up the wall. Well, the only thing that's going to be able to stop you is if you impact trick down below, which is what it looks like Bosco is setting up to do. There's a little trick that you throw an impact grenade at the light fixture right in that hole, which isn't visible, by the way. How nice would a free fly cam be in this game?
You can show it if you zoom in one more level. I think you can. I don't remember. But,
no, I don't.
No. Okay, I guess not. But yeah, it's there. The little fan with the arms and stuff. And yeah, Free cam would be nice. You can also C4 from below using that as well. You can kill the player who's trying to place like a exothermic charge on the wall. If you time it well, but it's not easy to do. SSG are extending into trophy as well. They're trying to delay as much as possible. The key to a lot of defenses these days is the time, because once you delay on the roam, you retreat, you've got all these shields. You know, your Jaeger will Mai, just Jaeger in this case because will Mai is banned, and you can soak up the utility, and the anchors can win on time alone. So that's the strat here right now for SSG, and it has actually, it's the, not the strat, sorry. That's the universal defensive meta these days in competitive Siege. DG need to confront this, beginning with Master, or so it seems. Drone work on the balcony there, trying to figure out what the problem is. They aren't going for a tower take right now, which is a little bit counter to the norm. Attic typically gets opened up, and then you've got your first prong of the attack. Not so with DG. They're clearing out underneath the site to see if they can maybe throw some nades from below or get a pick onto one of the roamers underneath. You know, something of that sort.
There goes one of those Ash charges from NJR onto the top of White Stairs to try and claim out the Evil Eye. It looks like it was successful, by the way, so Canadian will now stand sentinel over it with the Alda in his hand, watching White Stairs, and always a bit of a chuckle that a lot of people will have when Canadian is in proximity to such an iconic part of the map, especially involving him. 1 minute left. I don't really know all what we've seen accomplished for the moment, but now it looks like the wall's going to get opened up. No? Was that a missed audio cue? Still EMP. The EMP lasting for 10 seconds, by the way.
I think his focus was on the Evil Eye, so it could be shot from the main window, which DG did get that done. That's a good pick there on the utility.
NJR ascends the stairs. Canadian wins the fight on White Stairs, still holding that spot. Retro goes down as well, and Canadian's just going to continue to pop away. Nitro Cell in hand. Reed takes out Fultz. Rampy sends the Nitro Cell off. It'll drop one. Needs to be picked back up by Shuttle. 15 seconds left. Reed in the midst of the smoke. He's within arm's distance of everybody else, but Rampy will find him first. Down he goes. Shuttle and J90 at the big window. Rampy was exposed. He gets shut down by J90. And good coverage from the ace? No, so you have to take the fight to yourself. 1 second left. Bosco wins it with the shotgun out. And just like the other two maps, Space Station takes the very first round, but this one, significantly closer.
That was very close, definitely. As you said, Parker, 1 second on the clock. 1v1. Really could have gone either way. But the defense wins it out. SSG put themselves up on the early round. That was good coordination from DG, and I like that they used a different strategy than the norm. It wasn't a master take. It wasn't an attic take. It was a below, up White Stairs, and through big window take. And I personally feel like sometimes those off-meta executions are the best thing you can use when going up against meta-setting teams like SSG. So, good on DG. Didn't work out, though. Now,
Attackers need to locate.
we'll go to a basement defense next. Of course, if you're not familiar with Oregon, the two primary bomb sites are the top floor and this site, the bottom floor. So, SSG is not straying from the norm yet. The two middle floor sites are the, I guess, the tertiary site, each of them. It really just depends on your preference. They're not the one you want to go to normally, unless you have to by winning all of your defenses, which does happen occasionally on Oregon, so keep an eye out for that. So far, SSG, though, all in the norm here. Oh, and oh, look at that. A team ace in the last round.
Oh, always nice to see.
Attackers must locate and defuse
This
the
setup is designed to slow you down inside of blue and elbow. Most teams will commit one of their attackers to that part of the map. Elbow is where the shield was just placed by Thinking Nate, and the two ADSs are stacked up, as it is like an elbow. It's a 90-degree angle. And then when that Goyo shield gets popped, you hit the fire, you back up, and you reinforce the wall, just to waste as much time as possible. The analysts touched on how SSG have been very good at controlling the tempo of their matches thus far, and have wasted a lot of time.
Ooh.
Is that an ADS that just got juggled?
Yes,
and
it was.
NJR's Ash Charge isn't going to work. He'll now throw it out, and there goes the ADS, so Rampy will fire back, waiting for NJR to pop up. But the problem is that Rampy, as he pushes into Harry Potter, will have to do some magic here, as there's 2 members of DG on the back stairs ready to strike. There's no utility left for NJR at all. Rampy gets quite aggressive after the shield had been blown in front of him. He can take the fight to the Ash if he really wants, but there's a litany of spots that a drone can be hidden in there, and, well, Rampy could get caught off guard.
Not going to be an easy position for Rampy to play, but somebody needs to play it because SSG is still focusing on maintaining control of Elbow. Once they forfeit this, Rampy can retreat, but it's not likely that's going to happen. And more likely is that both of these players will fight to the bitter end. Currently, it's ADS clear going into Elbow. Rampy will push up, but get droned out and be unable to peek the angle he wants. C4 goes out, clears out the barbed wire. Nade destroys the shield, and that will be a prompt to fall back and possibly reinforce the wall. There it is. Thinking Nade gets that reinforcement down. DG got the job done. Wall reinforced, but Elbow in control of the attack. And they've also got Pillar as well, but they didn't get any kills in the process, which would have been ideal, but DG can still take this despite that.
So, what do you do if you're DG? You have a Nomad on the board, so you don't need to worry about a potential flank. Bosco doesn't know that NJR is lurking, and they surrender that pick to DG, still inside of Elbow. Waiting to push up closer to the bomb site now, with just under a minute to go. DG is actually very close. Retro hoping to go for a plant over by default as Rampy gets spotted by Reed above. That was the Jaeger trying to make something work on that first floor. More on the shoulders of Fultz and Thinking Nade and Canadian. Still a Nitro cell for Canadian as well, but Thinking Nade still killed from the same spot that NJR has persisted at for so long. NJR having a great round. Canadian's Nitro cell will be good, but he's going to have to find more. MP5 in hand, he takes down 2 members of DG. Still, the tides have turned very firmly in Disrupt's favor. Canadian frozen solid inside of the only room that he's going to be able to make his way out of, with 3 members of DG all staring at the same way. He'll try to outduel NJR and go on to Cams. Uh-oh, that's a fat finger. He could have very easily been taken out of play, yet he's not. He manages to outlive what we thought he would be able to do. 30 seconds remaining, still many marks. He gets 1, but that's it. 3 largely impactless kills, and Disrupt breaking the script. That's a win for them. Tied up at 1 apiece.
The fact that he got on cams there, I think that's telling of the flustered nature of SSG. I think they're a little bit in their own heads maybe right now, second guessing
absolutely.
themselves. Yeah, because that's a whoopsie for sure. I know he didn't die to it, so whatever. I know it was a 1v5, so whatever, but still, it does tell a story. And also that, yeah, as you mentioned, Parker, breaking the script. And for those of you who don't know much about Oregon, the reason he says breaking the script in that moment is because the basement defense of Oregon is supposed to be one of the best sites on this map. I mean, it's where everyone wants to go typically when defending on this, defending on this map. So to see it be won there from DG is actually quite significant. I will say that Oregon doesn't get played a lot by SSG. In fact, in the past while, it really hasn't been played much at all. They've played it 3 times. Won it twice against the won it once against the Sonic, won it once against Disrupt, and lost it once against Oxygen. But these were all a pretty long time ago, so this is another one of those maps that one of these teams don't have a preference on, and in this case it's Space Station.
I meant flipping the script, by the way, or subverting expectations, etc., because every single one of the matches or the maps between these teams has been SSG winning the first 3 rounds.
Okay.
Yes, that's. I mean, it works both ways, like holes. Because holes work both ways.
Yes.
Words are hard.
It's a defense of cafeteria here for SSG. So instead of trying to bash their head against the bottom floor over and over and over again, they will simply go somewhere else. I like that. Shows adaptability for Space Station.
And there goes a piece of utility. That was the shield that Rampy was watching. Unsure if there was anything else nearby it. They've got the Malusi on drone here. One of the things with these changes that have been made, by the way, to the drone holes, there was a concerted effort by Ubisoft and developers to cover over the drone holes that lead outside so that players aren't just walking and get shot through a drone hole and that drones have maybe a better chance of escaping. Something they talked about in their idea behind changing some of these maps around. It also means that a drone can sit there, peek for a nanosecond, and then immediately just get back. So, it makes it hard for you to challenge. Both hard destructors at the moment inside of small tower. The Hibana and the Ace are stacked up, and there will go some of the wall into the mess hall / dining portion of this bomb site. It's where the A bomb site is, and everything is opened perfectly clear. Bosco sitting behind the mirror window. He'll watch as it's Canadian now playing on Mira, as he was before on Theme Park.
Not an easy angle to play here. Canadian goes down elsewhere. Bosco trying to use his smokes likely to deny the push into cafeteria. These nades and ash charges, though, are making it very difficult. Luckily, his Mira persists, and he's got information on the players inside of tower. Small tower, specifically. Rampy gets the entry kill onto J90 and is trying to flank in the locker hall. He might get away with this. Yes, he will, but punished by Reed. So it's a 1-for-1. But still, Space Station in the advantageous position, especially as Fultz gets Reed in the locker hallway. Shuttle will go back onto Bosco. This will not stop. These teams are clinging to each other, and neither is able to get the lead in this round. Slow down there from the Banshee. Fultz and Thinking Aid waiting out these last 20 seconds. Fultz in a bit of a rat angle. He could do a lot of work from this spot, and he will. There you go. His second kill, and no refrag for Shuttle. Now he's just twisting, looking for it. SMG 11 out, but the pre-fire does not meet success. Thinking Nade, though, also upstairs, will drop, trying to play the clock. He'll run away deeper into kitchen and persist until the clock runs out. Thinking Nade gets the kill, just to add insult to injury.
Space Station right back. These two teams are so close, and we are seeing this best of 5 heat up quite considerably. So, what went on with that round in particular? Well, I like how DG were able to cut through all the utility that we saw from Space Station, the shields. They droned them out. They knew their positions. They knew how they wanted to execute. And the fact that both teams were coming blow to blow as they were suggests to me that they were very well aware of each other's presence. The entry that came from DG leading over from small tower and then over to the showers hallway, leading over to the lockers hallway, leading over to the bottom of white stairs. That's where most of the action occurred. And that's where SSG was trying to fight back from, minus their offsite players. Of course, Fultz anchored down the bottom of white stairs very effectively. And no matter how many times he got droned, there's people who don't really want to try to face check and all done. I don't blame them for that. So ultimately, there was decent strategy there from both teams, but it really just came down to droning and attacking. And despite all the utility and the utility soak that we usually see from the defense, that was more of a straightforward round in terms of gunfights. Very minimal visual impairment, very little gadget wrangling going on. It was just take fights when we see them. And there was, I think, 6 players died all in the span of the same 3 to 5 seconds.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You know what, Parker?
What do I know?
5 seconds remaining.
What I love most about this series so far,
Is that because it goes longer, we get to spend more time together?
that's definitely a major consideration, and one of
You weren't gonna say that,
one
don't
of my
worry.
top 3 for sure.
Okay.
But the thing that I like most about this series so far is that we are right now watching Disrupt play against SSG, and every map has been an incredibly close contest. That is not something anyone would guess at going into this series, and yet here we are. I love to see it. It is one of my favorite things when you mentioned, this is a great phrase you used earlier, when a team subverts expectations.
I mean, I did not for a second think that this was going to be as tight as it has been. I mean, and maybe that's just because I perpetually underrate Disrupt. Maybe that's on me. But I thought, especially after the way these 2 maps started, my thinking was after map 1 started the way it did, it's like, okay, well, this one could be quick. After map 2 started like that, I'm like, all right, well, you know, SSG is more comfortable on Consulate. They're going to be fine. I just don't think, you know, I just keep coming back to my own thoughts on how wrong they are. So I don't have any expectations for Oregon. I am not Jacob. I refuse to make a prediction. And the good news is that because I'm not on the analyst desk, I don't need to make predictions.
Let's go.
Speaking of going,
Yes.
Rampy.
NJR will take him down. That's good. Good pick on the roamers. I think this is okay. I was talking about how DG is using this downstairs clear execution in the big window pressure as well, instead of pushing into attic. In this case, they're also working attic into the execution, but because of that, they don't have enough manpower to actually have flank watch, and they'll lose retro as a result. They stretch themselves too thin, but Reed will get faults as he haphazardly peeks the tower window, and so it's an even exchange. But ultimately, because of the pick on the player downstairs, SSG is still the one on the back foot here.
Guarding on white stairs is Canadian with Bosco next to him. There's plant denial. They've got the 3 toxic canisters, so Bosco can manage to put those to good use if he wants to. Thinking Nade has been extraordinary for SSG so far, and there goes the first gas canister, dealing damage to J90 through the big window. Canadian trying to watch 3 parts of this map, and he gets droned out. His focus goes back over towards white stairs, and now he'll go onto the Maestro cams. 25 seconds left. Will he get pushed from attic? What about from trophy? He doesn't know. There's one on white stairs that's NJR. If Canadian spots him, NJR could be as good as dead. It'll come down to a battle to the death, and there it is. Canadian thinking Nade clobbering Reed and NJR. But the advantage that DG had early on still makes this winnable for them. It's a 2v3. J90 is going to have to jump on in. There's no gas canisters left from Bosco, so you're just going to have to swing for the fences here. Down goes Shuttle to the shotgun, and it sounds like there might be another, but J90 stops Bosco before thinking Nade gets him. SSG find round number 3, and their lead grows by 1.
Space Station looking mighty strong here, starting to find their stride. I'm loving the aggression that we're seeing from them. That flank inside a tower is a good example. Again, it was the downstairs clear for DG. They wanted to do roam clear downstairs, get the pick. They did. Disrupt managed that. Then they wanted to push up white stairs and go from the big window, but they thought, okay, since it didn't work last time, we'll throw a curveball, and we will also clear out tower and open up attic. However, because they were spread so thin, they didn't have the necessary tools to stop a flank inside of attic. They didn't have the Nomad. They weren't able to put that air jab down and deny it. So DG just weren't able to get the execution that they wanted because they tried to make an adjustment without the right set of tools. Now they will have that Nomad, and they will be attacking onto the bottom floor. SSG have been comfortable here in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually, no, they haven't. They lost here last time they went to it.
That is correct. This was actually by far and away the best round that we've seen out of DG. In this matchup. But
right.
I want to say that there was far more aggression and decent strategy from DG here than on a lot of their victories on rounds 1 in Consulate and Theme Park. You know, it was a very strong round for Disrupt. The way that they took Elbow, the way that they took control of Blue, the way that they held pillars, the way that NJR was able to just stay there, and every single member of Space Station was forced out of their perch in the middle of the bomb site. And it was capitalized upon it. That was the position that we found Canadian in at the very end of the round in Freezer, where desperation kicked in, and he picked up technically 3 kills. The last one was a trade. 2 kills prior to that. All for naught.
Would you say...
So if DG can repeat that, I don't know if SSG is simply going to be able to stop it, because SSG made some mistakes. They didn't focus on Elbow the way they needed to. Those X-Kairos going off meant that they couldn't rotate through that entire side of the bomb site. They had to try to play off of the freezer corridor, but the problem is that when you have pillars control as the attackers did, you can police that entire line of sight. It's very challenging.
Good control here from Rampy above E-Box. He's got the angle through the opened up drop. SSG's trying to force DG to clear out the roamers here. DG does have a significant presence inside of tower by T2, and they will drone out this meeting hold. 4 players on tower right now. They can shift to a meeting execution at any time. They've got the tools for it. They've got all of the positioning for it. All is going to come down to the timing. Rampy will see that his mute jammer is destroyed, and the Ace Selma is opening the wall and just fall back. Fault's also with him. SSG just taking the fact that they've delayed a little bit and accepting that as the price for this clear. Fultz, though, is trying to clear in through attic. There is a rotation there. He won't need to use his impacts. So assuming he's not spotted on this, and assuming there's no air jab, he might be able to get some flanks off. But I'm pretty sure there is an air jab, and there's definitely a good chance that he will be punished for this flank. Meanwhile, DG are transitioning to the site take as they need to, despite having not fully cleared out the roamers.
There's one air jab down that was posted up inside a meeting, and Rampy in that position could be quite strong to strike, but you'll have to get to the back tower stairs right now as 3 members of Disrupt are there. Sledge, Ash, Ace, they're all waiting very patiently. The first gas can will linger right in front of the B-bomb site. Fultz takes some damage. I don't know if that's a grenade or not. He manages to down Reed. Shuttles grenade, blows open Bosco, but Fultz doesn't have confirmation that he's been able to get this. Rampy will get it instead. So 2 members now of Space Station in this position. Rampy's still there from above. He's got the hatch control. This is dangerous for Disrupt. Rampy will drop. He and Fultz side by side, and SSG cleans up the kill feed. SSG also with that take their 4th round. And boy, oh boy, they are showing that defense on Oregon very favorable as they decisively win this half.
So, I mean, well, I said what it was in the middle of the round. And yeah, the flank from Fultz and Rampy ultimately was the deciding factor for that. The anchors of SSG were suffering. DG on the entry was looking pretty good. But, very importantly, Disrupt did 2 things. They opened up rotations in attic and on the meeting wall, and then they transitioned downstairs without fully clearing out the roamers. This means that you now have extra angles for your one flank watch operator, Reed, to watch by himself, and you also don't have any kind of guarantee that he won't have to deal with that problem. You've opened up so much. It's just messy. It's real messy. It would have been cool to see either Disrupt make a concerted minimum execution, like a focused minimal, and just take tower control, put the air jabs a little bit safer in a position where they're not going to get shot by those roamers, and force out that contact. And then, just execute into blue off of that. That would have been a great option for DG. Their other option, full clear out the roamers, push them down, air job off the staircases, and then you can execute from above, or you can execute from blue. It's up to you. But DG did kind of like this middle thing. Didn't work out for them.
No half measures.
Yeah.
If you watch Breaking Bad.
I did watch Breaking Bad, but I don't remember that part.
No, that's Breaking Brad. Breaking Bad, Michael.
I also watched that.
You said Breaking Bad.
I also watched Breaking Bad. I watched both of them.
Watch them both. Okay.
Yes. So, but I don't remember that part. So.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did strike me on that last round that DG's focus was basically distracted after they'd wasted a lot of time. You talked about the time waste that had come in. You said, okay, well, SSG hasn't really burned a lot of utility, but a lot of the clock is gone, and with the way that they're playing it out, you're in a good spot to just keep wasting time. So what does DG do? Well, they struggle on that back tower, and at some point, a call needs to be made. We gotta go for a site push. That's where the 2 off-site players work out really effectively for Space Station, and that's what allowed Fultz and Rampy to be as crucial as they were.
Mirror window broken by the Selma. It took actually, no. Mirror window not broken by the Selma, just a little bit above it. It's taken all of Hibana's Hard Destruction and now 2 of the Selmas for that mirror window to, I assume, finally get opened up. There it is. But there's a Fultz with a shield behind that, and he's got 3 ADSs to keep that shield alive. So, man, that is a lot of work and utility piled into something that is still going to be a problem.
He's going to swing for it as well. Once again, DG accomplished all of that in roughly half of the round, and he can play off of this small slit. Only 1 charge left in the ADS. There you go. It's all gone, and a grenade comes in. This is played really well. It won't kill him, but he's in rough shape. He's going to try to retreat, but he can't do it. He gets caught out. DG very effective and efficient on that one. Grenade primed and ready for shuttle. It gets tossed on and he loses his teammate NJR. So small tower is DG's, but they'll have to fight towards the bomb site. Last Selma goes, but so too does shuttle as Rampy swings forward. He's got the corridor to swing onto as well, as the last Selma will open up a larger line of sight for J90 to play off of. He's still got those smokes. He can toss them out whenever he'd like to try and distract the SSG members that are waiting for this push to happen. There goes one under the mirror window, set inside of kitchen. Reed maybe missed his flash, and he'll lose his life to Rampy because of it. Rampy unable to outduel J90, that AK just better. Retro going for the defuse, but it's missing, and J90 can't do too much. Objective goes down, but Canadian pops up. A 3v1 for Space Station with J90 now to linger. He's got a Banshee in front of him. No utility, 50 HP. He's got the clock working in his favor. Distracted, he'll get shut down by Canadian. A 5-1 first half for Space Station, and it looks like they'll be able to avenge that Consulate loss. Only 2 more rounds for them to put Oregon away and with it the series.
Every piece of utility that got thrown into lockers, all the hard destruction that got used on that mirror window, didn't end up anywhere else. And ultimately, Disrupt were able to chew through all of the utility, but it proved to be a fatal distraction in the end, because that wasn't the site. It was just the proxy hold by the defenders trying to delay for the site. The gas canisters ultimately weren't able to stop the plant, but because of the play from the Malusi in the hallway of Rampy, it didn't matter. He picked up too many kills on the side. He was too much of a distraction, and Disrupt, who had cleared out Locker's utility, were unable to control Lockers through the round because of Rampy. I don't know. That was a rough one, but it is what it is. If Disrupt had taken that round, I would have much more confidence saying that they are going to swing it back now on the defensive half, because truth be told, this is a very defender-sided map. One of the most defender-sided maps out there, actually, if I remember my statistics correctly. In this qualifier, it's only been played once, and it has a 50% defensive win rate, which is actually not that bad, but that's one example. If you zoom that out to stage 2, for example, it's something like 60 to 80% defensive win rate. I'll find it right now. Looks like it's 64%. So it's typically, defender-sided, but 5-1 is still a pretty... that is really hard for Disrupt to claw back on.
Is this the end of the run for DG? Is this the beginning of the end? We asked the same thing on Consulate. We were wrong.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of speculation that can be had. This round in particular, I think, is going to be quite crucial. If SSG wins this round, that's it. It's all but over. But I mean, the Sonics were at a similar point. The Sonics had a huge lead against DG on Villa earlier today, and they squandered it. So anything is possible. The one thing that I will take from this, win or lose for Disrupt, is simply put, do not sleep on this DG team. They have looked mighty good. They are comfortable in this meta. They are rising to the occasion against good teams. I know people are going to dunk on the Sonics because they didn't make it into the finals here against SSG. The Sonics are still a mighty good team. NA is very close.
Yes, as regions go, North America, especially right now, is proving itself to be a pretty close one. And
EUL was extremely close this season too.
Yeah, I mean, across the board.
Except for Rook.
Well, they did have that one thing with the whole...
Michael, they went minus 38 on rounds 1 and lost.
I know, but they didn't...
And they went 0-0-9.
Okay,
Rogue fans
excuses.
can't even escape it here, so...
No excuses.
Anyway.
Yeah, Disrupt have been playing really, really impressively. And now that they're on defense, there's still definitely a chance that they could come back. In this round, Retro's playing by Harry Potter. He hasn't been pushed out of that position just yet. That's going to be a serious problem for SSG if they don't deal with that problem. He'll also be playing by the Barrels door. Again, still a problem. He needs to be pushed off this spot.
I think that's a shield gone, Banshee gone, NJR watching in the wrong direction. He's watching over in case somebody decides to drop. Bosco will use this Yana to try and push in amidst the smoke. As Retro still has one gas canister left with 45 seconds to go. He hops the wrong way though. There goes the clone. Last gas canister detonates. He's in front of this Goyo shield. Bosco goes down to NJR, but Rampy with pistol out takes out Shuttle. There go the Candelas, a sea of noise. NJR posts up J90's grenade, or rather C4 hits. Rampy goes down to J90 as well. There are flashes for Fultz in his hands. He and Thinking Nate are in a tough spot. Fultz will need to make his way through the corridor. Thinking Nate absorbing a lot of damage. Done by Fultz. He immediately pivots. 2 kills for him. He's going to find more. Just behind him. Turn around. No! You can't see him. NJR finishes him off. What a scramble that was from Disrupt. I stumbled all over my words on that one because of the absolute chaos that we witnessed inside of the bomb site. But a big round for DG nonetheless.
Fultz almost went nucleosis, as the NA bros like to say, but it didn't happen. Did not full check the hallway, as unfortunate as that is. But we've been seeing rounds like that, by the way, with Fultz still in play in a clutch situation where you know that if Fultz actually checks the right corner, he'll win the fight. Have you noticed that? Because like you could feel the aura of Fultz there. If he takes the fight, he will win it. It's almost a guarantee just by the way he's playing. But sometimes he always manages with like the last or the second last player to just not find them, as unfortunate as that is for him. What I will say is, also, Disrupt, very fortunately, set themselves up well to defend against that top-down execution. They still had the pillar control. That was really powerful when it came to the freezer push. We didn't see a lot of what happened over by the main staircase and freezer, unfortunately, but what we did see tells a story of SSG being rebuffed and DG winning their gunfights on that entry. So props to DG. They knew what they were dealing with there, and they confronted it well.
DG playing the clock well too, and well, SSG, I liked what they brought with their strategy. I liked the Yana, I liked the Ying, I liked what they had in mind. Obviously, it fell short. The Ying experiment was very short-lived, just a single round that we're going to see any effectiveness from that operator. So, I think that's the right change to make. Rampy will be the flex pick. He's going to go with Jackal this time around. Outside of the main door for a Dorms take. These are the 1A, 1B bomb sites. We discussed this when Spacestation was on defense. Some teams like to start on dorms upstairs. Some like to go down to laundry. They tend to be very easy to hold. With a bomb site like this, as an attacking team, you have a lot of things you need to check off. Number 1, you need to make sure you have attic control. Number 2, you need to make sure that Fultz isn't just about to run into the bomb site. Okay. He managed to make it in quite far with very little contest. Why? Because DG is still doing setup work 45 seconds later, and they've got roamers down below. So in theory, SSG could take advantage of that and burst into the bomb site. Rampy hears the shotgun blasts in front of him. He's got a tracker to try and find them, but he'll go on to drone work. What looked to be an early push from Space Station, interrupting my explanation of how to take this bomb site, seems to have slowed down for now.
Xkyros going off on the wall. Canadian will get it nice and open. It's got the murder hole on the right side, the entry on the left. Not likely to see anyone actually push through that, though, unless under cover of smoke, which the attack does have. DG is well set up to deny, though. C4s in hand, gas canisters still in play, shields to play the angles as well. So ultimately, DG is in a great spot. In fact, they've even got downstairs presence. Look at this. So they're going to be able to deny certain angles from below. This appears to be on the attic door plant, which does occasionally happen. Yana clone going in, establishing that the breach is not being hard watched, though. And SSG will hear that call, and they might try to play breach just ever so slightly harder. Bosco gets the lead-off kill on J90. That's a great nade, and it'll soften this very solid defense as... Am I losing connection?
My feed just crashed, so...
Yeah, my feed crashed as well. Now, luckily, just because we crashed doesn't mean the server crashed. So it's definitely possible that they are still playing out that round. We don't know, but The players might not be affected by this, and the outcome might be determined. We just might not get to see it. We'll go ahead and find out what all that is and what the admin calls are and all the fun stuff when we get to it. But for now, you and us, we get to sit here and talk about it.
It's just you and me, man.
Yeah, well, I meant... Well, when I said us, I meant like you and me, and then when I said you, I guess I was talking to like the ambiguous. Like, the
There's like
viewer.
a general you.
Yeah, like a general you, like the viewer.
Yeah.
You the viewer.
But not a W.
No, the W was stolen away by the game crashing or something.
This could be SSG winning match point, by the way. They could be going on a match point, winning round number 8, getting their 6th round, being on match point. Could set us up for just one more remaining, or we could have seen a very impressive comeback from DG. I would say from the point that we ended on, SSG was, in fact, the team better equipped, but obviously there are wild cards that we can't really account for, and well, we'll have to wait and see exactly what the outcome is of the round. I hope that we'll have an update soon for everybody watching. Thank you very much, for what it's worth, for sticking through with us. Disrupt won the round, by the way. So the game, it tightens. It tightens very much.
Yep, it's going to come one step closer to Disrupt, bringing us to another map. It would be the 5th map, technically, or the 4th map we see played today, if I'm not mistaken.
Just Villa.
It'd be Villa. So that'd be cool if we got to it. But we're not there just yet. We've just seen Disrupt. Well, we haven't seen it, but we have. What has happened off screen is that Disrupt have managed to get the round. That's 2 in a row for them, but it's 2 in a row on the best sites for Oregon, the basement and the top floor. So now they have to go to an odd site, one of the middle floor sites. So that's should be the win on the attack for SSG. I say should, but no guarantees there. I mean, Disrupt couldn't win any attack except for the bottom floor, and that was only the first time SSG went to it. So maybe we'll see SSG lock it out by successfully holding onto the offsites. Or, sorry, successfully attacking the offsites.
And it really depends on where they want to go, right? Because DG just won Laundry Supply Room. DG also just won Dorms. Are they going to do what SSG did and go to the dining kitchen portion, or are we going to see a meeting defense? Because we haven't seen the meeting bomb site come out yet. Without Kaid in play, I think that we're probably going to continue to see dining, because Kaid is absolutely crucial when it comes to that meeting room defense. An Electric Claw will reinforce both of the walls on stage and both of the walls above in attic. Without having him available, it's going to be very challenging, number 1, to hold both of those at the same time, and number 2, it also means that you're going to need to expend more than one operator's ability unless you bring a bandit to bandit off all 4 of those panels. So we'll see. It looks like we've got everybody in the lobby, so we should just be starting in a moment. Once again, thank you everybody for your patience. It is greatly appreciated as we burn through these qualifiers. I know it's been a long day. It's been a long day for all of these teams. Spacestation played the first match of the day. Now they're playing the last match of the day. And if you, it looks like I'm frozen, actually, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
I look very pensive.
I'll be animated for you.
But do I look like I'm really giving a big think right now, Michael. Oh, we're going into the game.
We
you
got
don't need
it.
to look at me. You don't need to look at me looking forlorn in one direction.
Is that... is your voice getting through, but not your video?
I mean, it looked that way.
That was weird, man. All right, well, all that done now, all the waiting done. We come back to a 3-5 scoreline. DG did take the round off screen, and it looks like it was verified. And here we go. It's a kitchen dining hall defense for Disrupt. We'll see what SSG has got here. Now, technically speaking, the kitchen dining hall defense does have a higher win percentage than the meeting defense. I'd say for ranked, probably the meeting hall defense is more commonly picked. But when you've got a strategy and you've got a setup and you know what you're doing, I would say that this is just a little bit more of a versatile site with more buffer, if that makes sense. More potential for roamers to actually be beneficial on both sides of the bomb site. And so we're seeing it played by both of these teams, and I'm guessing it's going to be in a very similar fashion.
Well, my speculation was correct. We're going to be over in the dining kitchen portion of things. Mess hall, dining hall, as it used to be known as. It's got a new name now. Different official name, if I remember.
Cafeteria and kitchen?
Yeah, I think it's CAF, yeah.
I believe it is CAF, but you can just...
I mean, it doesn't really look like a cafeteria, though. It still kind of looks like a mess hall, almost. Like a den.
Wait, isn't that the same thing?
A mess hall and a cafeteria? I guess. I think a cafeteria, to me, definitely seems more composed. A mess hall, Michael, seems more basic.
See, for me, a cafeteria...
Given that this is like a cultist compound, I wouldn't think that they'd have...
Right. Okay, for me, a cafeteria is like in a school, and then a mess hall would be in a military camp.
Right.
That's how
that makes sense.
Yeah. But they're the same thing, really, and they're filled with the same thing, so... Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Veli says it's dining, which is what I agree with, which is what I call it, by the way. And for the record, I refer to it in my notes as dining.
Yeah,
so.
it doesn't really matter. It's the place where people eat. And Shuttle... No, actually, nobody's in it right now. It's the A-bomb site. There you go. Right now, the focus should be on the top floor, where SSG is attempting to clear out the roamers. We'll see if DG can dissuade SSG of that clear.
Rampy is just within striking distance here of two different players from DG, but you gotta watch out below. It's Reed who's gonna be playing in that spot. Drone manages to evade it for now. That's either an impact or a nitro cell that goes off, or rather a grenade, possibly. An ash charge from Fultz seems to be what did it, as nobody else have any explosives that have been used so far. In fact, Bosco is running smokes on Yana to try and conceal whatever push they're going to pull off. Reed still down below. Did he successfully impact that exothermic charge? It certainly looks like he did. Fultz gets fed to the machine that is the Alda, and now Reed without an impact grenade in hand. Instead, he's got the MP5. He just narrowly misses out on losing his life to that grenade and comes back to the same spot. Reed cannot be taken away from his job. No fear whatsoever in the eyes or heart of the man. The wall is opened up, though, so as much as he would have liked to, getting chased off of that spot but for a second was enough for SSG to get that map control.
They do have it, and the sledge will use it. Opening up from above. C4 goes out. Does actually, I think it did damage to Reed. Maybe he took damage from something else, but he did take damage right around when the C4 detonated. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it did, because that's the hole, and Reed was on. Yeah, he just damaged his teammate. I'm pretty sure. Nice shot onto Rampy though from below. Impacts will go out. No damage though from that onto the sledge. 22 seconds left for DG to hold out from this onslaught. SSG really needs to start getting some picks on these anchors. You can tell just by the fact that you've got 9 people up and there's only 10 seconds left that this is gonna be messy. Down goes the diffuser carrier. That's Canadian. No plants in the future here for SSG. Bosco will get one and Rampy another, but there's not enough time. Huge line up there, but only one of them is gotten. He won't find the other, who stays alive. The last member of Disrupt, protected by his teammate who is right in front of him. And that actually could have been an SSG round. They only needed one more kill, Parker.
And he lined up. He just didn't have enough bullets in the SMG. That's just how it worked. He needed to reload. He didn't see there was so many corpses and they're all falling over that I don't think he was aware that there was a warden making his escape. So close for SSG.
It's rough.
DG gets away with it though. And look at this. DG put up 1 round on attack. They've put up 3 in a row on defense. This was such a difficult prospect for Disrupt to be able to pull this back, and yet they're still doing it. It doesn't matter how many single rounds this team needs to play. They are going to keep every single match close. Doesn't matter whether they win or lose. I cannot say this, and I cannot stress it enough. DG cannot be shaken. SSG have their hands full, and if SSG wasn't taking this match seriously at any point, they're utter fools.
I don't think that's I mean, now you say at any point, and I honestly do. I don't want to, because I don't want to call them utter fools, but I'm sure that there was a moment or two where maybe this wasn't as serious for SSG. I think that they've certainly, you know, corrected that maybe here or there, and I can't say because I'm not in their comms, but I can say we have seen a couple moments where SSG really let it slip in certain rounds. I wouldn't say that last round is an example. I know that, yes, they came 1 kill away, but realistically, SSG shouldn't have come within 2 kills of winning the round. They shouldn't have. It shouldn't have even been close. DG had 10 seconds left with all 5 members up. There's no way they lose that, and yet they almost did. So that's not an SSG for me there necessarily. They could have been faster on the top 4 clear. But there have been some moments throughout the day where I definitely have been scratching my head at how SSG have been playing, if we're talking about that.
I think that's been the whole season for SSG, though. Like, if you think about it, SSG have not looked like themselves this stage. There have been clear issues with comms, with strategies, with mid-round adaptations, with defenses, attacks, so on and so forth. This team has never looked comfortable, never been able to settle in. None of those things.
I mean, that's why they're here, ultimately.
Right.
For those of you...
It's rough.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, real quick, this is the qualifier from the major for the last spot of the 4 spots at the NA major. And the reason that SSG is here is because they didn't get an auto qualification spot in the top 3 of North America. They landed at the bottom of their winner group in the regular season. So that's why they have to fight here today.
It was a missed throw on that first Selma by Rampy, an unlucky streak, and now some of the wall might be removed from that Selma. That's going to continue to go in that direction. NJR pushing up, Shuttle with him for backup as they watch inside of Freezer. Disrupt can tie up this map with a victory here, and with it they would also win this half. They need to get 5 rounds to tie the total that SSG put up. SSG split their forces, though. They're not going to tussle with Blue. They're not really focused on Pillar. It's going to be a Freezer and Laundry take. J90 in the old familiar Mira default spot. Watching 5 ping. He knows somebody's going to be coming in that direction. See how far you can huck that Nitro cell, young lad, because you're going to need to toss it quite a ways. Shuttle gets spotted by a drone, and he'll play and protect that bomb chassis right by the small openings that were made. J90 in the smoke, firing away. 30 seconds. Action is going to pick up now. Nobody can see damn near anything right now. Rampy will get spotted once that smoke disappears. Damage done to Shuttle, but there's the Nitro cell from J90, and it will connect. Damage being done from DG. They're swatting away Space Station. There's only 1 member for SSG left in a flawless round. How about that for Disrupt? Tie game.
What an alpha vault from J90. Look at this. He doesn't even care. He wants the frag. And he goes for it, getting it. Great defense there from DG, realizing that SSG had nothing going for them on that execution. Even though Shuttle got opened up on in his spot by the bomb, he persists and he delays the round further. That is the 2nd round in a row where SSG has come within seconds of losing the round to time, and there are still 5 defenders up. It's been a rough one here for SSG. DG is playing time very well. People are going to be saying, come back, come back, come back, I'm sure. But really, I think this is partially 2 things. 1, SSG are starting to choke, and that does, yes, pay to the comeback storyline. But 2, it is, of course, that Oregon defense favor. DG are utilizing that to great effect, and they are how do I put this? They have a great understanding of how SSG plays. There you go. The time has been the major issue for Space Station. The fact that DG are not giving it Space Station any picks in the early stages of the rounds is crippling these attacks. And now, DG gets to go back to their regular sites. They just defended basement. They get to go back upstairs. This is because they were successful on that defense of dining. I don't know. This is messy all over. There's a lot of factors that are contributing to us being where we are right now. But, you know, I guess headline, Disrupt bring it back from 5-1.
It really has been a remarkable matchup. This is the same thing that happened to the Sonics. DG just did not stop. They kept clawing back. It must be somewhat tiring to know that no matter how far ahead you get, DG is keeping pace with you in your rearview mirror. This team just cannot be slowed down. They're making good plays. They've had some good individual performances. It seems like Shuttle and J90 are just absolute monsters. But we can also kind of say that this has happened before. The Sonics were crushing Dark Zero. Dark Zero came one round away from failing to make it to the major, and everybody was talking about how great the Sonics looked. How this team was newly improved. They had their full lineup. And then the Sonics were a middle-of-the-pack team for the second stage. Dark Zero, despite that challenge, went on to win the entire major. We might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here on giving too much praise to Disrupt and too little praise to SSG. This could just be lightning in a bottle for DG. Maybe this is the best day of Siege that they're ever going to play as a team. We don't know. It's not sustainable because it hasn't happened yet multiple times, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen. I think they were set up to Impact Trick, by the way, but they fell off. They weren't particularly interested, and there's no impacts either, so maybe it was just done to try and surprise SSG. I'm not sure. But that's the attic wall opened up, Michael, as well as the closet wall for SSG.
Efficient. I got about half the round left. That's good. It's good. We've seen some very slow attacks from SSG. It's a great step to launch an assault into the site. I don't doubt that we will see this come down to the last 10 seconds once again, but at least a good step is taken by the attack. Question is, do they have attic open as well? Is that what this is? An attic pinch? We've also have NJR on a potential flank route. And yeah, attic is open, so Rampy's going to have to deal with the... Oh, he's leaving. And NJR has no one left to flank unless he flanks right now. It seems that SSG is trying to clear out underneath, and J90 will be the victim. Nice refrag from NJR, though. He's well positioned, and Retro also gets faults. So that's another one of the attackers that was downstairs. Now this is a single avenue attack for SSG, but it's working out okay. Nade will down Canadian, and this is a 3v3, but it's a messy one with a player down. Great coverage from Bosco. He'll get NJR, who's trying to get back into the site. Retro will be on the same position. White stairs. He can do some work from here, and he'll down Bosco. With thinking nade planting, it's all on Canadian. He has to cover his teammate. He's dead. Reed is going to see to it, and DG will take the lead.
This space station has fallen out of orbit at this point. Fallen out of orbit. Match point for Disrupt. Good Lord. Just time and time again. The grenade, the almost team kill. It started off so well for them. Rampy gets that pick. SSG seems like they have total control of the bomb site. We talk at length about how this bomb site in particular, the kids' dorms bomb site, it is so challenging for a team that has control of it to lose when a push comes. And in this case, the roles were reversed. In this case, the roles were reversed because it was DG who had to retake their own bomb site. And they did it. SSG, they got the pick onto White Stairs. They didn't know that somebody else was there. They get caught out by the Malusi. She pushes up. She gets a pick. She goes down below. Nitro cell in hand. The other retake has happened at this point. And then we see both members of DG still playing on the site die out to, I believe it was Retro. Impressive stuff from Disrupt. They are almost perfect on this half, and unless they go perfect, we will have overtime. 5 rounds in a row for Disrupt. 5 rounds in a row, Michael.
It's been something, that's for sure. But I mean, it's certainly not unwinnable for SSG. It's just now they have to fight for OT.
5 seconds left.
I don't know. I think that Disrupt has earned this map win. To put it bluntly.
Oh, absolutely.
They have earned this map win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if they do win this, we'll go to Villa, which technically is SSG's pick. But I don't know, at this rate, DG's got the momentum. They got the wind in their sails.
Oh, no doubt about it. The better team by so far away has been DG here. If you think about it, the one map that was gifted to Space Station was because, in all fairness, they were able to burn through and not drop a single matchup. They get that as an advantage since they were crowned the winners on the winners bracket. But then map number 1 on Theme Park, they win at 8-6. Map number 2 on Consulate, they lose at 8-6. Now it is 6-5 in favor of DG. This has not been a teeter-totter of a match. This has just been who is better on defense. 5-1s on one half are not seen all that often, and yet here we are with what could be a 5-1 and then a 6-0. No attacking round victories?
I mean,
or SSG? Are we about to see that?
let's not call it yet. It's not done, but it certainly it appears that way, Parker. That's a good impact tricking there. Double set, J9O, and Reed. All 4 impacts used now. Lots of hard destruction used. This is the same thing we saw SSG do to DG, but the wall eventually gets opened. So with that, the attack can start to push into lockers and start to get that control on the side of the site. Ooh, damage done to Reed, but no kill. That's crucial. The fact that Reed got out of that scathed but unmarred, I'd say is significant. It will give an extra gun to the defense when the assault comes. The push into lockers, though, for Fultz, he's got the control he needs. This is also very important.
Fultz was hoping that somebody would get baited out by the ace of Rampy touching onto that Malusi, but no, nobody was taking it. J9O is in a very pivotal position. He's by security, and he can play a very tiny angle that leads to the corridor down to lockers with the Alda in hand. Supporting cast will include Reed, who's just seated on the stairs above him. A grenade goes out, but doesn't do the damage that they were hoping for it to do. That one will, however, and down goes Reed. He'll need to be picked back up. NJR is also prone upstairs in dorms. Can there be a collapse? Will they get fed into the waiting arms of J9O? NJR comes to the rescue. He'll get him back up. If you're SSG, you got to go onto drones, but you don't have a lot of time, friends. 20 seconds left to rush on in. Shuttle as Warden is uniquely equipped for this take. He's got a shotgun in hand and Retro with him as well. Pings through the smoke. Bosco starts things off. This is do or die for SSG. NJR gets on the board. It's a 4v4. Diffuser is dropped. They'll need to pick it back up. There's one for Retro. Fultz cannot outduel from above, so they'll need to start for the plant. Rampy's coverage is there, but he's only on a single tick of HP. Storming on in his shuttle, but no! Disrupt wins it at the last second because there's no plant, and they take the map. It's a perfect half. We have 5 maps. Map number 5 coming up. Goodness gracious.
That's 2 maps in a row for Disrupt, and not only 2 maps in a row, but 2 very close nail-biter maps in a row. That is surely something. It's been a marathon for both of these teams today, and I really didn't expect us to have to go to the final map. I thought SSG would walk into this and walk out just as quickly, but not so. What a match. And I counted out Disrupt's chances of winning 3 in a row, but now it's certainly looking possible.
I cannot believe this. I mean, we're going into Villa. It is SSG's pick. You just saw Disrupt claw back on this map against the Sonics. They are capable of winning here. It is possible. They have all the momentum. SSG were all laughter and smiles after round number 6. They were up 5-1. Smart money would have said this was over. I don't think anybody was expecting 6 rounds in a row. Utter dominance from Disrupt. They take the map with it. Well, we're going to take a couple moments to have a break, and then analysts are going to come in and they're going to talk about what we just saw, because we've got one more map to go between these two teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back to Space Station's demise. Jesse, Jacob, is it happening?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we just might be witnessing a world championship demise live on stream for the first time ever. we know SSG's been on a decline recently, but Disrupt just won back-to-back maps, both going basically the full distance, and now we have one more to decide it. I'm kind of beside myself that it's gone on this long.
It's crazy how a team with two 18-year-old rookies are dumpstering the world champions in a best of 5. This is insane. I don't even know.
This is the shortest, segment we ever had on highlights. I'm dumbfounded. I don't understand. Jacob, you're lost and confused. And Jesse, I expected you to have some type of explanation in that big brain of yours, but yeah. Disrupt Gaming, they're coming back. The Cardiac Kids. I called them that before this game started. And it looks like it's finally about to go down. We're gonna go down to the final map, and both of these teams are gonna play for their spot in the NA Major. And so far, there's been something quite special. Now, Jesse, you gave me a list of questions you want to talk about. A few of them were for Space Station Gaming, but they did not win at all. It was all about Disrupt Gaming, and for you, more specifically, J9O, you love what he was doing. I love what he's been doing this whole event so far. But what in that map in particular did you want to break down?
J9O had some really great mirror plays down in the basement bomb site, and I think it's a small thing, but it's something that was consistent across both the times they defend on the basement, and something I think matters quite a bit. He played fantastic, whether it was the C4s or whether it was jumping out and gunning. He did a really great job. That's what started their comeback. I'm always really interested to see what sort of gets the momentum going. It was Shuttle a couple of maps ago, seems like forever ago now. But on this map, it was definitely J9O who kicked the team back into full gear and made him, get going again. And certainly, part of that is also jumping up against Space Station as soon as that, half swaps and throwing SSG off of their game, because I think there were more mistakes from SSG that we saw, but to focus on the good, I thought J9O had another fantastic match, and I'm really proud of how he's come as a player.
And Jesse, you and I, we were talking about this earlier with Jacob, right? We said, okay, thinking back to the first time Disrupt Gaming played Space Station at the beginning of the season, this was a really close match, and it seems like this team, this roster, they just kind of, I'm not going to say they have Space Station's number, but they match up quite well, wouldn't you say?
Oh, 100%, and they told me beforehand, and I didn't necessarily believe them. And
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, you look back at that very first best of 3, it was the first time a team beat Space Station on Clubhouse in months and months, maybe even over a year, and they lost it 8-7 on Oregon, finally coming back and, getting this revenge on such a big map. I think that's really nice to see to come in from DG.
This is remarkable. Jacob, now it's on to you, man. I think it's crazy that this is your
Wait,
first...
Valley, shut up for a second.
Shut up.
Shut up for a second.
You're so rude.
I'm telling you to shut up right now, Mr. Cardwell. I have a tweet here dated 10:39 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for me.
No.
At Velicast, if a team not named Space Station GG wins the NA Major Quals today, I'm gonna eat a snail.
Jacob, it's true. It's true. I tweeted that.
It's time for me to flip the script, Veli. It's time for me to flip the script.
No.
The tweet is here. We told production about this because we found out really, really quick. So here's the deal. I'm flipping the script. You're the host. It's time for me to ask you a question. Are you lying about this tweet? Will you actually do it, or was this just for the 393 likes that you got out of it?
Yo, hey, I did for my impressions, though. Okay, I'll say this. I said.
Are you for real, or is this for the clout?
Jacob, I got you. Linda, listen. Last time I said I was going to twerk on the desk if something happens, but I don't want to get banned from Twitch because I like my job, okay? So no twerking, I'm sorry, no OnlyFans over here. But when it comes to this particular tweet, you know what? I'm going to be a man about it, Jacob. Jacob, Jesse, I promise you, if Disrupt Gaming beats Space Station Gaming, I'll eat a snail. I'll film it.
Good.
I'll release it. I'll drop it on the internet, and you know what? We'll show it off during the major. How about that?
Good. That's what I like to hear.
All right.
Kix is a good point. You could just eat escargot. Like, it's something that people do. It's quite delicious.
Nope.
Or is it gonna be
Snail.
No, Jacob,
Snail.
this
You
is
want,
where...
hold on. I'm seeing Sean Duras, the guy who made Space Station in the first place, post a gif of an actual full garden snail. If it's not that, I'm gonna be pissed.
Jacob, first off, you're the new guy, so you just be quiet and accept the fact I'm gonna eat escargot. Second of all, the final map of the day is finally ready. If you just tuned into the stream, I can't stress this enough. This is it, the last map, tiebreaker map, grand finals of the qualifiers to the NA Major. The winner of this will face off against TSM Oxygen and DZ. It's gonna be Space Station versus Disrupt Gaming. Can Disrupt make the comeback? We'll find out. Kix and Parker, take it away.
Thank you so very much, Michael. I tweeted just a couple seconds ago, and I saw that during the break you were decently active as well, saying that with how they've played all day today, this includes their match earlier against the Sonics, Disrupt deserves this spot. And I would say now, heading into Villa, all of our predictions have been entirely incorrect so far. Also, snails are delicious. Escargot is outstanding. So I don't know why eating a snail is bad, by the way. Escargot is excellent.
I had escargot when I was in Paris, and I can say it was a weird experience texturally, but it was tasty. It was good.
It tastes excellent.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would eat escargot regardless of who wins. But today, so far, Disrupt has been by far and away the better team. It's not even just that DG have played well. And at the end of Consulate, there were a couple of big errors committed by Space Station, and it looks like they just totally fell apart, and DG was able to pounce on it. Momentum seemed to reset for Oregon. But Space Station are just not themselves right now. And I hate to say that because DG and their fans really ought to be proud of what's happened so far today. DG have risen to the occasion. They have overperformed expectations. They take a long time to attack. They are slow on defense, but they always manage to stick the landing, and all of their games are close. For their fans, it's probably very painful because it causes heart palpitations. But from a viewership perspective and as a caster, I can tell you right now that Disrupt A deserves to be the team to win this so far, but more importantly, I do not believe with how Space Station has played so far in this matchup, they deserve the spot. They have one map to prove me wrong, and everybody else who thinks the same as me, Villa is the map where they're going to have to prove me wrong on. Even if SSG wins this map, depending on how close it is, I'm not necessarily going to be sold that SSG was the better team between the two for today, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Let's waste no more time. Let's get into this very final map here. It's technically our fourth map, though it will be map 5 because of the one map advantage that SSG had. Disrupt will be starting on defense on Villa, SSG on attack.
Okay, doke. Well, for one, I do agree with you that Disrupt have earned the win at this point. Technically speaking, if this were a best of 3, they would actually already have the win. And if this were a best of 5 without a one map advantage, then they would be up one map over SSG right now. But that's not how the cookie crumbles. It's best of 5 with the one map advantage to SSG because they came in from the winner bracket. So it is 2-2 currently. This Villa, these next 45 minutes to an hour, will be where we figure out who takes this one. All cards on the table. SSG can no longer choke rounds. They can no longer pawn it off on, oh, it wasn't that serious. It is that serious. This is for a major spot, and Disrupt are making SSG sprint for it. So, defense first round will be trophy. We'll see the setup go out. The bans are pretty typical. The Ying is a particular counter ban here for Disrupt. SSG has been using Ying quite a lot. They use it especially on Consulate. And Disrupt wants none of that here on Villa.
10 seconds to insertion.
The worst thing that can happen right now, by the way,
5 seconds left
is if SSG wins this map 7-1. Because then it just throws our entire storyline out the window. Like, DG has been so close for the entire thing. Always within striking distance. Every single map. Painfully close, even in defeat. And then SSG just blows them out of the water 7-1 here. It'd be like, wah, womp. Would be the sound effect I would make.
Imagine that happened. Because that would That'd be the ultimate tease. SSG is like, yeah, we're just gonna end it now. No comeback for disruption. Not even suspense. But I don't suspect that'll be the case. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful here, Parker. We'll see another close map.
That's what I'd like.
It is what we'd all like, I imagine. Except for SSG. I think they probably just want the dub. Now, this trophy defense is being attacked from below as the primary focus for Space Station. As you can see, they've cleared out underneath, and they've got the nades to get rid of any utility that might be on the wall. Air jab will already hit someone. Did it hit Retro in a sight? It did. Huh. Bosco's got to be confused down there. He's like, wait, did the air jab just detonate for no reason? It was through the floor, I guess. So that's a good burn from Retro, technically. I don't think he intended it, though.
DG play this slow, painful style of siege for their fans, like was said. NJR gets one. Will he be able to escape? Yes. Malusi, by the way, she's a 3-speed. You can't outrun Fultz, though. Nobody can outrun Bullet. Fultz collapses on that one. So the first pick technically goes to DG, taking out Bosco. Zofia is a particularly strong operator, so her being gone is a bit of a blow. You lose those explosions. You lose those disruption and concussions that come with it.
It's not over yet, though. I mean, even exchange, technically. NJR, a better death for DG, though, of course, because it's active utility on Bosco and passive utility on the Malusi. Still not a lot of clear on the site. Where is SSG attacking from? I'd love to see a top-down right now.
What is going on with SSG right now? They have 45 seconds left, and this is a trophy statuary take for SSG. They're going to go for the closet wall. Boom goes the dynamite, completely open. They can head in through bathroom. Grenade sails on over. There's an air jab next to Shuttle. He can't really do much, but if Bosco doesn't, or rather, if Fultz doesn't look in that direction, he's in significant trouble. Fultz is still there. No swing right now for the Goyo at all. Shuttle has not moved an inch. This is the patience that will pay off, especially if SSG doesn't do their homework. Fultz is still there, doesn't see it. Oh, Shuttle looked the wrong way. And unfortunately for him, he turns around at the right time. Never mind, he picks up 2 big kills, almost another. He shuts him down, and DG takes the very first round in chaotic fashion.
Oh, okay, no excuses there. SSG didn't check their corner. That's it. They didn't check the corner in cement. The roam clear downstairs, yeah, it was an even exchange, technically in terms of manpower, but of course the Zofia's an L for the attack. But then right at the end there, it's only 40 seconds left when the attack transitions to a master execution. They are getting the walls open. Great, fantastic. You know, props to them. That they don't clear cement. I mean, come on, man. I know that you would assume cement would be clear. I would assume cement would be clear most of the time. Okay, well, maybe not. I play too much ranked. But I know that SSG is okay to assume that every once in a while, but obviously at this point you've got to expect everything. DG have been whipping out rat plays like that all night. It is time to check for them, and SSG lost the round off of just not looking. That's unfortunate. Life moves on. DG will go to the game's aviator site. We'll see if they can work some more magic here.
We both kind of pointed our finger at Space Station for that one, but it also was just a byproduct of how long it took SSG to get there. There was 40 seconds left when the exothermic charge went off on bathroom, and half of SSG had yet to make it up to that floor by that point. By the time they did gain control, they stalled out really hard. They didn't know what was going on over in Trophy. They didn't have the control on Astra that they wanted. Eventually, Canadian sprinted in and went for the plant, but Shuttle was just in a spot where nobody had the time to drone. I don't even think it was necessarily just that, oh, well, DG's been always playing these rat corners. They have. They've absolutely been playing these rat corners. But for Space Station, they couldn't go on to drones when there was 20 seconds left because they had to pull off that execute. So that's how I saw it. And Jesse commented before we got into the very first map that Space Station has done a remarkably good job of controlling the tempo and the pace of their matches. This is what NiP did to SSG at the 6 Invitational, so it's not like SSG is a stranger to this circumstance.
Bomb located by
But now it's DG who's playing an unconventional and unpredictable style, especially off-site, and SSG are just not really prepared for it. They are struggling big time with timing, especially on attack, and it is showing.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really, really slow what is this, Parker?
This is Vitality the meta.
They were just ahead of their time. That's all. All right. Well, slow peel away at what's going on in sight. You got Goyo shield destroyed there. That was good. Nice efficiency.
drop the diffuser.
Didn't even use anything to clear that out. It looks like, yeah, they just destroyed it. DG slowly just waiting things out here. Top red control established for SSG. More free utility. That is curious. I know that the Wamai is banned, but the Jaeger's ADSs are not where they seemingly need to be right now. Could be due to them trying to hold on to top main, but I don't see them here, so that might not be it. It's going to be a pinch between Study and top red. The setup is there for SSG. They've got the control. Now they just need to win their gunfights on the execution.
NJR posted up in just such a brazen spot. This is an Aviator defense. 45 seconds left. He's still in Study. He's still in Study, and SSG are still in this spot, but he might not be there for that long. He sees somebody on Repel, does a lot of damage to Thinking Nade. He wins the fight and gets right back in, but caught by the model as he's downed. Look to be secured by Bosco. Bolts on one onto Retro as well. So the lead goes in favor of Space Station, despite DG starting this off. Nestled inside a games room is Reed. He's going to watch more of his teammates fall around him. Shuttle on the flank. He guns down one. Looks like he might have done some damage to Bosco. Reed falls, so Shuttle will need to clutch. He's got a nitro cell, but he's going to be watched as he tries to cross through this doorway. Tough spot for him to be in. Canadian slams the door as Bosco might have been attempting a plant. Hard to tell. Regardless, he was indeed attempting the plant regardless. Down goes Shuttle, and this will likely be a close one.
Wow, what an execution there from SSG. That was actually really solid. Gotta love it. We haven't seen a lot of super solid rounds from SSG so far through this map. And that's, well, not this map, sorry, this series. The map has been relatively short. The top red control was the first step there, and it was well executed by SSG. They didn't lose a lot of power on their clear from the Master Trophy side, nor did they waste a lot of time. They got to top red about, I'd say the 90-second mark or so. And then SSG did not hesitate in transitioning some manpower over to the Study side. This is essential. It's the hammer-anvil strategy. The anvil, in this case, being Study, the hammer, top red. And that push is usually very difficult to make work because you have to win a lot of awkward gunfights, but SSG won all of those awkward gunfights. So, well done to Space Station. I like how they had half of their manpower by Study instead of what some teams do, which is only send one player over. And that is why they were able to refrag NJRs, because of that pressure from the balcony forcing them to retreat into the site. Lots of layers going right there for Space Station. And, yeah, props to him. Ultimately, NJR probably could have done more from his position in Study. I expected him to be a little bit more passive there, maybe. I know he heard the repel, so he wanted to get the frag, but he probably could have done more work considering he was unknown on top of the drop with, you know, the seconds running out. Either which way about it, SSG proved that they will be fighting tooth and nail for this W.
I think NJR knew that his minutes in that spot were numbered. They had realized that he was in that spot. I mean, why else is Thinking Nade going on to upside down repel from that position? At some point, he's going to try to look for the corners. And I do like that SSG have learned from the rat angle that was held before and has been held previously. I mean, after you die to that kind of angle, you think to yourself, no, it's going to be one of those games, is it?
It has been.
Oh, they're always in those angles, are they?
Yeah. It has been one of those games. And here we are. A good one, to be sure.
First damage done to Retro. I don't know what skirmish that was. 4 nitro cells, by the way, for DG. That is... What are we back on Consulate? Was Teller's Archives? What is this? This CCTV security defense down in Bank? The bottom of Bank? What's going on?
I have no idea, Parker. These teams have proven to me that I know nothing so many times through this series. So...
I am doubting my own abilities at this point.
Right. It's been an odd one, but a good one at the same time. Top floor clear here for SSG. That's what's going on, at least here and now. Half the round used up. J9O will fall back through the skylight, and he's made his way downstairs. Disrupt. No casualties on the top floor roam, and they waste a whole heck of a lot of time and utility.
C4, 1 of 4 that are on the board. Technically, I guess 3 now that NJR has used his. Up in Astro is Rampy. He's got the hatch open up, and they'll fight through this bog of utility. They've managed to clear out the top floor, I think, as they want it. It sounds like another nitro cell goes off, but you can see the HP of SSG. They have not lost anything for those 2 explosives in the hands of NJR and Reed. So DG, very lucky you have 4 of those nitro cells because 2 of them haven't really worked out. Well, now you have none, by the way. Retro dies and Shuttle's used his to some capacity, and yet again, no damage has been done from them to Space Station. Reed whips out the UMP, and down goes Bosco. Once again, back to a 4v4. Reed trying to duel as best as he can, but Rampy is just on a tear right now. He's got all 3 kills for his team. Continue to feed them in his direction, why don't you? Thinking they drop from J9O, that should be information for the Fragger extraordinaire. Canadian going for the defuse plant. Rampy will need to watch both separate angles. Nobody seems quite intent to stop him. Rampy silenced by the bomb chassis. That's through the wall as NJR plays that one well. J9O will need to retake as it's Canadian and Fultz to try and hold off in this post plant. 2v2 with 30 seconds left. Winnable for both sides at this point. Nobody with the upper hand or advantage. But the one thing that SSG has going for them is unpredictability. Fultz is buried upstairs inside of the bathroom. Nobody's going to expect that one. And Canadian is outside as far away from the diffuser as you can possibly get. They'll have to be called on in, though, as J9O attempts to go for it. He's spotted by Fultz, but Fultz doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Great patience on his regard. Canadian, him in a game of cat or mouse. Canadian downed, but there goes the timer. No way that DG's going to be able to get this one. This is going to be Fultz putting them out of their misery.
There it is.
Doesn't even need to pad the stats. That's it. That's the round. Yeah. So the clock struck 7 seconds, and we already knew that SSG was going to take it. The standoff from above. Fultz manages to live while getting a pick, and SSG have their first lead of Villa.
All right. Well, you gotta hand it to SSG on that tarp's clear. They got the top floor, and remember when I was talking earlier on those previous maps how occasionally either team would, open up from above on a site and it didn't really affect the round too much? Well, in that round, it certainly did. SSG was able to push the anchors off of dining, and because of that, were able to get a much smoother clear in from tarps when they made that their primary focus for the execution and the plant. I gotta love that. I gotta appreciate it. Good vertical control there for SSG. They had a somewhat efficient clear of the top floor as well. They didn't get any kills upstairs, but, they didn't lose any bodies either, so it's not the end of the world. And they turned it into so much more. The control, again, massive. SSG played that post-plant perfectly. Even though DG is gunning, they just couldn't find Fultz in the end. They didn't have enough time to hunt for him. And there you go. So SSG put themselves in the leading position, but we've seen this before. So we'll just go ahead and wait. We'll wait for the ultimate outcome, because I could totally see SSG putting themselves up 5-1 in the first half and then losing.
I'm not making any predictions ever again.
We're not allowed to.
At this point, I straight refuse. So
Banned from
I have
predictions.
no idea what's happening between these two teams. This is wild. I mean, I would have put money on it thinking, okay, maybe DG takes one map. That's what I would have said heading into this. SSG has just breezed through. They made quick work of the Sonics, who are about the same skill level as DG. They made quick work of Mirage, especially map 1. I'm like, okay, well, SSG seems to be back in form. At best, DG takes one map that's their map, but ultimately ends up being a 3-1, maybe a 3-0 for SSG.
Wrong.
Wrong.
I think some people might say that it has to do with, fatigue. It's been a long day for both of these squads. Maybe DG handles it better. But I would actually counter that argument by saying that we've seen so many examples of SSG being the marathon team. That is the story of Space Station. They are the marathon team. So I don't think that's a good enough excuse. I personally believe that part of this has to do with the mental game and perception. Maybe it's the case that SSG breezed through their competition earlier in this tournament because their competition expected to lose going into it. I know that, people will defend themselves for me saying that. I get it, but it's got to be a component of this. I think Disrupt probably came into this series thinking to themselves, hey, let's just play. Let's just do what we can do. And well, it's worked out. Now the question is, are they going to choke at the very end? Because I cannot tell you how many times I've seen that. We'll find out, though. Fultz will get the leadoff kill on the Retro. It will be a second for SSG as Fultz gets a hammer kill, really trying to make the sting extra painful. But Reed makes him, suffer for that.
Love to see that. Oh, I love it. I live for that. More hammers per minute. Yes, please. Michael, more of that, please.
I'll take some.
Reed pushes up. He managed to escape the flames on the stairs of Astro, leaning one way, takes out the Capitao of Bosco, traded off by Rampy. Still trailing, DG will fight from behind. 40 seconds remaining. This seems to be the magical number where everything starts to pick up the pace. Ooh. Down goes the Malusi of NJR. That's a bit of negligence on his end. The shuttle will need to carry the world. Oh. Are we about to see an Atlas-esque performance? Nitro Cell? No, he just misses out on it a bit too slow. He just got the fadeaway against Thinking Nade, but now he'll have to advance past the stairs right into the waiting arms of the various members of SSG. Canadian, after getting that diffuser down, says, no, sir, you don't touch my briefcase. No, thank you. SSG pick up their third round in a row to stretch their lead even more.
No, the really sad part about that is that Shuttle knew he couldn't stop the plant at that point. That's why he threw the C4 further. It's not because he thought the plant was going on all the way back there. He just knew that the planter would move after getting it and guessed incorrectly as to which direction that planter would move. That is unlucky. Space Station, another well-executed round. They're clear of the roamers. Downstairs, facilitated kills by Astro from below and above. That pinch between the stairs and the bathroom was interesting because there wasn't actually an attacker on the stairs anymore, but the targets had been baited into playing on the Astro stairs. So the attack knew what they were confronting, and they were able to win the fights off of that. Well done to Space Station for just making it work on the fly, despite the initial plan not working out. Once again, onto the breach, dear friends, screams DG. Or actually, technically, it's once more onto the breach, dear friends, but it doesn't matter. It's going back to trophy. That's the key takeaway here. DG think that they can handle it the second time around. We'll see if that's the case. So far, though, Space Station's attacks have proven to be very well thought out. I'm going to look up the stats for this map, by the way, for these teams, because I feel like this might just not be a Disrupt map. It's a possibility. Oh, no, it is. It's their best map.
This is DG's best map.
Yeah.
There you go. What?
It's
what a final. It's just...
It's also one of Space Station's best maps, though. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, SSG's got a decent record on this map.
Both teams do, yeah. Technically, Space Station's is far superior. 10... well, no, that's an imperfect statistic. I'll have to change the parameters of the search. Give me a bit. But they're both good on this map, is the takeaway.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, SSG will take control of that bottom floor as they enter 45 seconds into action. Discovery work still at hand. We are seeing something a bit unusual. This is the third defense of the trophy statuary bomb site for Disrupt. Now, the general rhythm of Villa for North American League teams tends to be kitchen, aviator, and then living room library. In fact, we have seen Villa matches where there just simply isn't any defense present on trophy statuary. Now, this is a pivotal part of the map. It is a main artery, especially if you want to take control of that bottom floor, because somebody will usually hold it from above, especially if it's a kitchen defense, because this site tends to overlap somewhat with that bomb site. In this case, though, DG is just confronting it head on, and I don't know how I feel about it. I know they won it on the very first round in quite convincing fashion, but then since that, SSG have found a much better set of results. Nothing has happened here so far, though. No real action, no damage done. Utility traded left and right, more discovery work going on.
I looked it up. It's equally good for both teams.
Thank you for coming back to us with that.
Yeah, and it's definitely both teams' best maps. Now, early scuffle here, and it'll work out for NJR. Great read as Fultz goes down. The nade dropped on the floor, and even more damage dished out to Bosco, but it's an even exchange. Both players rendered down to 50 HP, and now NJR back against the wall. Luckily, he's not being pushed, and the Firebolt's just going to delay his take back into Astro. The wall has been opened up, though, for SSG. They have everything they need. Just one man down. Ultimately not a huge problem. The ammunition there on the magazine of Bosco is aplenty, and he will get the kill onto NJR, who pushes brazenly into his spray. Even man count now, but only 20 seconds left for SSG to make this execution happen. Last gas canister goes out. If there's still an evil eye, that could be a major factor, and what is certainly a factor is the Alda, but it's dispatched by Canadian. A back and forth continues. It ends in a 2v2. Only 8 seconds left for SSG to get the plant. Down goes Thinking Nade. It's all on Canadian. He dies in split to Reed. DG finally win another defense.
All right, so way to prove me wrong on this bomb site. 2 successful defenses here on 3 attempts. Not too bad and not a terrible record. Clearly they know how to control it. A lot of that came from the presence on the bottom floor. The Jaeger down below of NJR just did not really get spotted. You saw the Malusi down below as well. Both of these operators proving to be incredibly effective. What is Malusi's pick rate at, by the way? I feel like it's gotta be.
I can check.
I feel like today her pick rate's gotta be at something like 80%.
For stage 2, I don't know if that really counts, but she was the second most influential operator on defense. She had a 70% ban rate and a 16% pick rate, so making her, again, number 2. And that was just stage 2. For this tournament here today, she is still the second most influential operator on defense with a 45% ban rate and 33% pick rate. Only behind Jaeger, who has through this tournament had a 92% pick rate. And that is in the statistics so far.
Jeez.
That might not be including the finals.
Jeez.
Yeah. She's been a big op.
Yeah, no kidding.
And she's made it through the ban phase a lot. She's made it through the ban phase a lot. Actually, wait. No. I'm sorry. That was the wrong statistic. I was looking at a Challenger League for the second bit.
5 seconds left before
I just did a double take, and yeah, I was totally wrong about that. Yeah, for this one, she's still number 2 though. So actually, it doesn't matter. She's still the second most. She's the second most influential operator on defense everywhere. So that's all that. That's your main takeaway. There you go.
Strong op, and it doesn't seem like the MP5 did much at all to change her.
Nope.
In fact, there was a video out that said that the MP5 actually might be better for her than the T5.
I think it's a buff because the angle grip, personally. The angle grip on a 3-speed with like a no recoil SMG.
Angled grip on a 3-speed is nuts. Yeah, it's really powerful. You can just take absolutely insane engagements here. Now, in that case, you're not a 3-speed in Goyo, but there is a 3-speed in the Ash on the map. Rampy punishes you for that. Down you go. SSG with that first pick, that's so important for them. And it's actually quite early on. We haven't even hit the 2-minute mark yet. So about a minute played in. A pretty good spot to go off of. Back to Aviator Games, by the way. This was the second bomb site for DG. The only 2 victories on defense for them have come on the same bomb site. So they'll have to break that here. It'd be fitting and perfectly on brand for both of these teams if we end up seeing a 3-3 going through the first half.
I think, yeah, you said fitting. That's a good word to use to describe it. Villa, as maps go, is one of the most even maps typically in terms of statistics. So we'll see. Not done yet. Reed's gonna get the refrag there finally. Well, it's a little bit belated. I guess you could just call it a kill. We equalize into a 4-4 here. Now, the holes have been opened up into that vault, so Bosco could try to engage with it, but he thinks better. He's just gonna...
Attackers have recovered
He's gonna step away. Keep himself in play and shift focus. Where is the attack going? It looks like a study. Again, the hammer and anvil strategy, a study top red take going on here. SSG is getting set up to start that execution.
Perfect time to do so. Tiny portion of this round left, and Millionaids on that upside down repel again on the study window. DG are sending NJR out on flank watch, but Folt seems to be well aware of it. Doesn't matter, NJR is going to be able to land those shots, and another was prepped and ready for him too. This is a game of cat and mouse, and he wins it again! Bosco with the diffuser in hand, and NJR can just hang on to the spot. Canadians in the middle of the bomb site, but with 15 seconds left, he has to play the objective. It's a game of reversey, because SSG has the site, but they don't have the objective. He's going to confront NJR first. Secondary out. He wins the fight. Only one more to go, but he won't be able to get in time. Looking for J90, buried inside of Aviator. Time runs out. 3-3 first half. Disrupt, staying close always. Hit the reset button. We switch sides.
What a day, Parker. What a lovely day. 3-3. Disrupt barely keep themselves in that round. Canadian was popping off there, but NJR pushing into 90, taking control of the situation and establishing the diffuser down on the floor, making it happen. Love to see it. So rarely do. NJR at the butt end of a long as heck series has not lost focus of his playstyle. He has not lost focus of what he knows he needs to do in order to get a win. And I have to admire that. It definitely net the win in that round, despite how well SSG, or Canadian in particular, was playing. Ay, ay, ay. We'll go to...
Honestly, the other thing I have to ask, why is Bosco taking the diffuser? When
to 90?
Why is he taking the diffuser to 90, especially after you know somebody's there? What is the purpose behind that?
I think
Canadian is able to break into the bomb site. Bosco could have easily followed. Where?
It could just be the fatigue at this point. Like it's a justifiable excuse for either team.
It's absolutely true that teams are experiencing some form of fatigue or exhaustion. This has been an extraordinarily long day. We've been live for over 10 hours now.
Yeah. Technically SSG started before DG, but then DG had to play one back-to-back, right? They had to play a best of 3 that had, I think, 3 maps in it. And then SSG had a much quicker one at the beginning, so... I don't know. Both these teams are suffering, is the point. And again, I would argue that SSG, as teams go, is the marathon team. So I'd be surprised if it starts to get to them more than we've seen it get to them already. But what I do know right now, at least, is that these teams they're still not letting one another go. It's gonna be close to the bitter end.
Some fire, by the way, from the stairs. Foltz is just waiting on the carpet in front of him. He saw the window break just to his left with shuttle positioned. No fights will be taken by either of these teams. Things have continued to slow down the longer we've gone into this match, and I do think fatigue plays into that as well. First scan is going to go off onto the Jaeger, so that'll be some phantom pressure from afar. You'll just have to watch those pings. Diffuser needs to be picked back up, by the way, as this is an Aviator defense. Time just bleeding away at the moment for DG.
It's not all gone yet, though. They do have the diffuser, so that's good. 50 seconds left to execute onto the site to make it final. They need to get 90 control. They need to be careful that SSG doesn't retake that like NJR did on the last round of the first half. Stun's going towards the west hall door. Canadian playing on the position. You can see he wants to play aggro. He's got assistance as well from the defender at top main, but the plant is going down in the site right now. NJR is there with the smokes to cover his plant, and it's working just by model. The impacts go out and do the damage, though, and down him. Sinking Nate a huge round as he stops the plant and gets the kill to boot. Shuttle will pick it back up. So diffuser back in the hands of DG, but there's still denial. Impacts flying out. There's still C4s. There's still gas canisters. As we hit the last 10 seconds, that might be all that matters. There it is. The plant denied. J90, the last against 3 with 3 seconds to get the kills. It's not going to happen. The TK won't matter, and SSG will take their defense.
Hard to be boxed out there. I don't envy J90. That was risky when you look at what happened with SSG needing to push up onto that diffuser going down. There was so much confusion over by model. The toxic gas canisters, the smokes, the hail of bullets going every which direction. I'd imagine that comms were a mess. I would imagine that people couldn't see anything. So you just have to go for it because you know that the smoke is not doing the damage that you want, or at least that's the presumption here. Good play by SSG. DG once again battling the clock. As we will talk about time and time again, teams battle this clock. Too many issues with droning, too many issues with being able to push off of it, and with both of these teams excelling with how they are wasting time off site. It does not surprise me any that there are hurdles that neither are able to overcome. And given what you had said about the stats of this map and how good it is for both teams, doesn't surprise me as well how evenly matched they are. So by an inch, SSG is better on some rounds, DG is better on others in that round. The very first defense, it was SSG who excelled. Down to kitchen we go for the second defense here for Space Station. They're going to forego that trophy statuary bomb site for now. I would imagine that their third bomb site, should it be needed, will be over in Living Room Library, as we talked about earlier on. That tends to be the ebb and flow of the map rotation for the top 4 teams here in the NA League.
Oh boy. DG looked a little bit lost in that round too. I have to specifically commend Thinking Nade. He's 1-3-7 right now, but he just won that last round. Just to be absolutely clear, he won that last round. The plant was a second away from going down. I'm sure it'll make it onto Twitter how close that was. It was so close. Thinking Nade stops it with impacts and then gets the kill as he pushed through the smoke. Man. Crazy.
This is actually nuts how close this match has been.
It is nuts. Honey roasted.
Oh my. Okay, well. Not to pull us away from this action, but we talked about how Trophy and Statuary acts as this buffer. There's a nitro cell that gets tossed out the window, and that buffer will need to be held on to even longer. DG knows that this is where they want to come off of and attack. Reed finally gets off drone, and he'll join the action. Fultz will be fighting a Phantom on the window. Shuttle is there with diffuser in hand. Is that a drone he throws in? Yes, it is. And it gets immediately shot away. So that's intel that you've just tossed for nothing. The problem is that because that nitro cell was in place, if J90 had been a little bit faster, he might have actually been able to get the pick on Astronomy Stairs.
Well, the defenders did manage to get off the roam. So yeah, that's really on DG. They're all back in the site. They've got the C4s still. 2 of them used, actually, so only 1 C4 up. SSG, though, can safely wait out this round now. They have to be careful, of course, of the sledge, who's going to open up from above, but the odds are SSG will persevere. They've done so before in positions like this. They do usually survive when it comes to the vertical pressure. We'll see what Shuttle can do, though. There's still a chance that he's going to be able to get a pick or two from these holes that he's opening up.
Fultz in the corner inside of Pantry. He'll be able to pick away at all those X-Kairos, then try to drop. Shuttle should be the first fatality here, and yes, indeed he is. Taken out by Bosco. It seems like there's an endless amount of drones on the bomb site for DG as they just keep throwing them at SSG, and SSG keeps finding them all, and very welcoming they will be. After that spot from the Goyo of Fultz was so strong to stop this Pantry pressure, it won't work a second time, and Retro is able to take out Thinking Nade. But there might be somebody down below. Retro needs to count his lucky stars to break on in. A kill from Reed onto Canadian, and there goes the plant with J90 trying to watch, but he can't beat Bosco. Nitro Cell should end this, and indeed it does. Boom! SSG takes the round. They're up 5-3.
Can we say explosive, Parker?
Explosiveness!
The explosiveness.
As you describe iconic.
He's not here, but Bosco is, and he had the C4 in the right time at the right place. SSG racking up the rounds and bringing us close to that match point. We are one away from it now. SSG will go to Trophy to try and bring us all the way. That round really played out kind of as I expected, as I think most would have expected in that situation. SSG suffered no casualties on the roam upstairs. The top floor was in control of the attack. However, they weren't able to do anything with the holes that they opened up above. They did get some control over by Kitchen, but ultimately it was fleeting, and with so little time left, the attack were unable to safely get the plant down. There it is. The round really was over before it even started. The fact that the attack only had a minute and only had top floor control with that, that's it. That's a death sentence. They needed to gain something more from their clear or have a contingency plan, another avenue, another prong to their attack, what have you. It doesn't matter. They needed more than they had. DG didn't have it. SSG are starting to bring this close to a win. And it's not quite a 7-1 as you mentioned.
I've been worried about.
Yeah, as you were worried about, but it might be similar at this point. If this ends in a 7-3, the feeling will be the same.
The fewest rounds that DG has gotten in a loss has been 5. So far this entire qualifier. When they have lost, they have not dropped fewer than 5 rounds. That includes the matches that are happening right now. That's a really impressive stat. That just goes to show you how close all of these matches have been and how DG is unshakable. And the other thing too is that none of those losses have been them really taking their foot off the gas. It's not like what we just saw against SSG. It's not like what happened against the Sonics, where DG is up 5-1 or 6-1 and then ends up losing. These have been close through and through. I still believe that DG have looked mighty good, but I think this just might be the time where they look more tired than they did earlier. And I mean, at some point, it's going to start weighing on you. At some point, you just physically cannot play any longer at the capacity that you need to play at and at the level you need to play at. It's just not doable.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty late for a lot of these guys. It's gotten late for everyone. It's been a long day. So, yeah, it's going to start etching away at their play styles. I will say SSG is that marathon team. They win in these long runs. That's what they do. They're good at it, especially players like Canadian, who has proven himself time and time again in these kinds of situations. And he's doing a great job individually so far through this series, and especially in this map. In this round, it's a focus on Trophy Statuary. An aggressive move here from Fultz. This might not be red, though. He could get the enemy from behind, and he will. 1 down, 1 finished off. Shotgun out for the 3rd. He misses the 2 shots, but doesn't land the 3rd. He finally gets it on the 4th. Incredible whiffs there, but he still wins. It does not matter. Retro and Reed now need to find 5 kills between them. The first engagement here for Reed is not looking so great. The pre-fire is well placed, but not well enough. Faults will down Reed. He has NJR down as well. Technically, this could be an ace. Retro picks up 2 big kills. Bosco will deny the ace possibility. Retro inside of Astro has got to find 3 more. Timing is incredible for Astro. Retro, sorry, in Astro. And he somehow misses that opportunity. That is a heartbreaker right there. It would have been a 1v2. Damage done by Fultz. He's got to find the Jaeger now. He gets the great pre-fire for his 3rd kill, but Fultz is there to get the 4K. SSG. I'm going to call that a technical ace for Fultz, by the way. Technically, one of his downs was secured. SSG takes another round. Match point. What a mess.
What a mess that round was. It's just, I think it's just tiredness at this point. It's hitting them, and it's, you know, if this was a best of 3, DG probably would have won by now. Not much you can do. This has been a kind of deflating end for SSG fans. They will be overjoyed at this result. I mean, obviously they won't be overjoyed at what it took to get here. They would have been overjoyed if they could have finished this up a couple hours earlier. But we got to experience and sit on the front row, win or lose for Space Station right now, as they do sit on match point, as you pointed out, and they have now absolutely put together an impressive run on defense. This is a dominant map for SSG. What can I say?
Remember when we started the day and there was sunlight on the
Yes,
player?
it was 4 hours ago.
On the player cams? I remember seeing sunlight on Troy's face, and now it looks like they're in a cave. What a series. Now, yeah, it is. We talked about this earlier. This is the best map for SSG. It's also the best map for DG. But this might be 2 things. It might be SSG, number 1, proving that they're better on Villa. And it might also be, number 2, DG not as used to this kind of a stretch. And I think that is most apparent thanks to the last round, the round we just watched. What did Fultz really do there to get a 4K? A technical ace. What did he do? He pushed out of Wolf. He just walked out of sight, got the butt of 2 players, missed 3 shotgun blasts point blank on an Ash, and then landed the 4th, and then picked up the last kill as the final player was distracted. I mean, you know, impressive for Fultz, but what does that really tell us? It tells us DG is asleep at the wheel, and I cannot blame them.
So is this the final round? Are we about to witness it? We'd asked this. We'd asked this before on Consulate. Are we almost done? Without understanding how much more there was to go. Consulate, roughly 7.5 hours ago when we were on that penultimate round of Consulate, and we thought to ourselves, well, maybe I'll be able to see my family again. Full swings on the shuttle, by the way, and if you want to see your family, you might be able to do so. There's only 4 more kills for Space Station to find to be able to put this one away. Fultz gets undone, though, from NJR down below. The rare buck play. We don't see him all that often. Our favorite Canadian operator. He's going to continue to hold this angle and see if somebody re-peeks him. Nobody's going to give him any bait right now. Rampy runs on past. Where are the rest of Disrupt? This is a question we keep having to ask ourselves.
Where's the attack? Right now, they seem to be coming from below and the study top main side. Got a good setup. They've got an even man count. It's very doable. Hard Destructor's still in play. He can open up the wall. Looks like it's going to happen with the EMP going out. But oh no! The wall that has been opened up on the side will allow for not only shots to ring out from Canadian, but also impact tricking. That's all of the hard breach gone. None of it will play a factor in this round. And now DG has to reassess their attack.
That is crippling for Disrupt, and what they'll be able to make happen here is going to be huge. Will there be mayhem at their fingertips? Well, right now, they don't have a dedicated entry that they want to pull off. They were thinking classical hallway, but it gets smoked. A gas canister tossed out from Bosco. He's got 1 left with 20 seconds to go. Great timing. Nitro sell for Rampy as well. He can't huck it that hard, but he can still at least try his darndest at his spot on Classical. 15 seconds, DG. I know it's match point, but you're going to have to hurry. NJR with the shotgun out. He'll lose it. Thinking Naden on it. 2. Down goes Retro. J90 with 1, but 5 seconds left. He gets ended by Bosco. They had to work for it. But the 4th team to compete in the major, joining OXG, TSM, and DZ. Space Station Gaming.
Well done to SSG. You could tell that everybody's a little bit tired right now. I think that's evident across the board. Very long day. And I gotta say, Parker, I mentioned it in the middle of the map. While that was not a 7-1, as heartbreaking as this is to say, it did have the same feeling of what a 7-1 would have been. It did feel kind of like a one-sided map. And to have that be our final map of the day, I'm a little disappointed. Not so much about the result, just the way that we got it.
Yeah, I gotta say the same as well. I can't help but have gone into that last map wanting I kind of wanted DG to win it after that. After they gunned it back, I kind of wanted them to win it. Number 1. Number 2, I didn't want it to be a blowout either way. 7-3 is the worst defeat for Disrupt out of all of the maps that they played in the qualifiers. And for those counting, they played 12 maps in the last 30 something hours, by the way. That is insanity.
Remember when
they played 6 maps against the Sonics, 2 against Mirage, 4 against SSG. What a gauntlet. We call it the gauntlet. This was really the gauntlet. Man, hats off to DG, and honestly, clap for them for what they did.
They deserve it.
With that said, Michael, that's it for you and I. That's it for the qualifiers. When the major happens, we know the 4 teams that'll be competing. But just because Kix and I are leaving your screen doesn't mean that you need to turn it off. We've got some beautiful analysts. Caliber Jacob, Jesse, Veli. Take us through what just happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The boys from Disrupt Gaming, they were tired. They were pooped. They were exhausted. But still, with all of that being said, they showed up and gave us one hell of a performance, almost taking down Space Station Gaming when nobody in the world thought they even had a chance legitimately. But here we are, Space Station finally rallied together, got the win, and they will be your 4th team going to the NA Major.
Took a little bit too long, I think, to figure out who this final team was going to be, Valley, because I think most people assumed it was going to be SSG going all the way the whole time. It just took until the very final map on the very final match to decide everything, and it also took, how long have we been here for? 27, 32, 46 hours, days, years. It took forever, but that just shows how long and hard of a slog it was for both teams. Don't take anything away from Disrupt, even though it was a loss.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really impressive showing from DG, but SSG proving that they are a top 4 team. Don't forget it. Not only locking down that so important major spot, but with that, getting top 4 in NA for stage 2, they should be locking down enough points to guarantee themselves a spot at the 6th Invitational, the biggest event of the year. A lot to be proud of, even if this wasn't necessarily the result they wanted for the grand finals. They should still be happy about how they finished tonight.
Both of you fellas are right at the moment. It's kind of a bittersweet moment, but the stats are going to come in soon. The moment they are, we're going to toss them up on your screen. But this has been a crazy day, and actually shout out to Hannibal. That was on Twitter, one of my homies. He pulled up a fun fact. I have to fact check it, but he said Disrupt Gaming played more rounds than Rogue did the entirety of stage 2.
More rounds this weekend?
More rounds this weekend, and possibly
No.
possibly today.
No! That's insane.
Disrupt Gaming. I mean, I wish we can shoot this team into the NA Major somehow. They're remarkable, but still, nothing to take away from Space Station Gaming. Falsely in the way, 13 kills, 7 deaths, and trailing behind them, it's gonna be Bosco. This team is special. They belong at the Major. The Major without them just wouldn't have felt right. And Jesse, with Folks at the top with 13 kills, you really wanted to touch on just the pressure he was applying to DG, especially on Villa.
Oh man, I mean, Faults did not want to lose this grand finals, that's for sure. It was 8 months ago that he lifted the hammer on the stage of SI, and now today lifts it to, you know, smash the player on astronomy stairs. Whatever way you want to take it. I mean, Faults had a fantastic game. I think that like those first 4 rounds, the first 3 that SSG won, largely came on the back of Faults. Then of course that late one, he may have lost. He may have missed 3 shots point blank with a shotgun, but he got the technical ace at the end, and that's what matters. That's what people are going to remember. Certainly there were some mistakes from Disrupt this match, but again, focusing on the highlights, I think that Faults played fantastic, and he deserved a lot of the praise tonight.
Yeah, and Jacob, so Spacestation, they're your 4th team going to the major. In case you guys are new to the stream, you don't watch Rainbow Six, or you don't know what's going on because you just don't know. I don't know what it is. They will be joining TSM, Oxygen, and Dark Zero, the NA Major champs from August. And the major, make sure you don't miss that. It's going to be November 13th through the 15th. But Jacob, this journey has not been a sweet one for Spacestation. They lifted the hammer in February. They were the NA champs at USN 2019. They don't seem like the world champs that we used to see. There seems to be some type of struggle, but their journey has been beautiful, and hopefully they can turn around.
It's been really nice to follow it, but that's only because it's been filled with drama the whole way. For those who are familiar with how the NAL format works, in the very first phase, the first half, it's teams based on how they finished in stage 1. But then we go to phase 2, where it's groups of winners against groups of losers. Spacestation had a really, really hard fight today against the Sonics, against Disrupt. We won't count Mirage in there because that definitely didn't go according to plan for the Canadian team. They did really, really well. It just took a long time for them to finally win this qualifier. And they're going into the major against teams that they lost to. And if I'm correct on that, I don't believe they won a map in the entirety of their phase 2 against the teams that they will be going to the major to face. It's a tough task. They did a good job through the qualifier. Don't get me wrong, take nothing away from them. The only problem is they're going against teams that they haven't beaten for the past couple of months, so it's going to be a long, hard fight.
It can't be trouble, but you can never count them out, and you know what? I'm going to talk to him about that. We have Canadian on the line waiting for this interview, so Canadian, if you hear me, man, what's going on?
Yeah,
you got to be tired. You got to be exhausted, man.
Yeah, it's been a long day for sure, but I mean, I still definitely have some energy just from the adrenaline and whatnot, but yeah, it's been a long day.
Okay. All right, Canadian, I have to ask this question. Don't hate me. I love you. You know I love you, right? The play in archives where you were post.
Oh yeah.
Did you know the plant was happening above you? What happened that play?
So what actually happened was, so I was pulsing him and I saw like that he was by that wall, but the thing was I thought that wall was closed because it normally is. They impacted it open and I didn't know, so I thought he was sitting there like breaching the wall. And then the EMPs went down, and I thought he was going to plant somewhere else. I didn't think that was the guy planting. I thought they were opening the wall, then they EMP'd, then I thought they were going to plant. I mean, immediately after, I was like, that was the guy planning. But shit happens, man.
Canadian, we all went crazy. We didn't know what to expect, but you know what? Now that you said the EMPs were going out, it makes sense. That's something that's default, right? So you're going back to the NA Major. This time around, you're the 4th team in. You're not the 1st team in like you wanted it to be. We're all Spacestation fans deep down inside. What can you tell us to make us believe that this time around the ship is going to turn around and you guys are going to walk away as the champions at the end of the day, going against Oxygen, TSM, and DC?
I mean, I don't think I'm trying to sell anyone on anything here. Like, I think everyone knows what we're capable of. I think I'm just going to tell you we're going to keep working hard. I think after the end of the second split, we definitely had a really big wake-up call, and I said that the last season too. I will say we've had them, and it's been off and on. I feel like coming into this major, or the quals rather, we had probably like the most refreshing kind of push of energy and practice and all that that we've had in a long time. And I think it's a big step in the right direction. Obviously, I mean, that was a crazy close game against DG at least. So it's hard to say that like we're in peak form, but I mean, I think they've improved a lot. I think they've actually gotten a really good grasp of the meta, at least on defense. I think they abuse it a lot better than a lot of other teams. But I mean, we'll see what happens. I think we've learned some lessons against some of the teams in the NA major, but I mean, they're all really good teams. I think that's always been the case with the top four. Anyone can kind of beat anyone. I mean, we beat DZ this season. DZ beat the others. OXG and TSM beat us. Like, literally everyone beat everyone. So,
yeah, we're just going to have to wait till land, right, Canadian? Exactly. I can't wait till we get that LAN league going. But you know, Canadian, there's a lot of you fans out there, a lot of Space Station Gaming fans in the chat. I'm going to give you this time, your last moment in this interview, just to give you thanks and let them know what to look forward to November 13th through the 15th.
I mean, yeah, thank you guys for all the support, as always. We get to play video games for a living because of you guys. I know it's stressful times right now for everyone, and I mean, I hope watching Siege can bring you some joy at least. I hope you guys enjoy watching. Hope you guys, I mean, still enjoy supporting us and following us and whatnot. But yeah, thank you for the support as always. And
Troy,
yeah, I don't know. We'll see you guys in the major. No, you're good.
Alright, so I heard the pause. I apologize. I was excited. Yeah. You know, Troy, I want to thank you so much for being a part of this interview. Do me a favor, give folks a big hug and a kiss on the cheek and tell him I said he's the greatest, okay? And other than that, I'll talk to you later, man. You have a great night. You and your boys go out, get something good to eat and celebrate, alright?
Alright, thank you. Have a good night, man.
Alright, no problem. Take it easy, Canadian. Alright, Jesse, Jacob, I mean, feel free, either of you. What were your takeaways from that? How did you feel?
You know what? I'm glad he's not too beat up over himself. We've seen some interviews from winners after they just won a close game that like maybe it shouldn't have been that close, and they've just like really been like down on themselves. Yeah. Canadians seemed at least in high spirits. You know, they've got work to do before the major for sure, but they played well this weekend, and at least you can recognize that.
All right, Jacob, this is for you. All right, so the Corsair play of the day. The second time we're gonna do it, I'm gonna leave it up to your hands. We're gonna have two options this time. I'm gonna let you guess one, and Jesse the next one. Which play do you think is gonna make it?
You won't give me multiple choice. You won't give me like which ones you thought were good enough, and then I have to pop one out. Like,
you're an analyst, man. You're supposed to know this stuff.
I know. Hey, man. I'll go back to the very beginning of the day. What Thinkin' Nate was doing on Maestro back on Villa, he had one incredible 3K that sealed round that we didn't think he had any right to win. It might be that one. It might not though.
I like the way you're going with that one, Jesse. What are you thinking?
Man, I don't even know. My brain is pretty fried. I think there was an ace that happened tonight from, I want to say it was like NJR or the DG player. So I'm going to say an ace because I think an ace happened.
All right, so we're going to show the plays.
I'm so fried.
No, same here. We're going to show the plays back-to-back. Production, whenever you're ready, toss it up on the screen. I'm excited to see what it is.
The Corsair play of the day.
Okay. Not the voice, Jacob. Is this the NJR ace?
Yeah, I think this is the ace. All right, hey. I'm happy I got the player right as well. Really impressive. And this whole map was kind of dominated by J9O, but NJR like stole that round, obviously. Really well played by him.
All right, and this one right here, Jacob, which one did... Oh, this is the Golfy play where he pulls out the pistol. He John Wicks him. Yes! Golfy is disgusting, by the way. And you know what? If Golfy ever rewatches his VOD, I said behind the scenes, the Sonics are absolutely different. They are just different whenever Golfy is popping off. I feel like Golfy is just so influential on that roster. But coming up now, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see the journey Space Station went through before they... Oh, excuse me, production told me no. But so, remember, the November major will take place November 13th through the 15th. Jacob, what's your expectations for that?
It's TSM, it's SSG, it's OXG, and it's Dark Zero. That's the four best teams that we've seen in North America. It's a repeat of the August major, the exact same four teams, and if I'm not mistaken, we also have the same two opening matchups as well, the first and fourth seeds against the second and third, and considering both TSM and OXG placed the exact same in stage 2 as they did in stage 1, we might have some opportunities for revenge from how that entire major transpired. Maybe it'll stay the same, or maybe it'll be completely different. That is the beauty of major competition. That'll all happen in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about the talk about the bracket, but Space Station Gaming, once again, they're going to be your winners here for the qualifiers to go to the NA Major. I can't wait. November 13th through the 15th. I've said it about a million times within the last minute, but I hope to see every single one of you there. But first things first, I'm going to give a big, you know what? It's not about me. Jacob, it's your first time. I want you to have one of the final thoughts. I want you to have the final thoughts first.
Aw, well, I appreciate that. It means a lot that you guys were willing to endure me over the course of the past weekend, and I've had a blast. Trying to figure out how the heck this analyst thing works is a journey and a privilege, and it's a trek that I wouldn't trade for anything. So thank you very much to everybody behind the scenes at Face It who's also been willing to give me this opportunity. But one thing that I do want to mention is that even though we're on break on the NAL desk for quite a considerable amount of time, we're not totally done with North American League competition. Something that's still going on next weekend, as a matter of fact, is North American Challenger League is wrapping up in both the United States and Canadian divisions. We have to figure out who's going to face both Tempo Storm and Nordic in the finals respectively, and see whether or not the North American League two divisions are shaking up for the 2021 season. So that's wrapping up at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, sorry, no, that's noon Eastern Standard Time. Twitch.tv/R6 Esports NA. It's not happening on the main channel. We got our own little special segment of the internet where that goes down. R6 Esports NA is where that'll be happening on both Saturday and Sunday, the 31st and 1st of next week.
And Jacob, we will see you there casting, right?
Oh, I'm there, Crow's there,
you go.
Loaf's there, Uzu, Razors, the whole crew.
Nice.
You can see where I came from. You can see the people that are just as bad as me on a desk. I'm just kidding. No, they're all great. They're all
Jacob,
wonderful.
you've been amazing to work with. Honestly, for your first time ever, I wouldn't have known. You look like a veteran. Jesse, it's always a pleasure. you are my duo, man. Any last thoughts to close out the stream?
Nah, that's it. We've had a fantastic weekend, and you know what? I'm excited for the major. Looking forward, of course.
All right, remember, November 13th through the 15th. Mark it on your calendars. I can't wait. I want to give a special shout out to all the teams, all the talent, the production staff, and of course, the viewers. Without you guys, we're nothing. We love you, and thank you. Make sure you tune into the major. I'll be there. We'll all be there, and I hope that all of you have a great night. We'll see you next time for the NA League.